We'll see.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast, episode 97 for the 6th of, I know, right, May 2023. I am, as always, your host, Bezic, and today I am joined by Mr. Bleach Demon.
Greetings, salutations, and at least I'm not delaying this stream to go take care of business.
Speaking of taking care of business, I'm just finally done peeing.
Sorry. I didn't say I was finished. I'm just sitting in my chair now. I'll finish later. I have a bottle.
Well, I think I've seen this movie. What's that weird movie where the old white-haired actor plays a con artist and he's pretending to be the other con artist's retarded brother?
I think that was the Biden election.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but the previous time, not the shitty sequel.
No, the pretending part kind of throws that out.
Oh, well.
Was that Dirty Rotten Scoundrels?
I think so, yes. In Dirty...
Michael Caine and Steve Martin?
Yes, Steve Martin. One of the scenes, he's sitting in a chair inside the house, and he says, "Can I go to the bathroom?" "Yes." "Ah." For anyone who didn't get the implied visuals, let me spell it out for you. He pissed in the chair.
Yeah, speaking of pissing in the chair, look who's besides huge jacked man.
Yes. So This is a new segment that Ardent has come up with for you guys to participate in while we do the shilling. Ardent, please explain.
So this is actually inspired by one of the Mock the Week segments, which was headliners. But because we're obviously not wanting to be copyright infringing, we're not doing exactly the same thing. So this is basically wrong answers only for what's going on in this picture. And for this one, I've decided that Justin Trudeau points at someone who's actually masculine compared to himself.
My wrong answer when Ardent showed me the picture, which I still think is superior, is the reason Robin Williams killed himself. Because does that not look like Robin Williams?
He does actually. He does
yeah.
look significantly like Robin Williams. It's surprising how much he looks like him.
And here I thought this was someone's first time at a new proctologist.
Yeah. So while we go through the shilling, everybody in chat can pop in their wrong answers only for this one, and we'll come back to those when we're done with the shilling. So, first bit on the shilling agenda. Don't forget that you can subscribe to Sultans of Shadilay directly on Subscribestar. For the low price of give us your fucking money, you can get rewards. Such rewards include getting your name in the credits for the videos on the channel, being able to submit video comments like other inferior podcasts, but this time we actually play your fucking video comments. So
shocking, I know.
I know it's madness. So at the $30,
yes, how dare we allow you to pay for something we'll actually let you benefit from?
Yes, how dare we give you what you pay
try
for?
To pay attention.
Yes. Well, we will. I don't know about Trim. Because some like us didn't bother to review the fucking video comments, did he?
Oh, long way.
Oh, dear. So, yes, that's the big reward. At $30 US per month, you can submit video comments of approximately 60 seconds that will be read out when we go over to Rumble. Which means that, as long as you're not taking the piss, you can say pretty much whatever Rumble will let you.
Or, if you are taking the piss, just remember to shake twice, then submit your comment.
And blur out the penis.
Yeah, more than twice you're playing with it.
Was it, how's that go? Once, twice, 3 times a lady? Wait.
Oh, is this one of those new women I keep hearing about?
Yes.
Oh, dear. So, yeah, so on screen are the different tiers and the amount monthly in US dollars that they'll cost you if you're interested. Alternatively, you can go to subscribestar.com/sultans-of-Shadilay and check it out. Standard, of course, disclaimers apply. If you're broke, don't feel pressured. We understand, we're broke too.
Yep, we are in fact the poor.
Yes. Oh, Monkey has arrived. Also, Monkey needs to link his fucking Discord and Subscribestar accounts.
Yes. Okay, has a Subscribestar?
Yes, Monkey's one of our subscribers.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant he had one for himself.
For everyone who's late, we are doing a audience participation segment, wrong answers only for what's going on in this picture. So back to the shilling. Firstly, I did another humble look at a game with a tutorial that felt like fucking work. That is a 40-minute video, and I was bored shitless about 15 minutes in. I think you can almost tell when I got bored. But pro tip to developers. Firstly, consider how many mechanics you really need in your game. Secondly, do you really need to describe every mechanic you've got in the first 40 minutes of the tutorial?
Wow. That's impressively bad.
Yep. And of course, the tutorial not only locks you into the decisions you have to make, it locks you out of other things and it makes you play poorly. Yeah, it's fun. So to actually see me suffer through that, you can go over to my YouTube's channel and check that out. I mean, it's also synced to my other Rumble channel as well, but who cares about that? And that's enough about me. Let's have a look at Arden. What have you been up to this week, Arden? And can you tell us what your Friday video was? Is that even allowed to be mentioned on YouTube?
Yeah, actually, I think I can get away with the Friday video today. Um, so Friday's video, I was still a little manic from sleep deprivation at the beginning. You can see some serious bags under my eyes that even I wasn't aware of until I actually happened to look at my face on the screen. And yeah, I started off very happy, but in short order, because for fuck's sakes, Friday tends to be a fairly stream of consciousness video. Yeah, things went a little downhill and got a little darker than usual on my stuff.
Oh,
And I
dear.
came to the realization that the uh, the proud ethnicity that I come from is no longer as proud as it should be.
Yeah, I think we're
Oof.
currently all suffering through that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And don't forget that Bleach has a channel. Oh, I do
Oh,
believe the
I've got a channel.
yeah, apparently. So, unfortunately, and I think we'll look at it later, the big video that Bleach was going to do about the is
Yeah,
it a
well,
man, is it a woman manifesto
Yeah,
has been
that.
delayed due to Nashville police turning around and being faggots about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what happened was they claimed that there's this lawsuit that's stopping them from doing a full release of it. So they're not releasing any of it, which to me sounds like their lawyers are suddenly like, we can't release this. Oh shit, because this is going to look really bad for the Summer of Love 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's definitely being delayed, and I think there's some extra hinky shit going on in the background.
Oh,
To be
it's
honest.
very hinky.
So yeah, and the thing was, I started like trying to get some extra materials together for it, and then it's like, yeah, well, this is going to be delayed at least a week. So yeah, I wanted to do kind of a little bit of comparison on the timeline of manifesto releases, but that may or may not happen now.
Yeah, it's absolutely fucking unbelievable, but oh well.
I mean, when you've got about a half dozen articles screaming about, well, what will this do to the trans community? It's like, well, if they've got nothing to hide, then why are they wanting to stop this from being released? Oh, maybe they are demented.
Maybe they are hiding something. I know, mad
Funny
thoughts.
that.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like if you throw someone's brain chemistry out of whack, they do funny things.
And hop them up on chemicals not naturally found in their body.
Also, is it
Yeah.
terribly surprising when you take a mentally ill person, encourage their mental illness, praise them for their mental illness, they then turn around to be even more batshit insane?
I mean, I would have never thought, but
Oh
that's
yeah,
just
and
me.
while you're out encouraging their mental illness, also teach them that they're being oppressed by the evil straight white man.
Oh,
Yeah.
and let's take it a step further. Tell them that they're being genocided because the way they are. No,
No,
sorry.
no.
This is a recipe for disaster. This is exactly what happened. Um, shall we say in the 1930s?
Yeah, you think that's a genocide? Why don't you ask the Tasmanians?
Hmm.
You could ask oh wait, there are no Beathics left to ask. Sorry.
Oops.
Well, you know. It was
Yeah.
our land. They were just living on it.
First come doesn't mean first served.
Bingo.
I mean, it just goes back to the traditional. He who has the biggest stick wins. And it just so happens that our stick is propelled by lots and lots of gunpowder.
Yes.
So let's go.
Boomstick Uber Alice.
Indeed. Which is why in Canada it's illegal to possess anything more dangerous than a bouncy ball.
Even that might be restricted these days.
That might get Stormy arrested because if she possesses me, I am definitely more dangerous than a bouncy ball.
I haven't caught you yet.
Yeah, that's true. And at this point, I'd like to say hello to my CSIS agent, Jacques. Bonjour.
Go fuck yourself. You're the bastard amalgamation of the two worst things in the world, Canadian and the French.
This reminds me of a little auto-generated subtitle I saw recently, where they had the RCMP on horseback, but they said, instead of saying the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, it was the Royal Canadian Manatee Police.
I mean,
And it's like, why do
that's
large...
That's a meme that deserves to be made.
it does. On today's episode of Why You Should Not Trust Any Form of Federal Law Enforcement Agency, the RCMP, and
Yeah, well.
who go in the bottom of the barrel with the FBI and the Australian Federal Police. Never has there been a more corrupt hive of scum and villainy.
and they like to trample old ladies.
Yes. The sad thing is, you're going to have to... You could be talking about any of them.
Now, to be fair, that old lady did attack that horse with her walker.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. The cat Canadian. Alright, so
Yeah.
let's see what chat had to say about the wrong answers. Tristan asks, what lapel pin is Trudeau wearing? Rainbow poppy in memory of all the homosexuals killed in World War I? No, worse. I think that's Schwab's ESG scumsucker pin.
Yeah, I think that is actually that Ouroboros looking thing.
Yep.
I mean, it looks like somebody took a pack of Lifesavers candy, crushed it up, and then glued it all back together.
After snorting some.
Probably. Well, no, that would just be the peppermint version.
Yes. Brian Knight suggests that this is Justin presents his now trans dad after rehabilitation with threat of maid. We asked for wrong answers. And that's all the suggestions we seem to have gotten from chat.
Well, that's disappointing.
That is. Low effort, low effort.
Mm-hmm.
What, you expect us to provide all the entertainment here?
Exactly. You're here to entertain us. Dance, monkeys, dance, and bully monkeys.
I was gonna say, careful, or a monkey will send in a video comment of him dancing.
Oh, Base Dave has actually given us the wrong answer. My mom told us this was my real dad. He should be pointing at Mick Jagger in that case. I mean...
Yeah. And Callum says very much the same. Justin finds his dad.
Yeah.
No relation. This man can grow a beard.
Yeah. And has natural eyebrows that don't require a wig.
Justin Trudeau looks like what happens when you take a 12-year-old and beat them to death.
Justin Trudeau looks like what happens when you take all the soy out of a growing boy. Or sorry, when you feed too much soy to a growing boy.
Yes. Marku says he's pointing at the one with a natural dick. That's not a wrong answer, Marku.
Arden's having a shaking moment.
Yeah.
Oh, I very much enjoyed that. Did I robot out for a second there?
Yes.
No, but you just
you did clip a bit. Because you were okay. So, as is my favourite hobby, I'm going to build you up a bit more before I just break you all the fucking way down. So we're going to start off with some light-hearted fun articles. Man devotes his life to adopting old dogs who can't find forever homes. So
the smell of that house.
You can just tell what the house smells like. Also, fucking chihuahuas. So I don't care to read the article because it's poorly written crap. But pictures. Yes.
Pictures.
Look, there's a real.
So you've got
Pictures
one dog.
entertainment.
Yeah,
You've got-
one
Actually,
dog.
you've got 2 dogs.
Yes, I see the second dog. So we've got 2 dogs. One,
And
half a
lots
dozen,
and lots of
half
shaggy rats.
half a dozen retarded cats. Yeah,
Yeah.
and Arden's. Ah, shit! The RCMP got him.
Yeah. He was hiding a manatee in his house.
Yeah. What is that? Irish Wolfhound? Something?
Looks like it, yeah.
An actual real dog, at least. Chihuahuas. So yeah,
And a pig. Okay, so 2 dogs and a pig, and then barking rats.
yeah. The pig I thought was hilarious.
Personally.
Yeah, there we go. Pig's brilliant. I like the pig.
Yeah, Stormy and I have talked about possibly getting a pet pig. She doesn't like the fact that I'd want to name it Bacon.
But
You
what
could always
else are you
name it
meant
Ham.
to name it? Yeah.
I was going to name it Supper, to be honest.
We'll have bacon and eggs for breakfast. Bacon's the name of the pig, and eggs is the name of the chicken.
Monkey. I can see why those dogs were never loved. Well, I mean, no, you've got
No,
2
no,
dogs,
no.
and then barking rats. And a
Yes.
pig.
Yeah.
Yes.
Chihuahuas are an abomination. Especially.
Yeah.
Oh, and we actually do have eggs. There is a chicken. And is that actually
That's
a
a
real
rabbit.
fucking rabbit? Or I thought that was a toy.
No, that's
No,
a real
that's a
rabbit. There is a
Yeah,
toy.
there was a
looks
toy.
like a
I
cat
thought
somewhere.
that was a toy up there, and yeah, there's a toy cat in the dog's mouth here. I hope that's a toy cat.
At least we hope it's a toy.
Yep.
I like
Oh.
how the pig is almost the size of the wolfhound in that picture.
Probably easier to train, smarter, stronger.
Tastier.
Yep. Oh god, chihuahuas are hideous.
That's a harvest I don't want to have in my
Yes.
backyard.
Chihuahuas and pugs go in the box of it's not the dog's fault, but the breeder needs to be shot.
And oh, what are those stupid little trembling papillon? Those need to go to.
Oh yeah, just because of the name, fucking Frenchies.
Yep.
Well, hey, it looks like It looks like he takes care of them properly and cleans up after them appropriately. So more power to him.
Yeah.
And they are all senior animals. It's hard enough for a senior animal, especially if you're an unlovable piece of shit like a chihuahua.
Yeah. Well, I just have to wonder: do the other larger barking rats just like continue the freak out of the shaking chihuahuas, or do they just kind of like go hide somewhere else?
Hmm. Yeah, it's hard to tell, but yeah, I don't like chihuahuas. At least the way they're bred in the West. Like actual chihuahuas, they're still annoying little barking yappy bastards, but at least they don't look like they're 3 steps from a fatal genetic heart condition.
I'm just hoping that they all just eventually get bred out of existence.
Total
no.
Blackout says he has a weenie. Sorry, a cheweenie.
I'm sorry. I'm
Is
sorry
that
for
a
you, man.
Chihuahua Dachshund cross?
Yeah, apparently. What the
Oh
fuck?
God.
Who the fuck is responsible for that pairing?
Probably the Chihuahua.
Well, yeah, you got to give those bastards credit for that. They'll try and fuck anything. I've seen Chihuahuas go after actual Great Danes.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh, Billy, what the fuck?
Yeah, don't
Uh,
put fetishes here,
Read
Billy.
that one.
but that can just go.
Yep.
There's a line and that crossed it. Right. So you know how modern art is an abomination and everyone involved in it
Well
needs
done,
to be
please.
shot?
Oh dear God, a husky dachshund mix?
Oh,
What?
That just sounds wrong. Yeah, dachshunds are awesome dogs. They'll shag anything too, but still.
Yeah, at least they tend to have more personality than a Chihuahua.
true, but
Yeah,
the one
yeah.
animal with the one dog with smaller fucking legs. So yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, so we know that modern art's bullshit, and yes, I know the definition of modern art that's used by hoity-toity stupid artist types is different to what we use, but so we know how modern art is fucking stupid. Someone may have eaten some.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the banana guy.
Fucking yes.
Student eats artwork. Oh, for fuck's sake, CNN! You didn't even put artwork in quotes. Fucking Jesus. When does CNN get the Vice treatment? And the BuzzFeed treatment? And the Gawker treatment?
I think it's happening. And look at CNN Plus.
Fuck me dead, that died faster than a pug. Oh,
That's
Lord.
still a personal point of pride that my channel outlived CNN Plus.
Yeah.
I think Sultans has made more profit than CNN Plus.
Yeah.
We've got more viewers.
That's unironically true. Yeah. So yeah, student eats artwork of banana duct taped to a museum wall because he was hungry. Why the fuck is that in quotes?
I mean,
Who the fuck are they even
that is
quoting?
what art's for. Art is there to satisfy a need. His need was hunger.
Yes.
And he left it on the wall. No, that's actually really,
That's
really
art.
good. That's art. Oh my God.
This is this absolute mad lad.
See,
Yeah.
the best art in the world actually makes you feel something. And in this case, it made him feel full.
As Maureen says, so performance art. Yes, there was more art in that story than there is in the fucking other one. Now, here's where it gets really fucking dumb. So,
Oh dear.
some idiot made this, and then it was sold for $120,000 to transfer dirty money between criminal drug lords. And it says that after chomping down the fruit, the student take the peel back on the wall. The peel was later replaced by the museum with a fresh banana. How in the fuck is it art that can be sold if the museum comes back later with a new banana and a new roll of duct tape? Species is fucking banana.
Oh, fuck's sakes. I'm gonna go out and thumbtack a cantaloupe to a wall and see what happens.
Oh my
Lord.
God. This is just art has gone too far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I would like to recommend a video to everyone from Lindy Beach, of course, entitled something along the lines of "Modern Art Disgusts Me," which pretty much summarizes my view on the most of it, but he doesn't talk about how it's clearly money laundering.
Callum actually asks a very good question. How long does the banana last till it turns rotten? Yes,
probably
if
like
they're
a week.
replacing art on a daily basis, it's not art.
Yes,
No.
How the fuck can you sell it for $120,000 if you have to replace the banana and the tape?
Yeah. It's oof.
I mean,
It's
I can
not
tape
going to be
up
long
plastic,
before.
but banana for the wall, and because it's permanent, that's worth at least double 120,000.
Well, that's it. At least it doesn't rot and fall off the wall. But they must have literally replaced the fucking duct tape as well. It's Theseus's banana. For fuck's sake. Firstly, this is not art. Secondly, it's not worth anything. And the artist and whoever bought it should be beaten and cast out of society.
Yeah.
In fact, they
That's
should
a
be...
little too nice.
Oh, no.
Well, by cast out of society, we mean off a cliff.
Although,
too nice.
I was going to suggest throwing them overboard in international waters. But hey.
My idea
use them
was
for-
a little more medieval, but I can't go into that on YouTube. Or Rumble.
trebuchets?
Trebuchets.
Well, you know, there was a band called Iron Maiden once.
But that's got nothing to do with this, right?
No. It's art. It's performance art.
Yeah. So speaking of good news, and we actually mentioned this, so yeah, Vice is dead.
Yay!
And so here we have Kukurio with the... So what do we got here? 2015, Gorka Down in Flames. 2019, BuzzFeed, Gorka 2.0, the Huffington Post, Down in Flames. With a little what's-his-face down in the corner. Because, yeah, and then we've got, now, CNN, Gizmodo, Vice, BuzzFeed, Kotaku, Salon.
Gawker just goes up in nuclear flames.
Yes. And
Yep.
Gawker deserved it too.
Yep. So here
I'm waiting for the New York Times to go down similarly.
Yeah, so here we have the Gamergate mascot on the left and generic SJW white woman on the right. Get white, go broke. Shut up.
I forgot even College Humor was a thing. That's great. It's so dead. I'm happy. All right, I'm gonna have to go do an ardent and shake out a little bit after that.
Yeah. Talking about the banana, I kindly said not about the banana or tape. Perhaps it's about the flex behind the actions. E.g., I could spend 120,000 on this piece of shit. Are you able to send that? I don't think it's even that benign. I think it's just straight up covering up criminal activity.
Yeah.
Oh god, he's taken the microphone with him for his piss.
Do.
I
had a glass to pour my water into.
Yeah.
Wait,
I was trying to set that up, but you came back too quick.
Yeah. Prime says, and this is a good one, the world has rid itself of a... There we go. So
we are such children.
Yes. Ah, dear. Where's Stormy to slap you when she's needed?
She's not here today, actually. That's probably why I'm getting on like this.
Prime says, the world has rid itself of a vice. Now hopefully it can gain virtues.
Well played.
Yes, indeed. Very well played. So moving on to generic world news. So Taiwan's foreign minister crawled out of his hole and spouted some garbage.
Oh, lovely. So let me guess, the war will be over by Christmas.
Yeah, probably. No. The foreign minister says he reckons it'll be 2027. Bullshit. Bullshit.
So this is going to turn into environmental disaster predictions, isn't it?
Yes. Pretty much.
In 12 years' time. Yeah, no. I hate stuff like this where
Look,
it's vague enough. It's not got any real facts other than a paranoia. I've engaged in that myself, but it's usually like, oh shit, things are gonna get weird. I better make myself whole and whatnot. But this is to do it to make money for their government off the
Oh,
back of
it's
everybody
when
else.
Chinese military officials said their forces would be strong enough to successfully invade, and when President Xi Jinping starts his 4th term. Okay, couple of problems. Pretty sure Xi Jinping doesn't get terms anymore after he elected himself president for life. Secondly, do you have a source for these Chinese military officials saying, or are you just making it up?
Yeah. And this is that typical CNN. Well, a source within the White House said that Trump decided to go, fling poo at the servants. It's like, okay, where's this coming from? Oh, it doesn't matter. We need to go and condemn Trump for flinging poo, just like we need to get Wu to fling poo at Xi.
Yes. But no.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what's actually going on in the Chinese war planning department. Now get your tinfoil hats out, everybody. Because you need them to distinguish yourself from the idiots. So, here's what's going on. There are orders in a possibly sealed envelope on the desk of every Chinese general right fucking now that are just waiting while Xi Jinping keeps looking at Biden's Twitter feed going, go on, dickhead. Send troops to Ukraine. Go on. Actively participate in the war with Russia. Go on, you dopey old cunt. Come on. The second, I reckon it'll be about a week after the US actually puts troops in. Enough time for them to get mobilized and get moved into such positioning as it would be appropriate to respond to Russia. So, about the time when a bunch of troops are on the ground in Ukraine and half the actual land forces in the US are sitting in Alaska.
Yeah. Actually, what I was thinking more along the lines of is once the U.S. moves its naval assets into the Mediterranean or the Black Sea, that's when China's going to be like, well, it's time to go, because while the Japanese Navy's still a thing, that's the only force that could slow China down. And
correct,
because China's making all these, they're bulk producing shitty ships. I'm just like, yeah, they're making these things to sacrifice, because if you can do volume against the Chinese Navy,
well, that's it. They've got hundreds of millions of lives they're perfectly happy to throw away if it achieves their goals. Hell, then there's 50 million lives that they're willing to throw away even if it doesn't achieve their goals. Like I keep saying, there's 50 million excess men that are just causing trouble in China. 50 million men who are pissed off that because of the government CCP policy, they can't get wives. And they know this. Which means that they're sitting there stewing. And the government's going, shit. These guys might be a problem if 50 million of them decide that they wanted to eat us.
Yep.
Oh, I know. Let's send them to Taiwan. That'll work.
And, I've also been giving some thought to, with the BRICS thing. So they've basically bought insurance against Russian intervention, Indian intervention, and what's really standing in the way of China going hard against Taiwan is the threat of U.S. naval projection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't think even Australia's going to want to get involved.
Who gives a shit if
Australia bought out anyway?
Yeah, who gives a shit even if Australia gets involved? Our Navy's approximately 3 rubber duckies and a pedophile.
Oh, fuck. I forgot it was that small. Wow. I'm thinking of, when they got sunk by that German converted Freightliner back in the 30s and 40s.
Yes. The Australian Navy.
The Canadian Navy.
The Australian Navy couldn't protect Tasmania, let alone mainland Australia, let alone anywhere else. And you know that's the other thing that China will do. Immediately they go to Taiwan. They're going to tell their 100 fucking submarines around the coast of Australia to go active. and then our shipping and infrastructure is dead.
Mm.
Because apparently our government decided that we're going to buy everything we need from China and America, and we're going to produce nothing domestically. Our coal, we're going to sell that to the Chinese and buy it back. Our iron, we're going to sell that to the Chinese and buy it back. Our uranium, we're just going to give that to the Chinese.
Yep. Well, and that's the other thing. The U.S., if we went to war with China, or China just decided to go off whole hog on Taiwan, suddenly all of our manufacturing is dead.
Yeah.
I mean, domestic products are going to stop. Even if we're producing food domestically, you got to put it in something, and most of that's coming from China.
Yeah. Well, Australia's China does it. There are many ways that China could defeat the Australian army, not least of which is just there's more of them. But
I thought they were going to just release some emus.
Well, that's our best defense against the Chinese.
Strap a nuke to an emu. That sounds like fun.
You get to do it. I'll light the fuse.
You get to be the volunteer to strap the nuke on.
Yeah.
But
if we could somehow cross the emus and the cassowaries.
Oh fuck! Just give the cassowaries cocaine; it'll be fine.
Cocaine cassowary next. That's going to be a new movie.
Oh fuck! I'd pay to see that in cinemas.
I think PCP cassowary has a better sound.
Maybe, yeah.
Anyway, the other thing I was going to say about Australia's military is composed entirely of shit we've brought from the Americans. So,
good luck with that.
If China wants to, our frontline battle tanks, the fucking Abrams, as in the old shit that the US sold off in the 70s and 80s. China's just going to wait 6 months until everything breaks because we can't get spare parts because we've got to buy them all from America. And the spare parts, well, they come over on boats. Or, we'll send it over on a plane. Well, how's that going to work when China controls all the fucking airspace? And they don't even need planes to do it with. They just need surface-to-air missiles on the more ships they've got than us.
Yeah. One thing that really kind of baffles me is this discussion currently by the green Nazis of, well, let's just convert all of our military vehicles to electric. So you want to basically say one EMP and everything's dead.
Well, that's it. We should be sending some of our military equipment backwards. It should be either purely mechanical or hardwired electrical. I mean, your old-fashioned, basic switches, contacts, and a battery.
Yep. Get rid of semiconductors inside of your vehicles, things like that.
Yeah, and those and we're not going to have our new nuclear subs. They're being built by some other foreign country for like 30 fucking years.
Yep.
I can remember when I think it was the F-16. They called it the electric jet. When that was first coming out, there were a lot of, I think it was Pentagon guys who were saying things like, look, this is a bad idea because it was fly-by-wire. They really didn't like it because if there was an EMP or a nuke, for example, it would just drop out of the sky.
Yeah.
Whereas something like an F-15, which is basically a hard control, it can't do that.
Oh, well, speaking of, let's have a look at the Royal Australian Air Force. Because I was just going to look to see what we've got. But we might as well look at how many we've got. We have 59 F-35As and 24 F-A-18 Super Hornets. Made by the United States, of course.
Yeah. That's what Canada's still flying too.
And that
F-18.
And that F-35... invented 15 fucking years ago.
Yep. I mean, hell, the F-18 is, the A model.
The F-A-18 is 3 years short of still being in the Cold fucking War. And we only got rid.
I will say, performance-wise, the F-14 was a far superior aircraft over the Super Hornet, and that was designed in like the 1960s.
Well, for some
and
reason, we got rid of the F-111 to replace it with the Super Hornet.
of course, the aardvark is
The aardvark.
awesome.
I think
Awesome
that's the one. Yeah, that's the one, and that's from
Yep.
the 70s, and it's fucking and it's no worse than the shit we've got now. And again, okay, so what if it's not the top of the line shit? Don't just scrap it, you fucking retards.
Yep. Well, I always liked the Navy was doing a kind of a test bed program where they wanted to basically take the old existing airframes, put them into new production, and kind of work out some of the kinks. But of course, that got scrapped because of the Joint Strike Fighter idea, which not a fan of. But that's just me.
Let's have a look at the amount of. Oh, here we go. The Chinese Air Force has more than 4,000 aircraft, compared to Australia's less than 100 combat aircraft. Also, nearly all of our aircraft are based in the one place because our government are idiots. They made what they decided they'd make a super base and put all our assets in essentially one base. Yeah, so that's fantastic. They'll just nuke that and then job's done.
Yep. So Billy Blogs was saying they should at least convert old jets to drones, essentially. They've been doing that since 1943 with Project Aphrodite, where they were taking old B-17s, packing them full of explosives, and flying them by wire into targets in Germany.
Oof.
Yeah, but yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. They don't count on it. Australia's is no help whatsoever fucking ever.
That's where you're wrong. Cannon fodder.
Australia's not even good for that. Not like we don't even have enough numbers to be used for cannon fodder. Let's have a look at our Navy, for example. We have 2 landing helicopter docks, 1 dock landing ship, 6 submarines, 3 destroyers, 8 frigates, 8 patrol vessels, 4 mine hunters, 4 survey ships, and 2 replenishment oilers. That wouldn't even fucking protect Tasmania.
I thought you had at least double that, but I am so far behind on my Southern Hemisphere information.
Yeah, so that's what, 16, 20... So that, what, 40 total ships? And of those, only 11 are actually for combat, plus 6 shitty submarines? Yeah, oh yeah, we're going to stop the Chinese landing. All they need to do is put a couple of landing ships in each direction, job's done. And Callum makes an excellent point. That should be a fleet, not the whole fucking Navy.
Yeah.
You guys have 6 subs?
Well, allegedly.
Canada has 4. There was a time, and that's 4 that may or may not be operable, by the way. Yeah. There was a time about 25 years ago where there was a mall in Edmonton, Alberta that had more operable submarines than the Canadian fucking Navy.
Wow.
Well, hold on. Let's look at the Australian Army, because I'm pretty sure there are more operable tanks in US civilian hands than there are in the fucking Australian Defence Force.
Probably. and most of ours are well maintained. The civilian ones.
Yeah, I was going to say. Oh, look.
Yeah, that's got to be a terrifying prospect for anybody who ever thinks about possibly invading the U.S. There are civilians who own tanks.
Yes. It's why China won't invade the US while there are weapons in civilian hands. Actually, that reminds me of a question that Callum asked earlier. Stupid question. How hard would it be to conduct guerrilla warfare in Australia, or just insurgency? Straight up fucking impossible. Guerrilla warfare and insurgency with what?
Sticks, maybe?
Yeah. I mean,
Pointy sticks?
granted, we've got more guns now than we did in the 90s, but there's no shootings, funnily enough.
Almost like the mentally ill and the criminals have a slightly harder time. Slightly. Not really. I'm just making things up to make people feel better about not having the Second Amendment.
Well, there's. I was looking up some news about a shooting where some cops got shot, but that might talk about vaguely on Rumble if there's interest. And oh boy, the police fucked up, then they fucked up, then they fucked up again, then they fucked up, then they fucked up some more, then they sent 4 fucking rookies, then they fucked up a bit,
God.
then some of the rookies got killed, and somehow this is legal gun owners' fault.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
So here we go. Australia's actual army consists of 59 M1A1 Abrams.
At least they're A1s.
Yes, but when was the A1 made?
Oh gosh, mid-90s, I think.
Yeah, or better yet, when did the US stop using them?
Well, that's the good question to ask.
Designed in the fucking 70s.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
I think the last time I remember the Abrams being used, and I'm probably wrong about this, was Desert Storm.
Yep.
Well, that was with the A1. I mean, it's still
okay.
in active frontline service.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They're just at like the A3. Don't quote me on that.
Okay, now let's do some math, shall we? The Australian coastline is approximately 34,000 kilometres. 34,000 kilometres. Now we divide that by 59, and each tank is responsible for 576 kilometres of coastline.
Oh, God. Not to interrupt, but Viral B over on Rumble has given us $1 to say hola.
Ah. Hola as well. Thank you very much.
And you remember my little bit of Spanish that I know. Gracias. And I think that's pretty much it. And yo no habla español.
The important bit.
Yes, the part where I say I don't know how to speak Spanish in Spanish.
I mean, that is helpful to know, and a lot of people in places like that shouldn't be appreciated. So let's do the entire Australian Defence Force divided by 34,000. So it consists of 60,000 active personnel and 29,000 reserve. So probably better to go the other way around. So 60,000. I'm not doing the exact numbers. Plus 20. That's 30,000. That'll do. That's 90,000. So that's 2 guys per kilometre of coastline.
And a drop bear.
Yes. So that includes all the officers, all the cooks, all the dentists. 90,000 total personnel for what was that? 34,000 kilometers of coastline. So even if you gave all the generals and the fry cooks a rifle, you'd have maybe 3 guys per kilometer to defend the country.
What if you take a number of, say, 650,000 and for that coastline?
Yes. That's looking a bit better.
That's the number of emus in Australia.
Yes. And yes, And to address what Tristan said, Tristan said, tanks aren't for patrol. Coastline's not what your Green One Navy's for. Refer to the previous bit where what Navy?
Yeah.
That's the point. What fucking Navy?
Yeah. And yeah, our Conley's talking about not using tanks to defend the coast, using hard points and stuff like that. Yeah, no, but this is just kind of like an example of how spread out the Australian army would be if they were trying to defend every inch of the coastline.
It's probably even worse for Canada.
And yes, you're not wrong. Like, yeah, in radar detection, scramble planes, critical ports, etc., etc. Oh wait, the ports are already owned by the Chinese.
Yeah,
but yes, the thing I'm getting at though is China has enough people in their military that they could just land at 40 places. Or they could send 1,000 planes. Remember, our Air Force has less than 100 fucking anti-air aircraft. Actual combat aircraft. There's no chance in hell that Australia's going to be any value whatsoever in defeating China.
Well, unless they send in the emus. 650,000 angry birds hopped up on something.
Yeah. Base 8 makes some very good questions. Australia's a fucking island. Why don't you have a navy? You should only have a navy. As citation, please refer to the British Navy prior to them fucking it up in the 50s.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I've said before. Australia doesn't need an army. Our army's fucking useless. Our army's not going to be of any use whatsoever because there's so much fucking country. We need an air force, a navy, and a shitload of anti-aircraft missile silos and depots around the country. Our coastline, like every fucking 50k, there should be a fucking SAM silo or something, or whatever the up-to-date version is.
But no, that's actually what you really need is the old traditional American militia system from like the mid 1800s, where it's your duty as a citizen to go to drill every month, and that's you learn the basics of how to clean, maintain, and the basics of how to communicate in a military kind of situation. Most of the time at that point was shut up and listen to your sergeants and officers, but still, that would work now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. R. Connolly is thinking to Stanley, do you need more conspiracy in you? Because he's saying Chinese business and not Chinese military, those ports to be seized. Yes, in theory, but you got to put the tinfoil hat on. You think there aren't Chinese troops just sitting in shipping containers in the ports?
I mean,
that's where I'm going full conspiracy here.
And honestly, you just have to look at history and look at the Nazi invasion of Norway, and what set that incident off was the fact that German soldiers were discovered entering a port into a civilian shipping vessel at that point. So yeah, I think the conspiracy is a bit warranted, just because it's been proven to happen. Basically, since the 60s, the idea of kind of sleeper cell units has been floated by every major power throughout the world.
And like on the how many planes can reach Australia, there's a reason they're building bases in the Solomon Islands so that all of them can, as many as they want, can reach. Tristan says neither the Navy nor the Air Force can take and hold ground. Well, our army can't either because there's fuck all of it. Like, I get where you're coming from. You need to hold ground with boots on the ground, but what exactly are 50,000 troops going to do? Our entire army is 50,000. I'm
That would be a small landing force for the Chinese.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure there are bigger armies in some rural towns in America.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Chinese Navy, 3 aircraft carriers. That's significant.
Yes, that's
Yep.
three more than Australia has.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. United States has significantly more, but
Connolly says the thing,
honestly, it's
though,
like,
is Australia's part of the Five Eyes Alliance. These 5 countries include Australia, New Zealand, Canada, UK, and US. Well, we can ignore New Zealand just straight up. And yes, Canada we can probably also ignore because speaking of Chinese infiltration and Trojan horses, now the UK and the US. The UK has to get here, and the US is going to be too busy because the Chinas will probably attack while the US is doing something stupid like fucking with Russia.
I have very depressing news about Canada's military strength that I've just discovered.
It's worse than Australia's.
When the topic of aircraft carriers came up, I was wondering how many do we have? Our last one was commissioned in 1970.
oh god.
Oh, Lord.
We are a country with 243,000 kilometers of coastline and no aircraft carriers.
I mean, you should have one on either coast, minimum of 2.
Well, we have 3 coasts technically because we have the Arctic coast as well, so there should be a minimum of 4. My opinion,
Yeah.
but
Iconically also talking about the Five Eyes spy alliance. These countries' intelligence agencies will sweep and share information with one another. Yeah, on us, not the fucking Chinese.
yeah, it looks like Canada's probably going to be put out of that before too long.
Yeah.
And-
I get exactly where you're coming from, and if these organizations actually worked as they were supposed to, yeah, it'd be easy as piss. Problem is, though, if the Five Eyes are so good, why are there Chinese secret police stations all across Canada there's, 3 that were shut down last month in New York?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think the other thing we really need to think of is getting away from symmetrical warfare, because
Yes.
it's been proved since really the Korean War, asymmetrical warfare is what is going to be coming.
Yeah, and that's why the US is never going to fear land invasion. So what if China's got 1.5 billion people? Got 300 something million Americans, and each and every one of them could have a gun and more training than the entire Chinese population.
And the other thing is, training does not necessarily trump desperation.
No. Also,
Well,
keep it also, like, yeah, obviously training, if you're better trained, you can kill more enemies, but that's assuming that you've got more ammo than enemies.
Yeah. And, well, I think it's always a fair point, because hell, look at Poland during the Second World War. And
you mean the absolute mad lads that were doing cavalry charges on tanks?
Yes, and actually succeeded in that. That's something everybody seems to forget, is they overran the front line of that German unit. It was, they were on break. They were like, oh, no, the Poles aren't going to do anything. And then a fucking cavalry division runs in, decimates the frontline German troops, and then is like, oh shit, there's tanks, let's scatter.
Yeah.
So, yeah, everybody makes fun. It's like, yeah, but they actually almost won that engagement.
Yeah. I would also like everyone to note that the Deputy Chief of Army is a woman.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, you're screwed.
Yes.
To be fair, our defense minister is an Indian woman.
Is it a traditional woman? We don't know.
Well, it could be a new woman, that's true.
Yeah.
One of the things I wanted to bring up if we're talking about guerrilla warfare, especially when it comes to the idea of a U.S. land invasion, dear God, those poor idiots who decide to go into the Appalachian Mountains and try and take those people out of their homes. Good fucking luck, buddy. You're never going to see the bullet that kills you.
Oh, but how...
Like Major Patrick Ferguson back in 1780?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh yeah, this is Revolutionary War era. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So back then, Patrick Ferguson and his loyalist militia went close to the Appalachians and said, we're going to come over there and either you submit or we'll destroy you. So they pissed off a lot of Tennesseans. The Tennesseans forced marched, I can't remember how many days, surprise attacked what was supposed to be a very defensible position, and just massacred them because they're like, you threatened us, fuck
you. Yeah.
And that attitude is still very much alive in that part of the world.
Yeah, and
that's fertilize our tobacco plants with your leftovers.
Yeah,
yeah,
and that's what the idiots who are like, oh, you're gonna take on the might of the U.S. military. Well, yeah, the Iraqis and Afghanistanis did that, and who's in charge of Iraq and Afghanistan now?
Mm-hmm. But
if some third world shithole loser farmers with shitty rusty AKs and no training can defeat the might of the US military, and it's on foreign soil, so you don't have to worry about grandma going, "You have betrayed the nation."
Yep. And I'm gonna hop back onto the Poles in World War II. They technically had 3 standing armies during the entirety of the war. Yeah, the one in the west, the one that was controlled by the communists, and their home army was considered an actual standing army because it was uniformed. So when members of the home army actually got captured by the Nazis, they were actually treated as prisoners of war in some cases. And it's like, how the fuck does that happen? So, and the point there is they were able to do arms manufacturing and training to get a civilian population that was determined up to military standards, and were actually, for what they were, almost successful.
Yeah. And that's the other thing. That is why the invention of the accurate, in big inverted commas, musket changed warfare in a decade. It takes 2 weeks to train a dude to fire a gun accurately. Now, granted, in modern militaries, you've got more your tactics are a bit more than follow the guy in front of you, point explodey-ended enemy. But if you just want to teach a guy to sit in a pile of leaves and shoot a communist, doesn't take that long.
No. And this is also something I found very fascinating, just from a historical perspective. The American military system, based on kind of our civilian proclivities, is very heavily focused on marksmanship, where they actually had to kind of deprogram that basic, like, yeah, okay, I'm going to go and treat this as a hunting trip kind of mentality in World War One. It's like, no, you've got to do volume of fire. So could you translate that hunting culture to guerrilla warfare? That's gotta be a spicy meatball.
Indeed. And yeah, so to compare us, let me see if I can get up firearms ownership in Australia.
That's going to be a very thin pamphlet of statistics and a very big book of regulations.
And an even bigger book of propaganda. So this is from the University of Sydney, so I'm going to ignore everything they actually say. So this is from 2021, 3.5 million registered firearms. An average of 4 for each licensed gun owner. Well, of course you're going to have as many 4 if you've had to go through that much fucking effort to get one.
Yeah, didn't you say a while back that you need different licenses for different types of firearms?
Yes.
Like if you have a shotgun, you need a shotgun license.
Basically, yes. This is why I can have a handgun and a rifle, but not a crossbow. Because I don't have.
Wait, what?
What?
Despite the fact that the government thinks that I am competent to possess Actual firearms can't have a crossbow. That's too dangerous. I don't have a license for it.
Oh, dear God.
Like, for fuck's sake.
Well, I mean, it's like Canada. I mean, I'm allowed to legally go out and buy a sword, but I can't own a butterfly knife because I might injure myself.
Yes. Yes. Same in Australia.
Oh, yeah, Canada's knife laws are fucked, Bleach.
Yeah. Now, here's where it gets ridiculous. The same applies in my state. In Victoria, where poor Shad from Shadiversity is, he'd need to get a collector's license and ask the government for permission for each sword if he wasn't using the exemption for documentary making.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Because he makes videos about swords and puts them on the internet, he's technically got an exemption to the law that would otherwise require him to have a license to possess a sword.
Wow. Yeah.
That is literal insanity.
Yes. But no, like, for fuck's sake, if we've got to have gun licenses, which in Australia I don't think we're ever going to get around as much as I'd like to adopt the American model.
The constitutional carry model.
Yes,
yeah.
I said American.
Yes.
Because anyone that doesn't have constitutional carry isn't American.
That's true.
Yep.
But if we've got to have
Can
licenses, it should be a tiered system.
Also, fuck New York.
Yes. If we've got to have licenses, it should be a tiered system. Like your fucking vehicle licenses. You can... On your basic license, you can drive a car. On your next license, you can drive a small truck. But you can still drive a car. It should be the same thing for weapons licenses. Like, put your fucking paintball guns and your crossbows down at the bottom level. Then have, like, your rimfire rifles and your shotguns. Then your centerfire rifles. Then your handguns. But if you can have the most dangerous one, you should be allowed to have all the ones beneath it. Because it's not like there's any difference in skill set to be safe with the fucking things. Like, the same rules apply to a fucking crossbow as they do to a firearm. Keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot, and make sure you don't point a loaded crossbow at anyone. That kind of shit.
Oh, yeah.
It's just that it's the only difference between a crossbow and a gun is that it's a lot easier to tell if it's clear.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless it's a pneumatic crossbow.
There's just reading Callum Dayton. You need to have an active reason for various licenses.
Yeah,
in the UK.
same in Australia. You need to have a legitimate reason to possess a firearm. And sadly, self-defense or rising up against tyranny don't count.
See, my reason typically is, I want it. Can I afford it? Yes. Well, it's mine.
Yes.
Yeah. Now I'm just going to go.
Well, that's the other thing.
Gently caress a firearm or five.
We have to ask for permission for each firearm. Like, for fuck's sake, you've already licensed us. Just let us buy whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you take, like you were saying, you take a driver's license. If you have a driver's license that allows you to operate a Corvette, then obviously that same license is good for a Chevette, for example.
Yes. Well,
though that may be a bit of a dated reference for some of our viewers.
Like in Australia, differently to I know for a fact differently to the States, we have different licenses for manual and automatic. So
how can you live like that?
Because we don't.
I'm sorry. Wait, what?
We're not allowed to shoot our politicians. That's why.
Yeah, that explains
it.
No one's ever allowed to shoot their politicians. You just do it and then apologize later.
You apologize?
Yeah. No, so like if you're licensed to drive a manual car, you can drive an automatic car. Obviously. If you're licensed to drive a small truck, you can drive any kind of car. If you're licensed to drive a big truck, you can drive all the previous. The same should apply to firearms licenses. And yes, Billy, they do charge you for each license, but that's not the reason. The reason is to make it as hard as fucking possible for anybody to get a firearms license. They don't need the...
Hold up. I'm just kind of hung up on this. you need a license to drive like a pickup as a special endorsement?
No, you're using the
Okay.
American version of truck. When we say truck, we
Yeah,
mean
he's thinking about tractor trailer,
Oh, okay.
well, no, box
or
truck.
what in Britain would be
I-
called
I-
a
Box
lorry.
truck. Okay.
We went,
Yeah,
well,
I was just making sure.
in Australia, a light truck would be a small box truck. So so slightly heavier than the biggest thing you could probably get at U-Haul on a car license.
Right. So yeah, because
Okay.
I'm like for a box truck because I drove one for a place that I worked. Just as a demo thing, and the only thing I needed to do was make sure I put gas in the tank and I was good to go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
I think a box truck and a cube van are the same thing. Maybe
probably
Yes.
question mark.
are we getting confused about using different terminology within the same language?
Yes.
Yeah, I could see that.
Basically, in the U.S., if it has pneumatic brakes, you need a commercial driver's license. If it's just hydraulics,
Well,
yeah,
That's
your
roughly the
license
same
is
here.
so the infinite nanny state in my state, at least, we've got 3 levels of box truck.
ah
Oh dear God.
So we have light rigid, medium rigid, and heavy rigid. So a car is up to 4.5 ton. Then above 4.5 ton, you've got your light trucks. Then you start switching to dual wheels on the rear, and it's stupid. It's just daft. It makes no fucking sense.
That sounds like Australia has allowed their government to get completely out of control.
yes.
Yes,
Do you need an injection of freedom? If you've got oil, we can come over and visit.
we've got
They
uranium,
have
coal,
uranium.
and iron.
I mean, I'm in, but I don't know about my
Yeah.
politicians.
But yeah, so
Yeah, we should all just run for office and just form a giant coalition and just call it the oil farmers of the universe.
Yeah.
oh, base as fuck. So yeah, I think I covered it a decent bit, but specifically with the licenses, yes, they do charge for each license. Of course they do. They're cunts. But it's not. I think for once, it's not about the money. It's about making it as hard as fucking possible to get a firearms license of any kind. For example, we break long guns down into stupid kinds, like a rimfire 22 is different to a lever action shotgun. It's weird. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't need to make sense. It's stupid shit made up by stupid people who've never held a gun in their lives. But
my soul's just hurting today.
There's two big classifications in long arms that most people have. There's A and B. Technically, you can get one or the other. In practice, it takes 5 more seconds to do your safety course and get covered off for both, and then you just pay the one application fee. And then you get both codes on the one license. But if you want to get a handgun, well, not only is the process just utterly retarded, that's a different license with a different code on it. Oh, and you can only have that one for 5 years instead of 10, like you can with a rifle, because reasons. Despite the fact that they can cancel your license at any time, for any reason whatsoever, or none, in fact.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, Billy brings up a good point in chat. He says, do they charge you for each license? That could be the reason. That's absolutely part of the reason.
That was literally the comment I was addressing.
Oh, sorry. I've allowed my mind to drift because I haven't had a cigarette in a while. I'll be back.
Ardent needs a nicotine hit in. Oh, poor Ardent.
Yeah.
Ah, dear. Hold on, I need to...
Yeah, my brain's just all sorts of swirling. It's like, but it's all basically the same form and function. It's not like you're going up to like a howitzer or something. Or actually, I didn't need a license for that.
Bleach, I'm going to show you a handgun. It is going to make you cry. It's going to make all the Americans and other forms of people who wish they were free cry.
Oh,
Let me
God.
see if I can get it up. So let's see. Firearms, handguns. Who do we feel like checking out a handgun from? Ooh, Ruger, because Ruger's known for their good fucking handguns, aren't they?
They are, yes.
Is it? So let's see. Is it Ruger who absolutely fucked things up? No, that. Let me introduce. Let me introduce this. This is a handgun.
What the absolute fucking retardation is this?
I don't know. That's a bastardized son of a rifle that's had the muzzle and the stock cut off.
What? Cal 9 mil?
9mm. Taste Glock magazines.
Well, I mean, there's that at least. This is like.
What about this?
What?
That's a pistol.
What?
That's a handgun, Bleach.
Oh dear God.
It's fine. It may look like someone cut the fun bits off of a semi-auto rifle, but that's a handgun, honest.
I think I'm going to go weep in the corner for a bit. I just. No. Just no.
Rising gun lower.
And the price. It's like, yeah, I know that's Australian dollars, but.
Oh, how about a takedown pistol, Bleach?
I don't even know what to do with this.
Look.
Okay, finally, the actual pistols.
Yeah, actual handguns. Oddly enough, revolvers are really popular in Australia because we're fucked anyway. We can't carry for self-defense and we're only allowed 10 rounds anyway, so who gives a shit? Yes. Let's take your piece of shit, whatever, Ruger, and put it in a holster that has a scope cut out. Fucking fuds, I swear to God, man.
Not the weirdest thing that I've seen, but... And I know a lot of guys that run red dots on things.
Oh, good. We don't actually have any handguns under Remington today.
How about Smith & Wesson or SIG?
Let's have a look at... Well, Smith & Wesson's got all your sexy revolvers.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got one myself.
Is that a 20?
Not awful.
No.
But yeah, it's either going to be a 22
I've never understood cutouts in slides if they don't also vent gas out of them barreled for recoil management.
The idea is lightening things, but honestly and I assume this is in 22, so you don't, I guess
that's
you're
9mm.
making it lighter. Oh, not? So that's just really stupid.
Yes.
Because at least for me, I want that extra mass slowing down the
or how about that extra mass holding the barrel level so when you shoot a decent fucking caliber, the gun doesn't go flying through the air because it weighs half an ounce.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just...
Speaking of actual decent guns like that, let's see if we can find a actual gun. Yeah, something... I'd say even just a short barrel. Where's the real guns, you bastards? No, if I'm getting it... Fuck, the 1911 safety sucks.
Only if you're not trained up on it.
Well, I'm not a fan of grip safeties in general.
I can understand that to a point, although I like certain grip safeties, because some of them are just designed for grip safety only, and then they threw in some little
Yeah, that's
goofy
fair.
thing. It's like,
Like my consideration is that if I have to shoot someone from a compromised close contact position, I may not be able to actually get a proper grip on that. But doesn't really matter in Australia anyway. We're just fucked. So this is the kind of thing that I'm talking about when you want weight in the bloody barrel. When you start getting your 6-inch plus barrels on a Smith & Wesson, okay, we'll ignore the fact that this is a 10mm piece of shit, but if you shoot, if you've got it in a useful caliber like 357, that shot goes exactly where you aim it. Like, I was utterly astounded. I was at the range the other day and finally got to try some 357. Like, yeah, it's more recoil than anything else in a standard caliber in Australia, than your 9mm, of course. But in a bigger revolver like that, you don't feel the upwards recoil as much. It's just more straight back into your shoulders because the gun's not rising because of the additional mass.
And you also have, that velocity of the cartridge and things like that, where there's a perfect balance between barrel length and felt recoil and barrel rise. And, granted, 10mm is not a good example, but if that was in like 45 Colt.
Yeah, they do that in
357.
But fortunately, Smith & Wesson aren't stupid. They do that gun in actual useful calibers as well.
Yep.
Oh yes,
357.
357 7-shot. That's the one you need. Bang, 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 bang. Ask yourself, how many shots instead of 5? 5 or 6? 6. Ha! You're running at me. I see. Bang. Fuck you. It's a 7-shot revolver.
I mean, if you want to go really old school, go get a Lamat revolver. That was 9 shots with a shotgun in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd love
the Lamat was my favorite gun in Red Dead Redemption 2.
I'd love to get a Lamat. Actually, the barrel on that might be long enough that it's actually legal in Australia. I'm gonna...
Yeah, I think a Lamat is one of the few things I could actually get a replica of sent into Canada. It wouldn't be able to be firing, but I could get it.
I mean, it's black powder, so you just take the nipples off the cylinder and you're good to go. Then you have somebody send you nipples.
Dear.
Well, it's a strange caliber. It's like 32, if I remember correctly.
I'd have to look into it, but I really do wonder if you could actually get a Lamat. You'd probably run into issues. What's your legitimate purpose for this?
Rabbits.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was 42 and 36 caliber.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Which it's kind of an oddball with the Lamat, but
22 long rifle 10-shot in a 6-inch barrel. No.
Jesus Christ.
So basically, you're carrying around a really heavy paperweight.
Yes. Oh, here we go. The governor.
The world's most dangerous starter pistol.
Yep. Also, I'm not
410
yeah.
Whoa, that's interesting. So it's 410, 45 ACP, and 45 Colt.
Yes. Also, I'm reasonably sure this isn't actually long enough for you to actually own, unless you've... Because in Australia, you can't have a revolver that's shorter than 100mm.
Why?
Because fuck you, it's concealable, that's why.
Of course.
Despite the fact...
You might put that in your pocket.
Despite the fact that you can go over back to fucking Remington or whoever it was, and get yourself a breakdown semi-auto, whatever the fuck that was.
Yeah.
Soul killer.
Holding ARs.
Now we're talking. 8+
Don't get me started on the damn folding ARs.
I know, right? Oh god. And I keep getting reminded by chat that the high power is not a 45. I do apologize.
Yes.
You should.
Yes.
Fuck you, I'm going to call Brownie. we need a high power in 45. Anyway, enough talking about how shit our gun was. Let's talk about the Quartering's latest drama. God, the man talks himself into drama. So,
what's he done this time?
So
Is
he's
his channel under attack again?
this time by Matt Walsh.
Don't get me wrong, I love Jeremy. He was one of my Facebook friends. But for God's sakes, man, are you constantly under assault or what?
Well, if you just sign up for his coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His content's so low effort though these days. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Now, I will say he does good intros. He's got a guy for that. But I tune out as soon as I'll watch an interesting intro and then yeah, I'm off.
Well, that's it. He repeats the same points like 4 times to get the video out to 12 minutes, which I suppose is better than Timple's 17 times to get it out to 20 minutes.
Oh, God. Yeah. I was actually happy to see them fighting because it's like, well, good. Now I know that they both suck.
So basically, Matt Walsh is being a whiny fucking child and whining and carrying on about video games because apparently the Christian right still isn't over fucking video games.
It's a really small segment of the Christian right that actually gives a shit about video games, but
yeah, that's the segment of the right that's very close to the left.
Yeah,
the old horseshoe theory.
Yeah,
nothing like good old.
I call it the busybody puritanical aspect of American culture.
What?
It's the Venn diagram of people who won't leave you the fuck alone and people who are concerned about the things you do.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, it's just standard puritanical religious bullshit. It's just the religion that differs. Is it Christianity or is it molesting children? No, wait, hold on a second. What have the Catholic Church been up to this week?
I'm kind of curious about this whole drop everything now that's trending in the bottom right there.
I'm sure it's something
drop your
stupid.
trousers now.
Yes.
We're not ready for an election in Canada yet.
Marku says that Matt Walsh is just the right-wing version of hipster. I swear, the more I see Matt Walsh talk, the less I like him.
Matt Walsh is one of those guys where he can do very good things on very specific topics, but when he gives like general opinions, I just want him to shut the fuck up.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that hipster comment though, Marku, because he's wearing plaid and he sure as fuck doesn't look like he chops a lot of wood.
Yep. He's a perfect example of the right-wing Christian zealot moral fagging that's going on. And again, your religious moral fagging holds no weight with atheists. So if you want the right to win the atheist vote, shut the fuck up about video games.
Yeah. And total blackouts talking about purity spires are real. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, as Total Blackout points out, they did drag up a tweet that Matt Walsh had from like 2016, which was fucking stupid, yes, but Matt Walsh has basically come out and doubled down on it. So fuck it.
Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, you don't apologize for something that's in the past because even if your opinions changed, unless it's something horrific.
Yeah.
Where you're calling
and that's
for,
a fair thing.
Mass genocide, like Chunky Yogurt.
If you have actually evolved your opinions legitimately, you shouldn't have to apologize for what you're saying. If you formed a well-reasoned belief based on what you knew and believed at the time, and then that's changed based on new information and opinions and thought, that's fine. That's, in fact, very admirable. And you shouldn't need to apologize for something you weren't wrong about, necessarily. But he was wrong that video games are bad. We've established over and over again that that's just straight up not true. And the other problem is the really lazy arguments with it as well. Oh, just sitting down for hours playing video games. You idiots sit down for hours and watch other people play sports. Shut the fuck up. At least in the video game you're fucking participating, rather than sitting on a fucking couch for 2 hours wasting oxygen.
Yeah.
And I don't hold that sport against anyone, but I personally can't stand nearly all sport because I don't see the value in it. I'm not participating in it because I'm lazy. But I'm also not so lazy that I'd actually watch someone else do it. But
outside of hockey, I agree. But the other
yeah, but
reason
hockey's
for
a
me is like,
boxing match with some ice figure skating thrown in the middle.
exactly. Yeah. That and I did it once upon a time, and it's like, yeah, that's it's kind of good memories, and I can see where some people do that, but
That's not
God,
fair.
you turn
Hockey is not a
basketball
boxing
on.
match.
You
Hockey
turn
is a
basketball
street
on.
fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You turn basketball on, and they suddenly want the world to end. Just take everybody with me, kind of. Please, can a meteor come in and kill us all?
I'd rather watch professional golf than basketball.
Yes.
Yes, actually, unironically.
Yeah.
And we won't talk. We also won't talk about the demographics of those two sports either, will we?
Let's just say LeBrandon James is one of those people where it's like, so he could say, "I'll give you $1 million to talk with me for a day." It's like, I'd rather be poor.
A day.
Yeah.
You either need to make it an hour or up it by 23 million.
Yeah.
Or,
exactly.
or alternately, I will give you back 900,000 if I can punch you in the head once.
Yeah.
See, and I make no secret of the fact that I'm a dirty, dirty capitalist whore, but I'd probably take the million and then just suffer through it. I mean, I suffer through this show for far less.
Fair.
I play games with Trim for free. But
poor bastard.
yeah, like I don't hold watching sport on TV against people if they like sport. I don't understand it. I'll never understand normal sport. Like combat sports, at least I get from an evolutionary level. But
oh, so that's why you're okay with hockey?
Yes, because hockey's a combat sport.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't stand televised sport. I don't get why people watch it, but I don't hold it against them. If that's what they want to do for a couple of hours to try and forget about how miserable life is, more power to you. But you do not get to whine about video gamers, because at least they're fucking taking part.
Yeah. I never understood video games are bad. It's like, if that's all you do with your life, yeah, but just going in for a couple hours and having fun, that's fine.
Well, it's like everything.
That's what I do.
It's about moderation. If you sit in the basement and play video games all day with no intent to change things and no streaming income, that's a problem. However, if you come home from work and want to shoot some virtual people because you've wanted to shoot real people for the last 6 hours, that's better than actually doing that.
Use cheat codes.
Exactly.
Hey, Crow's rocked up in chat. Hello, Crow. Good to see you.
Hello, Crow.
At least you've survived so far the PC problems. But yeah, like the whole you're doing nothing while you're playing video games argument needs to die, especially from people who watch televised sport.
Yeah.
You are literally
Total
doing.
Blackout and I have been talking about the lumberjack competitions they used to show on TV here in Canada. Some of those were amazing to watch.
Timber sports are actually pretty cool, except speed chainsawing. That's just that's not manly in the fucking slightest. No, but the actual axe work, that's pretty cool. But can't stand the speed chainsaw bullshit.
Yeah, 2-man bucksaw was pretty entertaining too.
You've seen that stupid speed chainsaw bullshit. The chainsaw go down, it go up, it go down again. Like, fuck off.
Yeah. You're.
There's no skill involved in that.
Yeah, no, you're not being judged on the thickness of your slices or anything. So come on.
Oh well, that's even dumber.
Yeah,
it's like if they were like speed and precision, cool. But where it's like you just kind of flail around.
If it was you have 5 minutes to carve a fucking squirrel out of this log with a chainsaw, I'd watch that.
Oh hell yeah!
I'd try to participate.
Hell yeah. But no, Speed Chainsaw's just the dumbest shit I've ever
Maureen
seen.
is in chat and is yeah.
Picking on
Maureen's wrapped
Crow.
up in chat and been naughty.
Is she ever not naughty?
No.
Well, fair point. She is Dutch.
The most degenerate of the Europeans.
Speaking of sport,
Oh, come
Tristan
on,
says
the
that
French are still there.
in 2019, the Toronto
They're not people.
Raptors won the NBA championship.
Fair.
None of the 12 players were from Toronto, and none of the 12 were from Canada. So I don't know. He doesn't know what the fuck the Canadians were cheering for.
Well, that's like
Yeah.
NHL hockey. I mean, 95% of the team is, or 90 to 95% of the team tends to be Canadian or some sort of North American, and yeah, Canadians will still go nuts for it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's bloody ridiculous. Did I have something from entertainment media that ties into this?
Monkey says none of them were Raptors either. Fake news.
Yep.
That would be a televised sport I would fucking watch.
Oh,
Actual Raptor basketball.
or even just falconry. I'd watch the shit.
Oh,
out of
yeah.
fuck, falconry. Yeah, I'd watch that. Watch that in a fucking heartbeat.
They must do falconry competitions in like the Middle East somewhere, don't they? Could have a
Ooh,
look.
that would be
I think
interesting.
so.
But yeah, so the argument that video games are degenerate, like all broad-based arguments, needs to die in a fire. Are there degenerate video games? Yes. See Japan. Should video games be banned because some perverts make them to sell to other perverts? No. And if we're going to talk about bad for children, well, can't watch WWE with your kids either. That encourages violence.
Yeah.
Well, considering how the content has matured so much since I was a kid, yeah. I mean, one of the big controversies in wrestling when I was a kid was it looked like Hulk Hogan put his hand on Miss Elizabeth's bum once. Like, oh, good
Well,
God.
even here's the thing though. Even that, by this logic, should be banned because wrestling is, well, it's staged violence or semi-staged violence. That's harmful to kids. It encourages them to be more violent, just like fucking video games. In fact, I bet it encourages them to be more violent better. Because video games aren't real and kids imitate wrestling. I mean, how many kids have gone into hospital and the mother's just there going, these fucking idiots were watching WWE. There's a better argument for banning WWE for kids than there is for banning video games. And do I think they should...
Yeah. It's one of those. It's like that's when you're seeing actual physical human violence versus something where your brain can disconnect. It's like,
Yeah, especially when you sporterize it and give the moves cool names, and then the kids imitate that shit. Like you can actually directly link WWE to actual physical harm on children.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Fuck. There were 3 kids were given concussions in 1 month in my school because somebody decided to try doing Jake the Snake's DDT on them.
Exactly. See? But do I think they should ban WWE? Well, not because of the violence, but because it's crap, maybe. But that's a capitalism issue. If idiots weren't watching, they wouldn't make it anymore. So I don't think they should ban it either. If parents don't want their kids to watch it because it's too violent, fine. Parent. That's your job. You've got one fucking job. Do it. Disco's points actually covered this in her dissertation. Well, touched on it. Actually, that reminds me. Do I have Disco's dissertation still?
Oh, I did find a falconry competition video. I threw it in the show chat.
Ooh.
I'm going to get so
It
distracted
actually,
by that.
all I had to put in was falconry competition, and I got pages of it.
That is so cool.
And Blackout is in Idaho, and he says that they do falconry competitions there. They have the World Center for Birds of Prey in Boise.
Ooh.
And Boise is such a nice place to go. So falconry and big fucking potatoes.
If I'd remembered this, I would have got up Disco's dissertation. Oh well.
Then you would have gone to 8 pages.
Yes. But yeah, like there are direct parallels that you can make between the effects that things other than video games do that are far more potent. Like, how about any showing of alcohol prior to 8 p.m.? How about the gay romance? That's harmful to kids. Should we ban that?
Yes.
Yes, unironically,
Yes.
but
Feminism probably doesn't do them any good. We should ban that too.
Yep.
I'm down for banning stupid things.
Yeah.
Really.
We should absolutely ban stupid people.
Yes.
Yes.
Especially from voting.
Well,
If you can't take your damned ID.
Apparently, that's the inefficient way of banning stupid people from voting. If you're too stupid to fill out the form to get your fucking ID, you're too stupid to vote. Problem fucking solved. And somehow the Conservatives still lost. Useless fucking idiots. But we'll come to that later when it's actually that segment. So, what do we have up next? Was there anything else interesting in this? No, not really. We might come back to stupidity in video games later. Yeah, Disco says she actually covered the studies done testing the violence causing violence theories. And video games violence doesn't. In fact, it improves cognitive perception, it improves reaction time, it actually decreases actual violence.
Yep. It's a great outlet.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's better than drugs and alcohol.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, if you've got an addictive personality, you're more likely to overindulge, but
and
it's one of those things where it's therapeutic. I mean, that's something I think gets overlooked. It's like, oh, it's fun. It's like, yes, but it's very therapeutic for people.
And on that note, if a child can't moderate their own usage, that's what the parents are there for, fucking idiots. That's the topic we'll come back later to in other segments, because more idiots are banning porn again.
What's Connor doing now?
Basically, yeah. It's Connor, but with an American accent.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, so it's changed the last O to an E.
Yeah.
Great. Instead of being Catholic, he's Baptist.
Oh, God. Oh, Lord above. So, I need to go to a bleach, but we'll put up the next article. So this is... So okay. Fat Bitch says, I was kicked off the Harry Potter ride for being too fat. So I'm just going to grab this article link into the Discord. Try to anyway. Apparently Discord wants to crash. Well, I need to pee. I will be back shortly.
Okay.
Everybody, remember to golf clap for Bez.
I refuse to take on the additional guilt of not having gotten into Harry Potter until I was 35. What the fuck were you doing getting involved in a kid's franchise at that age? But I'll admit that despite the annoying J.K. Rowling versus Native people scandal, that I doubt you heard anything about, but I followed because I'm Native. Native what? I got deeply sucked in last year. It was the depression and disgust surrounding Donald Trump's election that sent me into a YA fantasy endurance run. So in other words, you couldn't deal with reality and decided to retreat into a fantasy world.
And not I went just so far, any fantasy world. A young adult fantasy world. A fantasy world for children.
Hold on a fucking second. I didn't pre-read this article. Are you actually reading real shit? Holy fuck.
Yeah. I wasn't making this shit up, man.
The J.K. Rowling versus Native people. Native people of who? What? Where? When? Why now? Holy fucking Jesus. Yeah. Donald Trump. Oh my lord. Sorry, anyway.
Into a YA fantasy endurance run where I went so far as to purchase an armchair for my round-the-clock bedroom reading. Dear God, no wonder you're fucking gigantic. By Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, I was logging onto Pottermore to determine my Hogwarts house. And of course, she has to share that it was Ravenclaw.
Well, yeah,
And
we all
Mike
know that
Petronas.
she'd actually be a Slytherin, because that's where the deviant
Well.
pedophiles go.
No, I'm pretty sure those guys end up in Hufflepuff.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the puff part,
Yeah. I'm not even sure what that says. Scops owl? Whatever the fuck a Scops owl is.
Maybe it's like some sort of like Scopes monkey trial owl.
Now, I've
Comparing the
actually
novels to the
read
movies,
some
and
of
then
the
sobbing when Dumbledore, well, no spoilers. Dumbledore fucking died!
Yes, it's been like 20 fucking years.
Yeah. If you haven't read it by now, you're probably not real.
So, oh yeah,
And
speaking
here's
of
a
that,
Bible
also,
spoiler for you. They hung the guy up at the end.
yeah, Jesus dies at the end of the Bible. Now hold on a second.
No.
We also need to address that this bitch didn't get into Harry Potter until it was 35.
30 fucking 5, yeah.
Like, Harry
Yeah.
Potter is a great set of stories for kids, but it is not so well written that you should fall in love with it as a 35-year-old, unless you're mentally a teenager.
Well, now we come to the problem with so many people in society.
Like, when I read Harry Potter, I quite enjoyed it as a kid, but I don't recall...
Tristan Armstrong on Rumble, he says, I haven't seen Passion of the Christ yet, no spoilers.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you
that's
managed to live
brilliant.
this long and not be spoiled on what happens at the end of that movie.
I mean, that's some impressive living in a cave for 3... No, that's spoilers.
Your entire life.
Yeah. You'd have to be deaf, dumb, and blind and not know how to read Braille to manage that one.
You have no fingers.
It reminds me of the joke I made, which, if I say so myself, was fucking fantastic. When people were suggesting pay-per-view fights, and then someone's like, "Oh, Bezic versus Sarden," and I'm, on fucking Easter, I'm like, "I'm not fighting a fucking carpenter on Easter. The bastards won't stay down."
That was a good one. Also, I will point out that in return, I have the joke that Jesus was the son of a carpenter. How fucking ironic is it that he was nailed to 2 pieces of board?
Oh, Lord above. Oda says, "Boy, I sure do wonder if those wacky guys in Ghostbusters find the source of the ghosts."
Oh, dear God. Oh, I had to go die a little.
Oh, he's not dying just a little. He's dying a lot.
Yeah, he is. So what else did this stupid hoe have to say?
Let's see. No surprise when 3 friends and I went to Universal Studio in Los fucking Angeles last month, and I determined our first experience would be the whizzing world of Harry Pothead, an interactive area of the park designed for fans who want a taste of the whiz life. As it was my first time at Universal Studios, I couldn't have possibly been more tickled to drink butterbeer. Ugh, I don't know what that is, but it sounds awful.
It's in universe.
Beer.
It's in universe garbage, and it's not alcoholic. So who cares?
Hogsmeade shops. Even I purchased a $50 wand, so she's really bad with money, that I used on all the goofy little spell sport thing.
Yeah, but by the way, this is 2018, back when $50 was actually worth something. But
yeah. I was a child again, grinning ear to flabby ear the entire time, posting my massive body on numbers of Instagram stories so that all of my friends knew I was living the hotter Perry life.
Oh, dear God.
That was an unintentional consonant swap, but fine.
She's just an idiot. So, my dear friend, Stupid Fat Cow, who has been a guest on my Stupid Fat Cow podcast about the discrimination against stupid fat cows, right, heads up, I was kicked off the Hogwarts, right, because I'm a stupid fat cow and I didn't fit in the safety restraints, you stupid fat cow.
How fucking big do you have to be not to fit safety restraints in the fucking States?
Let's look at that picture again.
Yeah, please.
Yes.
That fat. You
But-
have to be at least half this fat.
Yep. But it was.
You cannot be more than this wide to ride the ride.
Well, actually, I'd bet it would be the other way around. I bet that she was so fat they couldn't force the safety bar down enough to engage the locks.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
So it's not width, it's depth.
Callan Dalton Dayton says, "Get the Al Bundy chart out."
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, that single sentence.
Yeah.
Down below.
Yeah,
when
we'll
you
get to that.
Oh no!
It was humiliating, but they gave me front of the line passes to the rest of the rides at Universal. Just be like, right, so keep in mind that she didn't fit in the safety restraints, but they gave her front of the line passes. Keep that in mind for the next sentence. Who'd like that one?
I'll take it. Woof. Yeah. It's more like oink for this one, but okay.
Yeah.
I'd been investigating size-based discrimination for several months, interviewing and publishing conversations with women in my life who have experienced common sense, and common sense around their size, gender, race, and presence. Clearly, our world would... Yeah, that one kind of hung me up for a second, too. Clearly, our world would prefer that women who look like the fat lady painting that guards Gryffindor Tower just disappear.
Yeah, you can skip them. You can skip the rest of this paragraph. It's just garbage.
Oh, thank you. But like the fat lady, I am big, oh yes, and loud, I'm sure, and demanding. That's probably how you got the front of the line passes, and I absolutely refuse to vanish.
I mean, it's going to take a hell of a lot for that cow to vanish.
Yeah. So the fat cow's then like, well, we're going to go on the rides that we know we're probably too large for, so we can get kicked off and claim discrimination. So they went to the ride, reached the front of the line, were perfectly placed on the ride, 4 across and seats locked down. Danced to my friends, the all category we made it. Got on, I'm not too record scratch. Well, the 20-something ride managers walked over and asked us to told him waddle off because of a safety issue. Yeah, we were ushered through a door to what looked like a backstage area where another...
probably squeezed through the door using significant amounts of lube, but okay.
Where another 20... Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. That's not lube. That's just
That wasn't a number. That was an age. So she's now... So the 35-year-old fat cow is whining that the 20-something-year-old who works... So the in their 20s person who worked there was... So they were then ushered through to another in their 20s employee who ran off a spiel about safety in 3 clicks and having to try out a safety seat. Yes, you stupid fat cow, if the safety restraints don't engage properly, you could die! Not that that would be any loss to humanity.
No, but you could come out of the seat and hit somebody important.
that 4-year-old behind you crushed.
Yep.
Oh, let's have a good long look at that picture for a second, can we?
Yeah.
Not too long, but just long enough to take it in.
Well, maybe stop eating, you fat cow.
Oh my god. It's like...
So they would think the 4 people the group of 4 that would set off an elevator safety alarm were taken to the beginning of... Bleach gets that. Side of that.
I believe Jimmy Carr would refer to them as Chunky Monkey Wobble Slobs.
Okay. Oh, what's his name? Fat Mexican comedian.
Fluffy. Gabriel Iglesias.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you know how Gabriel Iglesias has his scale of fat, fluffy, damn, and oh hell no. These are the oh hell no.
I think this is just silence because their gravity has sucked all the life out of the man.
Yep. Wait, what? Oh.
I imagine this woman just has like debris floating around her constantly because of her personal gravitation.
Yeah. So, one of the ride managers informed them that for safety reasons, the restraint covering a rider's chest must click down 3 times. So she asked us to try out the test seat. Her friends looked at her because she was the fattest of the fat. She took the bullet. Okay, the next sentence needs a content warning. If you have recently eaten, plug your fingers for the next 30 to 60 seconds. Plug your fingers in your ears for the next 30 to 60 seconds. So the fat bitch took the cupcake and pulled the restraint over her shoulders, pressing down as tightly as I could my precious E-cups, getting snatched into my chest and up around my neck. One click, that's all I could manage. Right, so you're too fat to fit in the safety restraints.
I mean, as an appreciator of large breasts, even E-cups, and they're probably nastier, it's like, yeah, that's a little big.
No.
Yeah. The problem is, Bleach, these are probably very long E-cups.
Yeah, no,
here's
it's like
the-
wrap around their head.
here's the
and
thing.
winter,
Here's the problem. Here's the problem, though. They're E-cups on that. She must be.
Yeah.
She'd be flat as shit if she wasn't so fat. You've got nothing, Mitch. If you'd had big tits to start with, when you put on the weight, they would have got bigger. Because it's a goddamn ratio, you stupid fat cow.
Yeah. The ideal breast to butt ratio is 1.5 to 1. This woman is probably dealing with a 0.5 to 100.
Yes. As a general rule, your waist measurement should be less than your bust measurement. As a general rule.
Well, but does this woman have a waist? Or is she just a waist?
Waste of space, yeah. We're killing Stormy and Callum, and Monkey says that fat tits are not equal to big tits.
Exactly, yes. That's why I'm... Yes.
In the same way as abs on a skinny guy don't count.
Yes.
Yep.
So they're complaining that the safety measures didn't work, and then they were given free passes for preferential treatment everywhere else because the company felt sorry for them. And somehow this is discrimination? Listen, you fat cow.
Wait, they get freebies because they're fat bitches, and they're like, oh, but I'm getting free stuff because I can't be accommodated for my own inability to have...
Yeah, look,
personal
her
restraint.
friend said I got kicked off the ride because I'm a fat bitch that didn't fit, but they gave me front of the line passes to the rest of the rides. What the fuck more could they possibly have done for them?
Well,
Apparently
clearly
liposuction.
they had to ignore the safety requirements and just let her ride the ride anyway.
Yeah.
I like Total Blackout had a good comment a little while ago. I absolutely detest that these ham planets are making the public suffer their slovenliness.
Ham planet.
Yeah, I like that
Oh,
one.
I'm stealing that one.
Yeah, ham planet.
Oh, Lord. So what else did the fat bitch whine about? Hogwarts would never
What
condone
didn't
this,
she
the
whine about?
stupid fat bitch says. Oh, fuck off. Blah, 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 exclusion. At Universal Studios in Florida, the locking mechanisms on the Hogwarts ride were adjusted in 2010 to safely accommodate bigger bodies. Bigger bodies. Whine. Well, safety is often given as a reason that fat
Hang
people
on,
exclude.
there's a link there I think we should probably investigate. But not before this man was inspired to lose weight so he could be allowed on board.
Yeah, right. So, hey, good on you, man. That he's down to reasonable.
Well, he actually looks really good. How much
Yeah.
weight did he lose, I wonder? Is there a before and after by any chance?
No,
Would we be that
because
lucky?
I don't know.
Or does it indicate how much he lost at the very least?
oh, for fuck's sake, what talentless hacks? Where the fuck is the actual amount he? Oh, page not found. Well, fuck off and die then.
Yeah, pretty much.
But you know what? I think this guy, though, he did the right thing, where it's like, I can't fit. I want to do things. Maybe I should take care of my life, not be a fucking ham planet.
Yeah.
Oh God, I read ahead a little bit. Oh, please let me read a little bit.
Do
Right
it.
Here. Let's see. Universal Studios Orlando, not before this man was inspired to lose weight so he could be allowed on board. That's wrong. Exclusion and shame are not motivational techniques. They're
What?
forms of bullying. Wait for it. Exclusion makes me, a logical and educated person, believe that I'm at fault for not fitting into this ride, instead of recognizing that rides should accommodate all people's bodies. You have the nerve to call yourself logical when you, at 35 years old, fall into a fantasy world meant for children in their teens, and yet you have the nerve to call yourself logical.
Yeah.
And don't understand that safety
Also,
issues.
it is your fault, you
trump
fat
anything else.
cunt.
Yeah.
Oh my!
Yeah, monkey in chat. Imagine being so fat you get to stand in the specials line with the wheelchair people and Down syndrome Make-A-Wish folks. Oh, God. Monkey, nice. Yeah. Callum Dayton says what I just read is why he can smack his head on the desk and not feel any pain. Yeah, body hardening exercises are handy.
Oh. Callum, you
My
just
ordeal
take
at
care of
Hogwarts, dear
yourself, you know?
fuck.
Oh, we must be more intelligent and inclusive about the way we're designing spaces and experiences for
How
people.
the fuck
My ordeal.
are they meant to design rides that accommodate normal-sized people and I'm the ogre in the fucking girls' bathroom.
I can design a ride. I can design a ride that will fit both. It's called a trebuchet.
but a trebuchet can only fire a 90 kilo projectile.
Not if you build a bigger one.
Gotta get a bigger trebuchet.
Ever seen Punkin' Chunkin'?
Yeah. Oh, this is chunkin'.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. If we flung her hard enough, could we create another moon for...
Wait. I have a solution to the concern of China invading mainland America. Trebuchets on the coastline and fire the fat people at them.
Ham planet incoming!
Just airdrop them into China. That much mass is like a rod from fucking God.
Oh God!
Oh,
it'd be like a meteor shower.
That's awesome.
And I mean, meteor shower.
Meteor. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh God, that's awesome. Oh.
The ham planets are meant to be buoys to prevent naval ships from approaching. Thank you, Hotar.
Can we pack them with explosives? Turn them into sea mines. Yeah. Stormy, she doesn't skinny dip, she chunky dunks.
Are we suggesting that she's a huge manatee?
Call the RCMP.
God.
Right. I would like to advise everyone that I've just received a very important message for Trim. He's just checked the video comments. Bit fucking right.
Callum, YouTube won't eat us over this. Physical size is not actually a protected class.
Yet. Who cares if they eat us anyway? It's not the first time. Actually, crucially, our community guidelines strike did expire, so we're back down to 0, so we're set.
Oh, good.
Oh, no. Odar, we feed them Taco Bell before sending them out. I think those are sea mines, not just ham planets.
Oh, God. The Marku asks, are chemical weapons banned?
Oh, they're gas weapons, aren't they?
Yes, yeah. Poison gas. Yeah. To answer Noel Bobcat's question, is Trim in charge of video comments? When Trim is on the boat, yes, he is in charge of reviewing the video comments, because it's okay if he gets spoiled, because he won't be on the show to react to them.
Yeah.
Right, so what do we have next? Oh, yes. I wasn't sure whether to include this in the Envirotard section or in generic news, but I think we'll do it now. Channel 9 offers a unique way to keep on top of finances as the cost of living crisis hits home.
What?
So, if this would like to load, let's see what they suggest we do to stay on top of finances. Now let's go check the actual article. How going woke can help save dollars in the cost of living crisis. That's literally the title.
Okay,
God.
the guy with the Bill Busters thing over him looks like he needs to be smacked hard in the face with a ham planet.
Yes. Also,
There's Rikishi when you need him.
Yeah.
also, what would you rather, a lifetime of smoking or a lifetime of soy like this fucking loser?
Yeah.
I mean, I think throat cancer would be far less damaging.
It used to cost more to be woke. No, shut up, fuck off. Go away. While your average jet-staying carnivorous V8 driver is being belted by the cost of living right now, vegetarian cyclists are having a relatively easier time. Yes.
Not if they get run over.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, those carnivorous
say it.
V8
Not
drivers
gonna
have to
say
eat
it.
something.
They're gonna be grilled cyclists.
Yes. These subsistence farmers in Africa are also not suffering as big of a drop in living standard either. But that's because their living standard was 0 to start with.
This is true. No meat May.
Oh, a 10-year-old campaign that promotes...
Theresa May hasn't seen meat in years.
A 10-year-old campaign that promotes vegetarianism and an end to factory farming. How about fuck off and fuck off?
So wait, it's 10 years old and we're just hearing about it now? Yes, it's very successful, clearly.
Yes. The global cost, the cost of living crisis is making their job easier this year. Research they commissioned from some bunch of communist scum says that 61% of consumers surveyed are considering eating less meat. 37% are already buying less meat to save money, and 81% would eat less meat if it would save them 1/3 off their shopping bill.
No.
I will point out this is research they commissioned themselves.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's going to be a monstrous grain of salt.
I think that's a mine at this point.
Yeah. So at no point do they actually mention where you're supposed to get protein from. So, and then they're whining about gas. Also, gas prices have tripled since 2020 because of a perfect storm of factors. High international prices, rebound in demand after the scamdemic, and the invasion of Ukraine. Sorry, how the fuck does any of that affect Australia? Other than government incompetence.
Or Canada, for that matter.
Yeah.
The only reason we have high international prices is because fucking OPEC is a bunch of cunts.
Yeah.
And Biden shut down oil exploration in the United States.
So
Trudeau shut it down up here.
Yeah, they also reckon that rooftop solar will generate more electricity than coal-fired power from this month, when one of the companies closes its coal plant in New South Wales. More than 3.4 million Australians have a rooftop solar system. Remind me again how well those work at night.
It's like, yeah, I personally dislike solar because it's not for a technical thing. It's a misunderstood where you have to have massive battery banks in order to store this to be useful when you're in a power outage kind of situation. And people don't understand batteries. I mean, it's just a basic fact of human existence. 90% of people don't get batteries.
Yes. Also, they completely ignore the fact that most people's electricity demand isn't during daylight hours. If you're at work, your solar panels at home aren't fucking helping.
No. Oh, on the weekend. Yes, that's the fucking weekend.
Yes, I also don't want to be at home then either. If I could afford it, I'd be anywhere but. Home is for sleeping and destroying the computer. Where I store my shit while I'm in between adventures. So, now they're waffling about the price of petrol. Ah yes, let's look at how we can precisely track the government's fucking fault. Oh, March 20. Then it goes down because no one's fucking buying fuel because of government intervention. And then it stays stable for a bit. And then it fucking skyrockets because the government fucked everything up.
Say that.
Also, should we talk about how much that's tax?
Oh, we probably shouldn't, because then I'll get onto my soapbox about Canadian taxes.
Let's have a look at the fuel excise rate in Australia.
Oh God.
46 cents per litre.
Did the
Litre.
gasoline go up?
46 cents per litre.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, and of course, because they're scumfucks, they're tracking diesel. Yeah, you slimy fucking cowards.
Well, that's not exactly relevant to most drivers.
No, I was wondering why I was looking back at it, wondering why the numbers were starting so high. Yeah, because they're showing diesel, because they're fucking idiot, because they're manipulative scumfucks.
So yeah, because you go from minimal shipping costs, and then everything's having to be shipped a lot more than it had been. So yeah, no, just nope, not buying it.
No. So the waffling. The quarterly price of unleaded was, that's your 95% octane, 93 to 95% for.
Jesus Christ.
Was up 11%.
Shell Canada.
Yep.
Am I still muted? No, I'm not. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Shell Canada reports that 25 to 35% of the cost of every liter of gas in Canada is taxes, federal, provincial, municipal, and the GST.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Well, look at the look at this one here. It up 11% from $1.64 last March to $1.82 this March. Yeah, fucking 40 plus cents of that is just the fucking government stealing from people. We'd have been paying less than $1 at one point. It's fucking ludicrous.
And the cunts who thought that driving an electric vehicle was going to be cheaper had to go up by even more.
Yeah, electricity up by around 20%. But if they're charging at work or using their solar panels, they're laughing all the way to the bank. Ah, yes, using their solar panels to charge their car at night. They're laughing all the way to the bank, where they're probably still paying off the $60,000 plus cost of the car. Yeah. How the fuck are you advertising this as the money-saving option, you fucking idiots? I could right now walk down to any shitty used car yard and get a car that will work for an actual literal, for what, 3,000 to 4,000 Australian. I'd then have $56,000 left over to spend on fuel.
Yeah.
Or I could buy a brand new car for about 16 to 25,000, and then spend the other 30 plus thousand on fuel.
Yeah, Odar in chat. California, banning internal combustion engines in new vehicles after 2030. Also California, don't charge your Tesla today. The grid is overstrained.
Yep, that's the one.
Yep.
Yep.
In the land of the electric car, the man with the petrol engine will be king.
And then they're waffling about super end of cheap convenience services. Oh, what's that? Turning everything into Uber bullshit isn't working out.
Mm-hmm.
Funny that. So that was a phenomenally stupid article, wasn't it?
I feel dumber for you having read that.
You know, speaking of feeling dumber, that segues us perfectly into our next article.
And Odar actually points out, yeah. Oh God.
Yes.
Well, Di-Fi is gonna get her own, isn't she?
It's the age of dementiacracy.
Yep.
Yep.
Seniligarchs are coming.
Oh, God.
No, they're already here.
Well, yeah.
So, Republican presidential candidate Don't Care has called for Senator Joe Biden to sit a cognitive test and for California Senator Dianne the Cow Feinstein to retire over her significant mental and physical decline. Yeah, no shit. They've been demented for years.
Yep. it's just making it more obvious what they are rather than just trying to parse what
I
they're
mean,
actually
Biden's
saying.
probably been dead for a year. He's just on so many drugs that he hasn't realized yet.
I'm thinking he's been dead for decades, but the hair plugs have kind of kept him limping along.
Like a proper fucking
This
zombie.
is one of those, to me, this is very telling because it is kind of the heart of the boomers, and they're unwilling to relinquish power, and that's just what these people do. They have been driven by power their entire lives. When they were the dirty, filthy fucking hippies back in the 60s and 70s, they were wanting power. Now they have power, and they're not going to give it up until you pry it out of their cold, dead hands.
Yep.
And I think until we recognize this, and this isn't the typical anti-boomerist stuff. It's these people have gotten power. They will not relinquish power because going off and enjoying life and kind of fading off into the sunset is not what these people do. They will cling to the bitter end and destroy anything in their path that stops them from retaining power.
Mm-hmm. So, speaking of Biden's mental decline and how stupid he thinks the average American is, America is not a deadbeat but nation. We have never ever failed to pay our debt. Meanwhile, readers added some context. This time and this time and this time and that time.
Yep. This pederast just needs to be. Yeah. Just needs to go away. Just go the fuck away.
Well, speaking of his proclivity for children, that may explain his next tweet. Muslim culture has been woven throughout American culture from the very start.
When we were fighting the Barbary pirates?
That was the first thing that came to my mind. That's actually, I think I responded there somewhere.
Yes.
About that. Yeah.
So, I mean, technically, yeah, just not the way he means it.
Yeah.
Did anyone actually say that? Yes. Well, I mean, the Barbary pirates, U.S. Marine officers wear a sword. They were rewarded for that work.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, Lord. Oh, more Barbary War stuff. Our first overseas war was kicking the Ottomans' asses.
I mean, that's a badge of pride, yeah, especially the fact everybody else is like, yeah, we'll just pay them off, and we gangs it's like, but we have a Second Amendment. Fuck you.
Bobcat is singing "The Shores of Tripoli" in chat.
Yeah, and the halls of Montezuma to make 1848 great again.
Yep.
Actually, I am very violently doing some Googling because if the Marines have sung it, they've probably recorded it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Oh. And now the Chinese can try and claim it.
Yes. What's it called?
Yeah. The Marine Hymn.
Marine Hymn, that's the one. There's got to be a version of the Marines recorded for us.
It's on the Marine Corps website.
Yep. All right, here we go. From the U.S. Navy Band. In the public domain, fuck you, Chinese communist scum artists. That's not lyrics. Give me some lyrics, you bastards. Wait, that's the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Also valuable, but not quite what we're looking for.
No.
No. Oh, here we go.
I need a version with the actual lyrics.
But it's somebody put it on JR videos, and it's like, no, that's not right.
Is this a version? Yeah. I apologize to anyone's ears that just got blown out. Come on. Yes, the US Navy band.
But well, no, you want the Marine Corps band.
Yes, that's probably.
Yeah.
If I could get that, yes. Marines hymn slow. Is this going to have lyrics? No. God damn it, I need a version performed by the Marine Corps, because that way it's in the public domain.
While you're hunting, Odar in chat says, speaking of the Marines, they've thrown the New York City, fuck New York, subway Marine to the wolves with no charges filed. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, he was arrested and released without charge. I have yet to see a video that actually shows the entire context of what happened. But of course, that's not surprising. That's how it works these days.
Well, we're going to actually look at that later when we get into some of the other news.
And Odar does suggest that the Marines are a branch of the Navy band may work.
I don't care who it is, as long as they work for the federal government, because that puts it in the public domain.
Yeah. All of the Marines I know, they're like, well, yeah, we're part of the Navy, but we're Marines. It's like, yeah, I get it. You just calm down, have some extra crayons, you'll be fine.
Don't eat the green ones.
Oh, that they love the green ones.
Come on, for fuck's sake. How fucking... God damn it, Marines.
That's no good.
You've got one job.
Yes, sing for us.
That's not the Marines. Actually,
to the Marines.
The Mormon Tabernacle Choir has actually done a version, which I mean sounds pretty cool, but that's not fucking public domain. Because I need the performance to be in the public domain.
Yeah, there's a lot.
That's a shame.
Good instrumental stuff.
Anyway, I'm going to play a full version of it by the United States Navy Band. I know, sad. So fuck you. Listen to this. There we go.
Awesome.
Yes. Thank you to the Marines for that. And I'm probably now going to have to fight with a bunch of commies, Connor scum later.
Oh, well.
Yes.
Let them go after the Marines.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, God. Could you imagine some Chinese company like copyright claiming against the actual U.S. Marines, and it's like, yeah, you know what we did in Bella Wood, motherfuckers.
The thing that sparks the war.
Yeah.
Oh, I can
see that. It's the fucking jarheads, man.
Yeah. Like I can.
No, where's that core?
Like, here's the thing: if they try and content ID that, I'm going to turn around and go, "Marines recorded that, motherfucker." Try and fucking come and sue me, bitches. And then I'll subpoena whoever it was from the Marine Corps band that was conducting it.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Shame that I couldn't find a decent version of that to play. Oh well, shit happens. Speaking of shit happening.
Oh yeah, Earl's in chat now.
I wasn't talking about Elf.
Oh, I figured it was the perfect segue.
No, it's this different problem.
Oh, lovely, yes.
First Republic become... So that's what, the third or fourth?
Yeah, third significant bank, and it was the 14th largest as far as assets at the time.
Yes, but yeah, it's also like the third or fourth bank to fail in a month or so, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oof.
You had
Silicon
Signature
Valley.
Bank, you had
First
Silicon
Signature, yeah.
Valley Bank, and now this, and they're all mid-size. And J.P. Morgan got 2 of them.
Yep.
So that
It's
I
not a
find
monopoly.
suspicious.
It's not dodgy at all, is it?
No.
No. Actually, I'm trying to remember who took over Signature Bank.
I wonder if they say. No, and they don't even link to the other articles because, God forbid, anyone actually help you learn shit if they're a so-called journalist.
Apparently, it's Flagstar Bank. Never heard of them.
But the good news is we've received a very good endorsement for Donald Trump to run for president
Yep.
from Joe Biden.
What?
And turn this primary from a campaign that's about negative attacks into one about what we're for, because we cannot get reelect. We cannot win this reelection. Excuse me. We can only reelect Donald Trump. And turn.
We cannot win this election. We can only re-elect Donald Trump.
Oh, if only that were the case, I would be very, very content.
Oh, and to address this commie shithead, how many of you all is here inside and criticizing Biden have actually done some public speaking? I have.
Same.
I've been on national fucking TV before. And unlike Biden, I didn't get the wrong president.
Well, you can't you can only re-elect Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can only have Bezic on national television.
Pretty much, yeah.
Earl
I-
might be right about
Actually,
there being additional banks.
yes, but
It
not for the
wouldn't
reason he
surprise me.
thinks. Because I'm pretty sure Third Bank was literally the name of the bank.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure that was actually the name of the bank. Third Bank was the name of the bank. I think it was like the second to collapse.
Okay, so there was Silvergate Bank that went before Silicon Valley, but they got caught up in FTX.
You're right.
And then, Signature Bank, and
That was the Third Bank, literally
First
Third
Republic.
Bank. Oh, not First Republic. Okay.
Yep.
That-
Well, there is a bank.
There
called
is definitely a-
the Third Bank.
Oh, maybe that's the one I'm thinking of. What a stupid name.
Yeah, it's like the Fifth Bank and the Third Bank. They merged. It's
Did they
Weird,
did they become the 15th bank?
no. They decided to call them the Fifth Third, and it's like, what the fuck
Oh,
is this?
God.
It's
You
so
can't have
pathetic,
5
isn't it?
thirds. You can have 3/5.
Well, only if you compromise.
Well, you're allowed
Yeah,
to use
true.
improper fractions.
Mm.
But
Although these days we usually
I
just
do
represent
find
them
it-
in decimal.
yeah. And, so, I just find it very interesting that it seems like the states are the ones going in with the initial seizure with these banks and then dragging the FDIC and the feds into it.
Oh, so
I
it doesn't
don't know
just
if that's-
stink, it stinks to high heaven.
Yeah. Yeah, because we're talking California initiated the seizure and New York initiating the seizure. And yeah, that two Californian initiated, and then I'm trying to see where I think 30 with Silvergate. So yeah. And Silvergate's the one that I wasn't aware of, but yeah, it went first, and then everything else started tumbling after.
Yep. Anyway, dirty, filthy commie, say what?
Oh, fuck off.
Bernie Sanders, $15
Bernie.
minimum wage is not a radical idea. We must raise the minimum wage to living wage. Meanwhile, Bernie Sanders' campaign announces it will cut hours to pay staff as $15 minimum wage. It's almost as if that's
Bernie,
how it was
who
always
had a
going to
problem
work.
with millionaires until he became one.
Yeah. Well, now he wants to cap
Like a good
wealth at
commie.
$999 million. These are the fucking idiots.
Fuck. Yep.
Oh, stupid con. We have good news coming out of Florida. The House has voted to allow 18-year-olds and above to buy long guns. Current law is for some stupid-ass reason 21.
Probably in line with the drinking age.
Yep. Also,
that makes sense, though,
fix your
because
stance,
you want younger
dickhead.
people to be able to defend themselves from the pedophiles that the rest of the country is trying to push on them.
Yep. Yeah, it's phenomenally stupid to not allow 18-year-olds to protect themselves. Sorry, if you can be scripted and sent to war in a foreign country against your will at 18, you should be allowed to carry a fucking gun at home.
Yep.
So, anyway, I don't really care anymore about the actual content of that article. Not terribly interesting.
This is basically just returning to the way things used to be before they got all stupid.
Apparently they knee-jerk reacted over a massacre anyway. It's like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah, well.
And as always, civil rights were opposed by the Democrats.
Of course.
That's just typical of Democrats. How dare 18-year-old black men have guns? As is Democrat tradition.
Yes.
Speaking of the Democrats and the youth problem. Oh, the account's gone. God damn it.
Ah.
Yeah.
So, we can just ignore that, but a bunch of usual suspects attacked a security guard. No one gave a shit. Then the security guard pulled his gun because he was losing. Didn't shoot anyone,
yes.
but they're complaining that he drew his gun. Like, no, when 4 guys are beating on you, you're allowed to use a gun. Because you're entitled to not lose the fight.
Yeah, this was like the older guy outside like a fast food place, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Apparently he was an ex-cop working security or some crap.
So, not only was he previously well qualified, yeah, no, there's just, nope, fuck off.
Yeah. This the second comment on the page is one of the ones I responded to, I think. Imagine being fine with someone getting jumped in the street and then crying, no, when they defend themselves. It's villainy. Weakness and submission is not a virtue. It's evil.
Yeah.
Yep.
What kind of Nazi would say that?
Oh.
Apparently
A
this one.
Hasidic Nazi, apparently.
They're always the worst. They're the most aggressive.
Damn Jewish Nazis.
Yeah.
Curse you, Ben Shapiro.
I can just see it now. Oy vey, Heil!
Shouldn't that be Lahail?
Dearie me. How about police seek Mexican male in shooting that killed 5 in Texas?
Oh, lovely. Let me guess. He's here illegally.
That one's a bit
How'd you guess?
Spicy.
Because unsurprisingly, the media want to use this as an excuse to push their narrative, but well. Let me see.
Oh, this is Brannigan. It's not as bad as Lily.
I was just double checking the names.
Yep.
So, entered the country illegally, Bleach, you say?
Yes.
Would you like to guess how many times he's been deported?
I'm going to say at least 7.
Well, probably, but that's not what they're listing. Deported March 2009, September 2009, January 2012, and July 2016.
So those are
Jesus
the 4
Christ.
times he got caught.
Yes.
Yep.
Also, not allowed to own a gun, I'm
Nope.
sure.
No, he's not a citizen.
Exactly. Well, and he's not a citizen
Or a
or
permanent resident.
resident.
Because permanent
fair.
residents get that one as well in most states.
Yes, if they, there's certain legal requirements, but yes, they can legally purchase a firearm in the U.S. if they do it the right way.
Oh, well done. Well done. So, survivor and grieving father don't care said he and his wife confronted Dirtbag on Friday night after he's allegedly shooting his gun while drunk from his yard. The neighbours had complained that the gunfire had awakened their baby. He then called the police 5 times, but then the dirtbag arrived at the home armed with his AR-style rifle and then killed them. Oh, what's that? When you call the police, they just don't fucking show up at all.
I fucking
it's almost like self-defense is the best way to go at all times.
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah. So, called the cops 5 times, then between 10 and 20 minutes later, Dirtbag ran in towards the family home. And just during the massacre, the adult victims tried to protect the children, and yet none of them shot the guy. It's Texas. This is what happens when you refuse to arm yourselves.
Yep.
Some shitbag criminal scumfucker who's been deported 1 billion times, isn't allowed in the country, isn't allowed to have a gun, gets one because he's a criminal, and then kills a bunch of innocent people.
I need to point something out here as well. The second paragraph down in this page, he says, Garcia said, "My wife told me to go inside because, quote, he won't fire at me, I'm a woman." A couple of paragraphs later, Garcia's wife, Sonia Guzman, 25, was the first person to be slain in the rampage.
My next question
if the guy is nuts enough to come to your house with a gun, he is nuts enough to shoot you, woman.
Yep. Not terribly bright.
And something else I really want to hammer home because of this guy being a damned illegal. Look at the last names of the people he slaughtered.
Yes.
They're all Hispanic names as well. So, you know what? You're here legally. You're a fucking citizen. Guess what? Cool. Get a fucking gun. Because it's not a race thing. You've got a lunatic with a fucking rifle out there, and you need to take care of business.
I refer to my previous comments. On the day you get handed your granted citizenship, you should get handed your certificate and a gun.
Yep.
And if you don't like the gun, give the certificate back.
Yes, absolutely agree.
Yep.
Or, ask for a bigger caliber.
Well,
Yes.
You start. You're given a 22, and then you can upgrade from there.
Yes.
Every year you go back, retake your citizenship test, and they upgrade you.
Yeah.
Like, well, sir, you qualify for a 357 Magnum this year. Oh, but I wanted a 308.
Nice. Not a Bobcat says, this is tragic in the fault of the US government. But they should have went and loaded up when they heard the first gunshot. Well, that's it. If they're legally in the States, why aren't they armed? It's fucking Texas.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet. They're probably natives anyway. The people that got shot.
Okay. Yep. So my next question is, how far is this place from Uvalde?
That's a damn good question. Do we have a city
Give me just a
name?
moment.
Cleveland, Texas. Right. Okay.
So,
Right.
Uvalde, Texas. Cleveland is 4 hours and 48 minutes away.
So that's really close in Texas terms.
Cleveland is relatively close to Houston.
Cleveland is
Uvalde the
basically in
other side of San
Houston, and
Antonio.
that tells you a lot.
Yeah.
But Cleveland's probably where all the police that were fired from Uvalde are.
Yeah. I mean, Houston's
called the
kind of a
police
trash
5
hole anyway.
times, and between 10 and 20 minutes later, this guy starts shooting and the cops are nowhere to be seen. It does it.
The old phrase, yeah, when seconds count, cops are minutes away.
San Jacinto County Sheriff Greg Capers said police had responded as quickly as possible, but noted he had 3 officers patrolling 700 square miles at the time. Yeah, no shit. So, that's why you should be armed, because when seconds count, there's only 3 cops within 700 miles.
Yeah, hell, where I live, it's been known where it's like, yeah, there are 4 on-duty officers, especially for third shift, to cover a county of like, at least almost that size. Yeah, it's like, I think 650 square miles. But yeah, it's like, there's a reason why people are armed, trained, and aren't morons. And you know what? When you are like that, people tend not to mess with you. Even if you're not armed, if you live in an area where people take personal responsibility, they're less likely to get fucked with. That's why cities are such hellholes.
But what a shock. Repeat, 9 shitbag continues to shitbag.
Yeah.
Yep.
News is 11, apparently.
Yeah. Odar in chat, he actually seems to enjoy my idea of upgrading every year you complete your citizenship test. He says, "Congratulations for your decade of citizenship. You are now entitled to this prototype 20mm anti-materiel rifle."
Only
Yes.
20 millimeters?
Well, that's only
Have
for
you-
a decade. I mean,
Yeah.
give it 15 years, you'll be getting up to Davy Crockett level.
Oh, dear.
Uh,
So, how are those gun laws working again? You know, those gun
Yeah.
laws that they reckon will stop this? Well, if we get past the stupid piece of shit there, Portland police bust a ghost gun workshop operated by far-left convicted felon while investigating graffiti crew.
Yep.
Convicted
So-
felon, prohibited from owning any firearms, proceeds to make firearms with a 3D printer.
So the solution to this, of course, is to ban 3D printers.
Yes, clearly.
Of course.
Yes.
Investigation launched under Mayor Ted Wheeler. Oh,
Oh,
God.
fuck that
oh,
piece of
God,
shit.
that-
So blah, 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 don't care. Oh no, not a short barrel rifle.
Yeah. Specialized jigs, power tools, and raw components.
Yes, it's
Those-
almost as if anyone with a modicum of technical skill can make firearms. Therefore, any and all restriction is not just an illegal infringement, but also pointless. All you're doing is
Mhm.
stopping the law abiding from protecting themselves.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's just. It's one of those things where we have gotten. Well, I was going to say we have gotten, but it's been the case for damn near 80 years. Where people are like, oh, well, we've got to restrict things like firearms. The fact that it's a common knowledge thing now. I mean, it's just out in the public domain as you can go and look up basics of these things, build your own if you're so inclined. It's you can't put the genie back in the bottle.
No.
If you wanted to do that, you got to build a fucking time machine.
Oh, and also, all of this is talking about modern style firearms. A retard with a drill and a map to the local hardware store can make a black powder gun.
Yep.
See, fuckhead who assassinated ex-Japanese Prime Minister. He had a double-barreled shotgun.
Technically.
Yeah, and Odar's pointing out correctly. It's only a matter before 3D metal printers become available on the retail market.
What?
There already exists for high-end manufacturing. Yeah, I went to a plant recently where they've got this gigantic 3D metal printer. And it's like, well, that's cool.
Yep.
But yeah,
Mark Hook brings up one of the saints of self-directed self-defense, Philip
yes.
Moody.
Yep. Oda brings up also brings up an excellent point. Doob.
Tube go pew.
Yep.
Yeah.
Callisto Protocol has 3D printed guns.
Hmm.
Is that a manufacturer? Oh, that's a
That's a
video
video
game.
game. Not
Ah,
exactly
yeah.
relevant.
No.
You know what else they've got in video games? People that can
Thanks for playing,
fly.
Calvin. Maybe next time.
So speaking of scumbags in fucking New York, so
Yes.
dirtbag get die. Yep, go on.
I just want to start off with a lot of the bullshit I've seen, as far as like, oh, remember so and so. They show him when he was like,
Yeah, like
not
10 plus
completely
years ago.
doing Michael Jackson impersonations, which, let's be honest, the fact that he's impersonating a known nonce or suspected nonce, that should have been enough to put him in a chokehold to begin with.
Yeah. Oh, Lord. Yeah. So blah, 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 blah. 30-year-old was choked to death. Was he choked or was he strangled? That's the first thing we need to know.
That is a big difference.
Yes. Ardent is saying that he was strangled.
See that?
Todd Blackout brings out another point. Anyone playing music on a subway deserves to be fucking choked out.
I mean, if they're from New York, they're probably good candidates anyway,
Yes.
regardless of what they're doing.
Oh, look at this
Yeah,
fucking
I was,
loser.
trying to mime a chokehold, so.
Yeah.
Well, you say that, but that was a strangle.
Fair. That's one of the faceless.
Yes.
Let's mock them.
Look,
You have no face.
hold on. No. Look at this virtue signaling useless sack of shit. If you're going, look, if you're going to wear your religious accessories, at least have the decency to wear them properly. You virtue signaling sack of shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll go smother yourself.
I don't know.
Pull it up over your nose.
He looks like he probably died of fentanyl like 5 minutes after this was taken.
Yeah.
He's probably got that RSV infection everybody's getting from wearing the goddamn masks too much.
Oh, he did RSVP for RSV.
Anyway, we won't talk any more about that on YouTubes.
Yeah, that's
Probably
definitely a Rumble exclusive.
But we can mock him for not wearing it properly because that filthy fucking plague rat is infecting people by not wearing that properly.
Yep.
Yes. Yes, he is.
Yeah, it's like the whole thing is just such typical New York bullshit. You've got a deranged homeless man who's been arrested 40 fucking times for various crimes.
Some of which
and
include
people
violence.
and people are losing their shit because he got what he probably deserved in the end because he wasn't being properly institutionalized.
Yep. So so I'm not going to play the video. You can all look it up yourselves. There we go. So
you know what? I'm just gonna say, look at the eyes of that guy. I mean, he's on something, or he's just checked out from reality.
To be fair,
completely.
he is being strangled.
Yeah, I've seen people, just put up a lot more fight than that. Yeah,
I mean, the guy got.
It's not like fight, but
true,
emotional.
But
fight.
the guy did get him good. He's got the fucking hooks in proper.
Yeah. Finally.
I'm kind of disturbed to see that Iron Fist's star actor actually came out and took a guy out.
Yeah. Oh, so
he had to do something good once.
Yeah. So idiot was living on the streets and had a history of mental health issues. Yeah, lost consciousness after being put in the chokehold. It's not a chokehold.
No, that's more of a WWE sleeper hold that guy's got him in.
Well, the difference between a choke and a strangle is whether the windpipe is being directly compressed.
Yeah. And I'm willing to...
Yeah, it does look like it's on the windpipe.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm willing to bet that this guy just, like, we got to do something. and maybe didn't start off on the windpipe.
Yeah,
But
Yeah.
that's probably what happened. Oh, look, this is why it's not murder.
Yep.
Because they rolled him into the recovery position. That's called first aid.
Yep. He was well, I mean, hell, I don't know if this is the same guy, but remember a couple weeks back where there's the guy screaming at the white people of being monkeys on the New York subway?
Yeah.
So it's like this stuff's happening all the damn time, and for once somebody's doing something about it. And this is what happens when you do something in shitholes like New York. You get prosecuted by a man who he's so ego-driven, so evil. Yes, I'm calling Alvin Bragg evil. That it's like,
I mean, there's no if, buts, or maybes. Most Democrat prosecutors
and this is
are
why
straight
people
up
don't
evil.
do anything.
Yep. Why the fuck would you get involved? Though, according to the witnesses, the mentally ill lunatic burst onto the train and said that he was ready to die.
Okay, well, wish fulfilled.
Yeah.
This was really Make-A-Wish Foundation for adults.
Make-A-Wish Foundation for crackheads.
Yeah.
But that sounds like a terroristic threat to me.
Yeah. It is. Well, considering, was it like a 63-year-old Asian woman he assaulted?
You're gonna probably several times.
Yeah. I thought there was a recorded incident where he went after an elderly Asian woman. And
I don't know if that's in the list, but we've got several more articles we can check out.
Yeah. But yeah, this is why I constantly say fuck New York, because
yeah,
this stuff
says that he thinks that was one of his arrests. So, let's see, what else do we have? And footage? No, I'll pass on the footage. Because so just a reminder for everyone, because I actually put a document together of all these articles, this will be up on the Sultans of Shadilay website sometime after the stream. So all the articles and possibly a few extras that I may have skipped for whatever reason will be available on the website after the stream. So you can get all the sources you want to throw at blind dumb people.
Yes. Horrify your friends and neighbors.
Yes. That's an onslaught. So, flight of 911 calls. Well, let's have a look.
Oh,
yes.
lovely.
Including reports of a gun. A total of 5 emergency calls were made over a 4-minute span. Just before 2:30 p.m., Monday, as a Marine, not going to name him, he doesn't deserve that, choked out a crackhead. The first call, which came in at 2:26, was reporting a physical fight on the subway, followed by another 1 minute later reporting someone on the train threatening riders. Seconds later, a third caller claimed a strap hanger.
Strap hanger.
So one of the people who stands up and is waddling around when the subway sways and all that.
Ah, so a crackhead.
No, just a typical rider who is standing rather than sitting.
What a stupid name. Was armed with a knife or a gun. It's unclear who the caller was referring to. 2 more calls then came in a minute apart for reports of an assault in progress and threats, respectively. Mayor Eric Adams said cops and EMTs were on the scene within 6 minutes of getting the first call. Right. So even on a pissing train that has nowhere to fucking go, that you can predict the location of, it still took cops 6 fucking minutes to get there. In New York, where apparently the only thing the cops do is arrest people filming police stations and harass people on the subway.
Pretty much. And you'd think that they'd have more cops on the subway to harass someone.
Yeah. And before we move on too much, I just wanted to say something about the hold that he has him in, if you wouldn't mind scrolling back to that picture.
Yep, this one.
Yeah, having been a bouncer and having had to control people occasionally with a chokehold, I will tell you this. If the person you're trying to subdue is struggling too much for you to be absolutely certain you're not strangling them, let them go.
Yes.
Get up and start again if you have to. If they get away, if they run, fine, so be it.
Even better.
But you have to avoid killing somebody when you don't
Yeah.
need to.
Someone should teach
Sorry,
that
go ahead,
to
Des.
the security guards that murdered a woman for not wearing a in a hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those people get hyped up on adrenaline, and it's like, yeah, no, you're not thinking clearly. That's why you need training, because it needs to be this happens, reactive, not I need to think about what's going on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also,
And
I
one
would
of the
point
things a lot
out
of people
that a
Oh, go ahead.
Marine is probably not trying to let go the second they go limp.
No,
uh,
they're
I would be
training.
very shocked he was trained to even apply that choke.
No.
Well, no, that is a very
depending on what his MOS was, he probably has some degree of you do this in this kind of combat situation.
That's fair, yeah.
But it's a combat situation that he's trained to do.
Yes. This is.
That's the problem.
And here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you can get lateral vascular restriction, so as in if you can compress the veins and arteries on either side of the neck without crushing the windpipe, that will usually, if you get it on and get it tight, that'll drop someone in under 4 seconds.
Yeah.
And it's recoverable. The problem is when you either permanently damage the trachea, windpipe, or you leave it on too long. Which, interestingly...
A little bone in the throat called the hyoid bone as well.
Yes.
Mm.
I mean, you can technically survive having that broken, but you can't die without it also being broken if you're being strangled, really. But apparently, cops and EMTs were on the scene within 6 minutes of getting the first call. So, assuming that he wasn't in the chokehold that entire 6 minutes...
Oh, and
kind of surprising that he died.
Basic Marine Corps combatives teaches the rear naked chokehold.
Mm.
So, I'm very well corrected there.
Yep. So, I'm just gonna float this conspiracy kind of idea that just popped into my head. What if, because he seems like he was a known factor, what if the EMTs were like, well, we're gonna take our time because this guy's a bad actor, he's a shitbag, and
I mean, I do wonder. I hope not, but...
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, don't know. Just don't know.
Yeah. Oh, dear. So, why is all this a problem? Well, because Democrats keep releasing mentally unwell lunatics and violent offenders. Because, of course, a bunch of stupid fucking lefties, all wearing their religious garb, are out protesting because a stupid crackhead was choked to death while acting like a crackhead.
Crackhead lives matter.
Yes.
It's like, it would be one thing to say, this is a tragedy. We need to figure out how to stop this kind of incident. But they don't want a solution.
No.
The only solution to these people is power. We all know this. Chat's probably bored hearing us say this, how many ever times we have to say it every year.
Lord above.
But, yep. And the thing I keep coming back to with incidents like this, and it's never the incident itself. It's the fallout afterwards that matters. And that's what we need to brace ourselves, with talking points and things like that. We're talking points always sounds like you're reading off of a script, but basically, you need to prepare how to engage the normies in your life when it comes to this sort of thing. Because you can say, yes, it's a tragedy, but what were the consequences of previous actions? And start going down that path. Because using facts and logic never gets you anywhere with a normie.
Well, here's the thing.
Nowhere.
Like we've covered previously the dirtbag who ran down a mother and her baby, and then got less than a year in prison and was then shot to death by other dirtbags. Like that dirtbag, this idiot would still be alive if they'd been locked away until they were fully resolved.
Mm-hmm.
Teenage dirtbag should have been in prison until he learnt his fucking lesson, and then maybe he wouldn't have been hanging around with gangbanging shitbags. And this fucking idiot should have been medicated in an asylum, hashtag bring back asylums, until such point as he was fit to not get into violent confrontations.
And that's the thing I really want to hit on is we used to institutionalize people like this. We used to, yeah, it got abused. Yeah, they were not great places. But you know what? They worked. They kept people like this off the streets. And I would heavily propose as a solution, you put, basically work farms. So they're kind of isolated. They're learning skills. They have supervision, hopefully medication. And you know what? A lot of these people need to be basically taken care of, but not in the lazy, welfare bomb kind of sense. It's more of they need to be removed from polite society and treated and put in a position where they can't do harm to others.
Well, and that's the thing that the Democrats don't understand because none of them have ever worked. Working is good for your mental health. Gainful employment is one of the best things a man especially can do for the mental well-being.
Yeah. I think we had a discussion on the server not too long ago about the benefits of chopping wood as both a form of exercise and seeking mental clarity.
Mm-hmm.
And
little bit of good old-fashioned hard work meditation.
Because you get out there, you're doing hard work, you're in the zone, and you think on life. You reflect, and even if you're mentally defective, because I've worked with kids with Down syndrome and adults dealing with fairly severe mental retardation at one point in my life, and
you were trapped with Democrats.
Well, basically, yeah. You give them a...
No, I need to apologize to the retarded for that.
Yeah, they're mentally
It's not their fault. It's not their fault. They're dumb. But Democrats, it's a learned skill.
It's a learned behavior. Well, actually, I think it's just an expression of a biological trend, but that's a whole different topic. But when I was working with these, basically from kids to young adults, and there were some older ones in this program too. But you give them a task, and it doesn't have to be a big, important task, but you give them a task, and they get to own it and see the fruits of their labor. Holy shit, does that make a difference in their life? Because they go from, some of them, not all of them, but some of them would go from very quiet and withdrawn to, I can't wait to do, I think one of them was like collecting bottle caps. Yeah, because they were sorting, like a recycling thing, because they were doing like a Goodwill Industries type thing, which there's some problems with that too.
Yeah, I've seen a kind of place like that around that where I live, where they got a grant that covered a bunch of the wages for a bunch of the special needs folk, and they were essentially hand swatting recyclables. Now, is that a shit job that sucks? Yes. Would most of us be able to do it? Probably not. We'd probably get bored far too quickly and give up and fuck off. It's like, screw this, I'm bored, I need a better job. But Work.
But for some of these people, they just it was like their whole reason for being was tied up in that, and
that's something that people.
It was awesome to see the change in some of them too.
Well, that's it. Like the greatest tragedy is the ones in the middle that are too challenged to function normally, and that are too smart to not know that they're screwed up. In that bandwidth of like the 80 to 90s IQs, oh, those poor bastards are the most miserable in the fucking world.
Yep.
Especially given that in Australia they wouldn't qualify for disability.
And this is just kind of a philosophy of life thing I have is I think we're more inclined to do manual labor as a species, and not as a whole, but a vast majority. And we've gotten into such bullshit service industry level stuff that I think we're causing long-term harm.
Oh, the service industry needs to die.
Yeah. Yeah, because could you imagine taking some of these people, like this lunatic down at fucking New York, you put him on a farm where he's harvesting turnips, and that's all he does, and he can be all sorts of screwed up and fucked up and all that, but he has a reason for existing. He has a roof over his head. And he's living in a place where people kind of look after him because they actually care, rather than a big fucking shithole like New York, where everybody's disposable, everybody's just trash. Yeah, maybe I'm just wildly off base and living in an idealistic world. I don't know, but
well, I can tell you two things. The American welfare system doesn't work, and the Australian welfare system doesn't work. And they are essentially on opposite ends of the market, or at least they were during the great crisis that shall not be named. You can't give people more than minimum wage for doing literally nothing. You also can't lock people in the welfare cycle. Whether or not you should have welfare is another discussion. I think we need it in a limited way that encourages people to get into work. But
it needs to be a stopgap kind of system.
I don't think there should be a limit on the maximum amount of time you should be on it if you are legitimately trying to better your situation. But that's different to the point. The crucial thing is encouraging people to get into work.
Yes, and what it should be is, again, ideal world, you get into that job, but you still get, say, a welfare payout for 6 months to a year, but you don't get that directly. That goes either into an escrow account to pay rent or some other bills that you get agreed upon. So you're not carrying that burden directly.
Well, I think you're onto...
It goes into a retirement system.
No, we've tried the retirement system in Australia. Fuck that. All that means...
I mean, I'm not saying like Social Security here.
No.
But...
What you're talking about is essentially what is called superannuation in Australia. A percentage of your wages, or they say in addition to your wages, is put aside for you in investment funds, and is put aside for you when you're old enough to retire. It doesn't fucking work. It collapses, it falls over, the government fucks everything up.
That's a different thing than what I'm thinking of. It's more like, so basically you get this money deposited into an account of your choice, whether it's an investment or just a savings account or just your checking account, but it can't be touched for a set number of years as long as you're currently employed. and then after 5 years, that money gets released to you, and you can spend it on whatever the hell you want, like a green card. But basically, it's building interest at a lower rate, but it could be used for emergencies and things like that.
Yeah, maybe to an extent. But like, having the escrow account is definitely something that needs to be considered. Like, not all the money should go into it. I think it is an essential to the well-being of the person. If you want them to be mentally fit enough in 6 months to work, to have a little bit of luxury and big inverted commas money, but like having it so that it goes when Thursday comes around or whatever it is, rent gets paid, electricity gets paid, water gets paid, this bill gets paid, that whatever other bill gets paid, your internet and your phone, they all get paid before you even see a hint of the money.
Yeah.
And then
and then whatever the remainder is, like say 5%, you can't touch, but you get the rest of it. So if all your bills, utilities, all that takes up say 80%, then you get 5% basically forced savings, and then that remainder is yours to do whatever the hell you want with.
Yep. And like it needs to be to literally do whatever the hell you want with, because in Australia tried a really disgusting punitive system where you could only spend money at like imagine if you could only buy groceries at Asda. Because all your money's on a special cashless debit card which costs more to maintain than your welfare. But that means you can only shop at the big chain supermarkets. Like, say you what's the big one where all the crackheads hang out in the States?
Are you talking Walmart or Dollar
That's
General?
the one, Walmart. Imagine if you were only allowed to buy your groceries at Walmart.
Yeah.
Which is a problem, because maybe you'd like to go to the local farmer's market and get like 7 times as much food. Or save a bunch.
For a quarter of the price kind of thing, yeah.
But, like, leaving aside the specific debate on whether it should exist at all or not, the American system isn't working and the Australian system isn't working. The American system doesn't seem to be, at least the way it was working, because I wasn't too aware of it before the Great Crisis. You cannot pay people more than minimum wage. That's never going to get them into work.
Yeah. And that was the thing. We made living on welfare more profitable than a lot of people could get at a minimum wage job.
Yeah, it was literally
the minimum wage. It's like, no, that's not the problem.
Yeah, we've seen what Bernie Sanders showed us what happens when you increase the minimum wage, you cut hours. So they're still getting the same amount of money. That's all screwed. Like, to be fair, I'd like to work less for the same amount of money, but it's not helping anyone really.
No.
And it doesn't, and they're not working less anyway. They're working twice as hard half the time. But the Australian system is also not working. Paying people just enough to not commit crime doesn't work.
No, because in the long run, you're basically putting, and with both systems,
I think
you're
my
basically
headset
making a
has just
slave
died.
class.
Oh, sorry, could you repeat that? In the long run?
Oh, in the long run, you're basically building a slave class.
Yeah, essentially. And like, if someone's screwed and they can't get a new job, like the stress and embarrassment of unemployment will essentially ruin their mental health so badly they become unemployable, and then they're stuck on welfare for years more, costing the taxpayer more money. If you're going to have a welfare system, it needs to be geared to get people off it as quickly as possible, in a way other than just punishing them.
Now, I will say, I think there's a good level of shame, but it shouldn't be oh, well, you're on welfare, you're a terrible person. It's like,
Yeah,
really? I mean, you're smarter than that. You can do better than this. Come on, get the fuck
exactly.
off.
There needs to be a little bit of shame to encourage them to go in, like a little bit of the no. You can't just be relying on other people's hard work. You've got to get out there and work and earn it yourself, kind of deal. That's fine, but going, how dare you be unemployed? You're a bad person. You're evil, and we're going to punish you for it. Which is
Yeah,
the Australian
and
model.
that's just unnecessary.
It is. And all it does is it shatters people's mental health, which forces them onto unemployment longer.
Yep.
And the longer someone's
the other-
unemployed, the harder it is to get them employed.
And the other side that I've seen is, this is working in coal country, and they got the Great Society, thanks LBJ, where, oh well, don't worry, we're gonna basically take care of everything. So they have a lifestyle, multi-generational lifestyle of being on welfare.
Yes. Also, as a pro tip, you should not get the medium wage for having 3 kids. And that is actually a lifestyle, especially here in Australia, because there's no restriction on the amount of kids you can have. If you're a woman and you're single, and they're all single, if you pop out a kid every 5 years, the government will never ask you to look for work. Never.
Yeah.
You can be on welfare your entire life, from when you're old enough to pop out your first kid to when you go on the age pension. You can spend that entire time, menopause excluded, of course. You can spend that entire time not looking for work because the government will never ask it of you.
Yep. I think the worst thing to happen to blacks in America was the social social welfare system of the 60s and 70s, because it made it difficult for struggling families to stay together, because if the husband left, the father left, then suddenly money was more available.
Yeah.
That has led to massive fatherlessness in the African American community, and which, strangely enough, if you looked at marriage rates before and after the Great Society, that was the most dedicated, least divorced part of American society. And now look at it.
Yeah. And like it's a massive problem, because in Australia, even if take kids out of the equation, if you have a man and a woman and they're both on unemployment, and we'll for the sake of easiness, we'll assume that they each get $500 a fortnight because they're unemployed. If they meet up, or say they were dating beforehand, if they decide, this whole being poor thing sucks, maybe we should move in together and pool our money, government immediately goes, nope, we're taking 30% off you. Both.
Yep.
Oh, so by moving in together, we get less money, so we're screwed? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so now they don't move in together. Oh, look, now she's pregnant. Oh, look, now she's a single mother on welfare.
Yep. And that's a place where we need shame as well.
Yes.
Single motherhood should not be celebrated. That should be the worst thing to happen to a woman, because she can't find someone who she can actually live with and whatnot, and men should be just as equally shamed for abandoning their kids too.
Oh, absolutely.
Actually, more so, because it's like, hey, look, she was good enough to bang for a night. Maybe you ought to have a little more discretion where you're sticking your dick.
Or here's a crazy thought: if you're not willing to keep it for 25 to life, don't stick your dick in it.
Yeah.
Maureen says that she's always worked, but for a long time I just didn't earn enough. So I still had to get money from the government. It was a disaster for my mental health. Cannot imagine how it would be if I was completely on welfare.
Yeah,
Yep.
no, it will reduce you to basically being someone without, any self-pride. And
And now, here's a crazy idea. You take someone with no self-pride, who cannot afford good clothes, good food, gym membership, doesn't go out because they can't afford to go out, so they're sitting at home on their phones all day, and oh look, 6 months later, they're a ham planet, and they want to kill themselves. How did that happen?
Yeah.
Can't possibly have predicted that.
yeah. Oh, Earl, you lucky bastard.
Oh, son of
He's
a
going off to a
bitch.
crawfish boil. Damn. I'll have one for all of us.
Yes. And don't forget to pop a beer in our name.
Just make sure it's a real beer, not a Bud Light.
Not a new beer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But no, it's so stupid how the system is designed to just to not get people off unemployment. Like, if people being unemployed is bad, which I think we're all agreed that it is, just to varying different levels of bad. So unemployed is bad. So the goal of the welfare system should be to make people not that. So why the hell is the system designed in such a way that it's impossible to get a job?
Yeah.
Like, if the government, and the thing is, because people stay unemployed for so long, it would have been cheaper for the government to go, here's $10,000, go learn to drive a fucking truck or something. It would be, and like, because they'd get off the unemployment in like 3 months instead of 3 years. But sorry, you're saying, Bleach.
I just completely checked out mentally all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
fair. But no, the goal should be to get people off unemployment. So, if we're going to spend money on unemployed people, the end goal should be for them to not be unemployed.
Yep. Yeah, and I think we're hitting this weird inflection where people are used to being out of work because of the pandemic and all that fuss.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it just we need a cultural reset completely.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of the Great Disaster, the Australian government decided that they would, when the government manufactured massive unemployment, they decided that they would increase the welfare by something in the vicinity of 120%. Not to 120%, by 120%.
Wow.
So all the dirty fucking unemployed, I've never been out of a job, rah, 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 all those boomer idiots were insulated from the actual pain of being unemployed. They were paid 120% additional. So from 700 and something, they were getting an additional, from just under 700, they were getting that plus an additional 750 a fortnight. Yeah, exactly, but let's increase the unemployment payout by more than 100%. That'll work, because they're seeing, they're going, oh, all these poor people that are out of work through no fault of their own. Meanwhile, all the people who got laid off 6 months ago and going, excuse me, motherfucker?
Yeah. Can I go back to work, please? Thank you.
No, screw you. Sit there and get used to being paid money to do nothing.
You remember our book review on Republic of the Future?
Yes, I do.
Doesn't that sound eerily similar?
You mean you're not allowed to work more than 2 hours a day because reasons? Because otherwise you might get an advantage over your peers? Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah. this is partly shilling, but also highly encouraging everyone. If you haven't watched that video on that book on the book review Republic of the Future, do so. Bez has a great audio version of the whole book.
Yes.
And
if you want
I
to
think our discussion's very good.
If you want to kill a couple of hours with some excellent content, check out the audiobook that's on my personal channel. It's only about 40 minutes, and then check out the book club where we talk about it for like 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
It's a brilliant little novella. That's like, holy shit! How did a woman from the 1800s write something that prescient?
Yeah. And the predictions she made of the technology changes, not always right, but holy shit, did she have a lot of things more correct than not.
In fact, most of the time she got the concept, but not the execution, which was really impressive. Maureen says we should do more book stuff. She liked it. We are trying to. But somebody has to fuck off on a boat for some reason.
Yeah. Bastard.
Yep.
You know what? Just a bit of encouragement for people to consider Subscribestar. Maybe book suggestions could be included with the tiers.
Well, something that will be included and will be available to be voted on by the Subscribestar subscribers of any of these tiers will be the list of books. So we're going to put together a list of books that we are interested in doing, and the subscribers will be allowed to vote on that list. So they will get to pick which one they want to see. They will also get access at least 24 hours ahead of everyone else to the video.
Yep. It's awesome. I will say, I do like doing the book reviews with you guys, because it's usually something not the stuffy takes that other book reviewers kind of do. Plus, we have a little bit more fun with it.
Indeed.
While we're on the subject of books, I want to tell Maureen to go to hell.
Maureen, you pay me enough, I will review Twilight for you.
Yeah.
But
same with 50 Shades of Grey.
It's not going to be cheap.
No. Hold on, I'll need to put together the stretch goal.
Let's put it this way: you're going to have to pay Bezic enough in Subscribestar to employ the rest of us permanently.
and you probably will have to find me a wife.
I have suggestions, but that sounds a lot more like kidnapping and slavery than we'd probably like on YouTube.
Does it involve a marital sack?
Yes! And the Dutch! It does not involve monkey. We are not putting monkey in the marital sack.
Too much like the triangular trade there, Bezic.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I'm not going to put monkey in your marital sack.
Well,
you should probably keep monkey away from any marital sacks.
or any sack whatsoever.
Yes. Dear.
Oh, dear.
So, back to actual content.
Wait, this was content.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yes.
The derailments are what they come here for.
Well, actually, that reminds me, what not Bobcat say? He's like, did you need trim for the last audio book? It's not so much a matter of need, but if he doesn't come, it's harder to make economy into drawing shit for it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
One of these days we'll make him read Mark Twain.
Yeah, but it has to be an old edition.
Yes, but if we do read Mark Twain, it is going to be A, pre-recorded, and there's going to be an uncut Rumble version.
There will have to be an uncut Rumble version.
Why, Jim?
Yes. Stormy says the Dragon Riders of Pern are good books. I believe they are. Who's that? Not Mercedes Lackey.
McCaffrey, I believe.
Oh, Anne McCaffrey.
I think
It's
that's
hard
Anne
to tell.
McCaffrey.
Yeah, I think you're
But
right.
I think
Yeah, I think
wasn't there something about Anne McCaffrey was a little icky?
she
Or am
writes
I
some
thinking of a
absolute
diff-
garbage.
Or maybe I'm thinking of Le Guin.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll look into that. Speaking of Democrats and dumb shit and fucking over people who try to get ahead, Not a Bobcat is absolutely 100% in on the uncut Rumble version. So, Denver City Council member, some useless sack of crap, who is running for re-election, says white-owned businesses should be taxed extra and redistributed to black-owned businesses. That sounds like communism with no extra steps.
That sounds like a great way to encourage transracialism.
I mean, I've always identified as a trans black wheelchair bound lesbian.
Yep. I identify as a body positive Hindu black woman.
A curry ham planet.
Oh, Lord. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
The spice planet must flow.
And they immediately blocked libs of TikTok.
Yeah.
Also, I should point out, if you haven't actually seen libs of TikTok, yummy.
Yeah. On so many levels, too.
Nice nose.
Yes.
Oh, dear.
I should have never shared my faux weakness with everyone.
Yeah. So this tweet says, seize the means of production equals business. Make it a target of identity politics equals whiteness. Watch people, both sides, agitate themselves into anger, revolution. Welcome to my TED talk on neo-communism police of the left.
The next comment is good too. So she's arguing that black people are defective and can't succeed without handouts. Typical progressive.
Yep, the true racists are the ones that think that black people can't succeed.
Yep.
They really are. I hate people who are running around. Oh, we've got to do this, that, and the other. It's like they were doing it for themselves for generations.
Well, that's it. They were doing better in the 60s.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know I've mentioned this before, but there was a really good video Gothics did breaking down. It was like a promotional sales video from like the 50s or 60s about black communities, and basically the video went through because it was a training video for some sales sort of thing, and they're like, oh yeah, well, blacks are this. Well, that's a myth. Look at their earnings and savings ratios versus the rest of the general population. It was like, wow. And so she did a fantastic job breaking that down. So if you can, find that video and watch it, and it's amazing the damage the Democrats constantly do to black Americans.
And yet we're the racists for thinking that they're at least as good as the rest of us.
Yeah, it's like, hey, you're my equal. You can do what I can do. Cool,
Yes,
right?
you can.
no, wait.
I think you're at least as good as I am, therefore I demand you act like it. Racism.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because somehow that makes sense. Lord above. So a feminist author has been charged after dumping a drink on Representative Matt Gaetz at Florida Wine Festival.
So what illiterate cringe did this cow write?
Good question.
wow.
Feminist
That's a very
horror
small face on a
stories.
very big head.
Feminist horror stories. Yes, also known as any feminist story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty
A
much.
Pushcart Prize nominated. I've never even heard of the Pushcart Prize. What garbage is
Writer
that?
of- feminist horror stories? What are feminist horror stories? I went to a
Right,
grocery store
you
and
know,
I was literally shaking when a man said hello at the door greeter.
yeah,
position.
that's it. This man, he's called me. Damn.
Yeah.
Right, we've got to. I don't care about the article anymore. I want to see what she's written. Hold on, what would she be on? Goodreads. She would.
If only her name was like Helen Crenshaw.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm on the page of the Pushcart Prize, and their first couple of paragraphs of description doesn't actually tell you what the prize is presented for. The Pushcart Prize, Best of the Small Presses series, published every year since 1976, is the most honored literary project in America, including highest honors from the American Academy of Arts and Letters. Since 1976, hundreds of presses and thousands of writers of short stories, poetry, and essays have been represented in our annual collections. Each year, most of the writers and many of the presses are new to the series. Every volume contains an index of past selections, plus lists of outstanding presses with addresses. The Pushcart Prize has been a labor of love and independent spirit since its founding. It is one of the last surviving literary co-ops from the 60s and 70s. Our legacy is assured by donations to our fellowship's endowment. And then you actually have to scroll past. That's it. That's all that's on that page.
Did that actually say anything?
No. I'm looking for the nomination process here. Let's see. We welcome up to 6 nominations. Little magazine, small book press editors throughout the world. Accept nominations from our staff. Nominations are accepted between. We do not accept blah, blah, blah. Still nothing about what they're actually nominated for.
Yeah. Gender ideology bullshit, apparently. Would be my guess.
That is a horror.
Yes. No information is available for this page or when you Google it.
I know, yeah, that was the page I was on.
Wikipedia.
Okay, here we go.
There we go. There's a shitty
Yeah.
Wikipedia article.
Yeah, the Pushcart Prize is an American literary prize published by Pushcart Press that honors the best poetry, short fiction, essays, and literary whatnot published in small presses over the previous year. Okay, so it's just, we think this is good.
Yes, literally. Among the writers who received early recognition were never heard of them, blah, da, 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 da. A fantastic collection of nobodies.
Wow, look at that. Wells Tower. I've always read Wells Tower's books.
That is an impressive collection of people I've never fucking heard of, and
Isn't
I
it?
read a lot.
Oh, Lord. Do they have a list of past winners?
I think
I think,
so,
I
yeah.
think that was the list of past winners.
Are they really winners or are they just losers?
Yes.
Well, they're the first runners up.
Oh, Lord.
My.
Right, so this talentless cow wrote, apparently this is her big one, cause for submission.
All right, on your
Sounds
knees.
like porn.
Yeah, but that would be my guess.
The last session.
Yep. That's going to be, I guarantee that's a fucking struggle session.
This is like fanfic with fancy
Yeah.
titles.
Fiction,
Oh,
debut collection
that's a
guides
very
readers out of
weird
space
cover.
and time and through gender and mythos. Blah, blah, explore the microcosmic horrors of identity, existence, and will in the face of the world's adamant call for... Oh my god, I'm bored. Victorian tourists take a virtual trip through there and the Ottoman Empire's ideal Orient. A teenage girl learns about independence and battle of the bands, all while caring for a mesmerized dead mother. What? I failed.
Failed beat poet.
Yes, also known as a
Goes
beat
over the
poet.
edge. It's like, no, you beat the poet.
Yes.
Yes, over the edge.
The beatings will continue until the poetry improves.
Oh god.
All right, let's see.
Well,
If,
I
tell
guess
what we
that'll
think.
never end.
let's see if we can get some of the see what the views are. Come on, show me.
Wow,
No,
nobody cared enough to say anything.
a whole 6 reviews.
Wow. They're all going to be the 5-star ones,
Yeah.
aren't they?
Oh,
no, only
there's a soy
3.
jack.
She's not going to sleep with you, Michael Adams.
No, evocative lyrical prose. Right, so it's Ponzi crap. So
He has 379 reviews on this service. It's probably a bot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Brujeria-influenced Descartes is particularly emotionally turbulent. Listen, Connor, just because you use lots of big words and you've masturbated with a dictionary doesn't mean you're saying anything of value. Blah, 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 blah. If this is the quality of the reviews, the book can't be very fucking good. So, actually, does... I hate when people change website design. Does someone want to tell me what people have associated this with? Because it used to be that you could see...
Short stories and horror. The horror is she's actually a published author.
Yes, that's
290 pages in paperback?
Hmm. Book statistics. Is this what I want? Not particularly. Ratings. Yeah, okay, so... Right, the last session. Clarissa Collier is having problems growing up. Among the usual teen problems of identity and independence, she also has to... Oh, this is just out of that other book. She has to care for her mother, whose soul is stuck in her cancer-ridden body. A modern rip-off of Edgar Allan Poe's The Facts in the Case of M. Valdemar. Right, so she's a talentless hacker just stealing out of copyright work and passing it off as her own.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was another one listed that was something like Babes in Toyland's Fontanelle or something like that. So it looks like a lot of these people are just ripping off other people's work with slight twists.
Well, yeah, and everything else seems to be compendiums. Like, she's not actually... Non-binary review number 12, The Tales of Edgar Allan Poe.
Oh,
Yeah.
my...
If Edgar Allan Poe was alive today, the last thing he would be is non-binary. He'd be the most transphobic.
Yeah.
Wandering Spirits.
I did a piece
Traveling
on,
Mary Shelley's Frankenstein.
Just rip off some other people's work.
Yeah, 52 pages.
Caring what this stupid cow has written, nevermore.
Yeah. Although Mary and these poets experienced a lifetime before they were 30, here I was at 28, never having left my homeland. I need to blah, 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 blah.
Homeland. So what, you never left your 5 acres?
Yeah, 6 years ago, this useless, talentless hack turned her first native trip abroad into a literary scavenger hunt. She visited a bunch of places that Mary Shelley once went to.
I'm gonna say this. Even though I've traveled quite a bit, never leaving your hometown because you're happy and content there isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's not for me, but it's for a lot of people. And I'm not gonna, so this like, oh well, I'm going to travel and write about all the places Mary Shelley has walked.
Yes. Written in the epistolary vein as Mary Shelley's mother. I was thinking that Mary Wollstonecraft was a similar name. Yes, that was Mary Shelley's name. You fucking idiots. So, best known for a vindication of the rights of woman. Well, so 1792 is when it all went to shit, is it? Oh dear. So in today's episode of Talentless Unqualified Hacks.
Yeah, maybe we should just do a premium video for our subscribers of Talentless Hacks on tour.
Maybe that's a special stream we need to do for the subscribers. Just ripping on stupid shit on the stupid books.
Oh, so it's not bad enough you want Trim to suffer, now you have to make me suffer too?
Yes.
Yes.
Suffer the illiteracy of the moron who get awards.
The uncreative bullshit that people pass off as literature these days.
Yep.
Hey, now you haven't read my bullshit that passes as literature.
I would never accuse you of being uncreative, Bleach.
I try to be, though. It's hard being an uncreative hack. I have to work at it extremely hard.
If ChatGPT can write a better Star Wars sequel trilogy, then fucking...
That's a damn
Disney.
fine point.
Yeah, but a drunk Gibbon could write a better sequel.
That's true.
Bay State pointing out the monkey could write
Monkey
a book.
could write a better book. Yep.
Yeah, but that's
Oh,
like
God.
the Communist Manifesto 2-point fling poo.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of, just
Speaking of
a
George Floyd,
quick
yes.
aside. So I have new followers for Alexandria Posia,
Oh no!
Oh, dear God.
and let's see, one's a trade unionist, socialist, works at the NHS campaigner.
Oh, God,
Let's see, I've got various Green Party candidates that are following. And
Oh,
a disability rights activist, electoral reform campaigner, access to an inclusion warrior, impairment as personal, and disability as political advocate.
So one of the absolute retards that's been crying desperately over the voter ID in England.
Yes, yes. And I still want to point out, one of my first followers for Alexandria was the former leader of the Green Party from 2012 to 2016.
Imagine
Dear
being
God.
so useless you get sacked as the leader of the Green Party.
Yeah, I will say though, holy shit, has this been a strange, weird, dark hole that I've had to go down.
I
Because
can imagine.
I have to pretend to be into these things, and then you get more suggestions, and the people are more and more insane.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time before you start attracting Antifa weirdos.
I'm hoping so. Yeah, this is like the most brilliant subversion of expectations that I've ever engaged in. But anyway, back to drugs.
Should we call that chat fishing, I wonder?
It kind of is, yeah. And even yeah, the Shade Master has tried to promote Alexandria a little bit.
Somehow, I don't think his audience and Alexandria's overlap much.
No. But yeah, it's been a great, wild, and very disturbing ride so far. And this is only a week-old project.
Oh, Lord above.
Monkey wants to know if you're still trying to pick a fight with Connor.
Yes, absolutely.
Took me a moment to realize he was talking about the bot.
and Leo.
Yeah. Oh, Leo's will definitely jump in with both feet.
Oh yeah. And it's just sometimes the chat bot is a little too soft thing, so I have to spice it up from time to time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's a hell of a lot of fun, let me tell you.
I bet. Oh dear. So yeah, so from Reuters,
I can imagine.
fentanyl-related deaths more than tripled over 5 years. Thanks, Biden.
Okay. How's that my problem?
Yeah. Who cares?
Well, if you happen to touch it, it can kill you.
Well, I mean,
Like meth.
Yeah, just a lot quicker than meth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, on one hand, because I had a relative who struggled with, you know, I think it was heroin and cocaine.
Mhm.
So luckily they turned their lives around, but they really worked at that. But the problem was, some of the people that they had associated with didn't want to change because they were chasing that next high. And
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, yeah, because I saw it firsthand and saw what it did to my family. If you want to OD on something, fuck off. I don't care. I'm no Narcan, no nothing. You made your choice. You continued to pursue that path. You didn't say, the consequences are more I want to inflict on the people I love. So you're a selfish asshole. So go fuck yourself.
Yep.
And
Indeed.
that can apply to any addiction, too. You know, it's not just the hard drugs.
Seems reasonable to
'Cause,
me.
Yeah, because I've got a cousin who I classify as a hemp funnel, and I actually have, when we were both very young, I absolutely took care of business when he got on my nerves, and we don't talk anymore. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, you're a hemp funnel, dude. I'm done with you. I don't need this bullshit munchies level of crap in my life. You can't control yourself. Because he couldn't. He chose not to. Because he learned that from his father.
Yep. Yeah. It's so great how people decide to ruin their lives and take everyone else with them.
Yeah. And if I'm going to ruin my life, I'm going to do it alone because I'm used to being alone.
Exactly. There's not enough crack for the both of us.
I personally prefer the refined tastes of opium myself.
Just like old Sherlock, eh?
Yes, I have to dull my senses somehow, so I'm not hyper aware of the world around me.
Yeah,
if
that's
Platinum was good enough for Lovecraft, it's good enough for me.
It's the lead part that always pisses me off about laudanum.
Yeah. Oh dear. Right, so speaking of communist tears, voters leaving tears as Brits without ID turned away in local elections chaos. To repeat what I said
Good.
earlier, if you're too stupid to get ID, you're too stupid to fucking vote.
Yes.
Yeah.
Paste and solid.
But it's
Based
even
in voter rights bills.
But it's even better. The headlines are lie because voters were left in tears after seeing people in their community turned away at polling stations. So
they were crying on behalf of someone else?
Yes.
Fucking
Yeah, no,
pansies.
I can tell you from Alexandria's Twitter feed, the number of people who were freaking out because somebody ahead of them forgot an ID or wore a mask to the polling place and got turned away. What was just horrifically, it's like you can't take the mask down inside a structure because you're afraid you're going to die just to exercise your franchise.
You can't hold your
Go fuck
breath
yourself.
for 5 fucking seconds and then wipe your face down with antiseptic.
Yeah. Yeah. It blew my mind.
I think that's actually coming up, so we'll come back to that, hey?
Oh, good. Lovely. But yeah, it was like the British voters are like, oh, well, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no.
Very much so. If you ain't...
Bobcat does a passable impression of these people. Look, I'm crying. Your laws should no longer apply.
Seems about right.
Ooh.
Try
That's
harder,
just
commie
spicy
scum.
and menthol.
Yeah.
Hope and or seethe.
Preferably both at the same time.
So this stupid bitch says she cried at a polling station as the old lady in front of her, who had struggled to walk there, was turned away. She had photo ID, but not the right version. Right, so how many years expired was it?
Yeah.
The silly bitch says there was a horrible atmosphere, adding that she was interrogated on whether the photo on her passport was her. As you fucking should be!
I'm sorry, but if you don't look like your photo, somebody should have the right to ask. And that's going to happen whether it's going to vote or
is it because this she has a passport photo that looks like a soy-filled manlet and is meanwhile 600 pounds wearing a wig?
I mean, yes.
And this was obviously going to happen because one of the paragraphs here says it is the first ballot where voters have had to show photo identification to exercise their democratic right under rules introduced by the Tories. I'm sorry. I was under the impression had been at least as sensible as the rest of the Commonwealth and gone, maybe you should have ID to vote. I mean, it's pretty
Maybe
much
you
been
should.
that way in
Maybe
Canada
you should
ever
be a
since ID
citizen
was
to vote.
available. Oh, how dare you! That's exclusionary and xenophobic.
Nice.
That's it, yes.
yes.
Thank you.
How dare you?
You're
How
welcome.
dare you? Callum Dayton says, I share this island with these morons.
Well, yeah, you do.
So some other idiot who was also crying us, how many times across the country is this being repeated? As many as necessary. Shut up.
One less than it should be.
Furious voters on social media said dropping by a polling station while on the school run or while running errands had been made more difficult because of the news. I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure that you're supposed to carry your fucking driver's license with you when you're driving.
Yeah.
You would think that, but remember, oppressive evil by asking someone to be responsible.
Yeah. And
Oh my God, how inconvenient for you. Mom, just roll up a little touch. Mom and stepmom of 5, Joanne, said she doesn't always carry ID and would, quote, normally vote when passing on her way to somewhere else, adding, I certainly wouldn't go home and get it and come back. Then your fucking vote doesn't matter that much to you, you stunned cunt.
Also,
yeah.
Just take it with you when you leave the first time, you fucking idiot. It's not that fucking hard. Men have been doing it for centuries. Why are they? I notice it's all women. I will skip the next part because I think we see this old idiot.
These are the people who never had a grandmother to look at them and go, make sure you wear clean underwear in case you get in a car accident. Oh, and carry your ID in case you get your head cut off.
Mm-hmm. The Mirror also reported that a 93-year-old cancer sufferer was excluded from voting. Okay, new rule: if the chance of you dying in the next 4 years is greater than 80%, your vote doesn't matter either.
No.
If you're going to be dead by the next election, don't care.
Yeah, maybe we should expand the whole idea we have about voting rights to include not just property owners, but people who are, actually actively involved in the community.
Yeah, I mean, but
people who are actually alive. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'm at the point of like, no, sorry, yeah, you're not doing anything that adds value to the world. Go away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Aggressively.
I've got to vote in the poll. See, oh no, fuck you. I'm not giving you my email. Fuck off. You're not worth any effort.
We could use the Aposia.
Nah, it's too late. Don't care.
Mail2.uk.com.
Here we go. Here's the useless stunned cunt who was turned away because she wouldn't reveal her identity. I was not allowed to vote once inside despite bringing ID and video me putting on mask. Yes, how does this random video prove that the person in front of them is the same person in the video? There's no reasonable for adjustments for those who are immunosuppressed. Did you wear the mask before COVID? If no, shut up, fuck off. Recorders turned away with no reason. No guidance for those with disability. No, you're not disabled, you're just stupid.
Mental illness.
Too stupid to vote.
Yeah.
That's the worst part. Like, these people don't deserve the franchise.
No, service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, Callum has a good point in chat. It's hard to say if this person is a he or a she.
Actually, if we look at the profile picture, it gets even more difficult.
Oh, God.
Oof. How the fuck does that happen?
Anyway,
you're even more androgynous?
Yeah, moving away from the dead, soulless commie eyes.
Yeah.
So how well did this work out? Well, apparently the Conservatives are so fucking useless that they managed to fuck up and lose the elections.
Jesus.
I mean, they got what they deserved. unfortunately.
Yeah, sadly they did. This is what you fucking get for... No, you can't say that on YouTube. So yeah. So Carl says, I just want to congratulate the Conservatives on being totally useless. The Labour candidates got approximately a quarter of the vote in each area, but Conservative voters basically didn't bother because you're a party of traitors and deserve to be destroyed. Oda says the UK has an option between communists and gay communists. Which is which?
Well, I mean, at least you've got the option, right?
And green communists.
I mean, green is the new red.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake. Burn it to the ground.
Yeah. And you know, the real shame is...
Well, England just needs to burn anyway.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue against that.
Why does England need to burn? Well, how about because a pub that displayed gollywogs, fuck you, they're gollywogs, closes after supply boycott?
What the fuck's a gollywog?
It's like a little doll.
I will get one up. But fair warning, this is so racist that apparently it's going to kill the nearest black person to you just by watching it. That's gollywog.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Apparently,
Jesus Christ.
a pub has closed for business a month after its collection of gollywogs was stolen by the police. 5 SS officers. Yeah, that's it. I thought it said Essex. It actually says SS. 5 SS officers.
There's a double S in there.
Yep. Removed the offensive dolls from behind the bar following a hate crime allegation.
Yeah, go lick my hate crime.
Yeah, I'm reasonably sure that was one of the regulars that did that.
Mm-hmm. And a bunch of... So Heineken can't drink that anymore, and Carlsberg can't drink that anymore, have told the pub to stop serving its lager, while maintenance company, who can fuck off and die, refuse to continue working on site.
Really?
Yep. The police seized the dolls on 4th of April and the building was vandalised with white paint and windows damaged. Camera removed the pub from its Good Beer Guide and also removed the Pub of the Year awards on display.
Mm-hmm.
The collection of dolls were donated by the late aunt of the owner from customers and had been in the pub for nearly 10 years. If they don't like it, they don't have to come through the door, she told the BBC last month.
And that's the only reasonable solution.
So, in other words, police seized a bunch of antiques and probably didn't even give them a receipt for them so they can prove. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So a Heineken coward said it told the pub to stop serving its beer and that it would stop supplying materials such as glasses, and said in a statement, after being made aware of the abhorrent display, we advised the pub owners we want nothing more to do with them. You fucking pathetic cowards. They go against everything we stand for.
I'm getting hammered on shit beer. Fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah. We believe pubs should be places of inclusivity and respect for all people, regardless of their race, ethnicity, Have you ever been in a pub?
Good God. Have you ever drank?
You useless, talentless, brain-dead hacks.
Oh my God.
Yeah, look, the dolls are thought to date back to minstrel entertainment shows when typically white actors painted their faces black and depicted negative stereotypes of black people. Now, I'm pretty sure some of them claimed they were employed. They became a fictional character that appeared in books from Florence Kate Upton in the late 19th century. The name for the dolls has since been used as a racial slur. Yes, we know, because you filthy fucking cowards won't use the bloody name. They're not golly dolls, you fucking cowards.
This makes me want to go and get some of the little minstrel cast iron things that I found at the local antique store. And it's like, do I really care? No, but I want to preserve that for future generations.
Yeah, but this shit here, 5 SS officers. Yeah, this is why the police in most countries just need to go. They need to be dismantled and, if necessary, rebuilt from the ground up. Needs to be. No, none of the people involved in these fascist organizations should ever be allowed to be a public servant ever again.
Yeah, this is not the shit that Sir Robert Peel expected the cops would be doing a century later.
No, he expected them to find thieves, belt them round the head, and drag them back for punishment.
Yep.
Too busy actually stopping crime.
Oh, but you can't stop crime because that might be the wrong message.
But
to
hey,
sensitive communities.
police officers dragging away black people. What's new? Oh, Lord above.
And like Monkey says, yeah, those are probably worth a ton of money.
Yep.
Oh,
But a fucking hate crime allegation. What the fuck was the hate crime?
they exist.
Apparently
therefore.
so. So Carlsberg and Heineken can also fuck off and go in the Bud Light box.
Yep.
It's a weird thing, though. I mean, as I understand it, pubs are generally very, very regular filled. Like, it's very rare for someone to start going to a new pub.
Well, yes.
So, this was just some rando who walked in off the street, probably for a drink, or probably just needed to piss. And
Probably.
this is what happened.
Yep.
Fuck's sakes. Some
Fucking disgusting.
busybody cunt walked in and went, "Oh, I don't like that. You should take those down." Didn't you just come in here for a piss? Go piss and get the fuck out.
In fact, why don't you go swallow your piss? Fuck off.
Yeah. Or swim in it.
Drown in it.
Monkey, this is a lynching. A lynching, I tells you.
Faith Begara, why are you so Irish all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Well, I figured if I used the other accent, we might get yeeted off of YouTube.
Yeah. So after this astounding display of the value of the British government, the public was invited to swear their allegiance as king is crowned.
Yeah, get
no.
right on that.
Sure.
God save the Queen.
Yeah.
Saturday's service will involve, for the first time, the active participation of representatives of faiths other than Christianity. Rishi Sunak, a Hindu, will give a reading from the Bible, despite Church of England law in effect barring other faiths from taking an active role in its services.
What fucking blasphemous bullshit is this? A Hindu is going to give a reading from the Bible, and that counts as active participation of a representative of another faith. Fuck right off.
He should not be. No, it is
It's
directly in violation of Church of England law. Sunak can fuck off. In fact, he
I'm
can
deeply
fuck off
offended
right
as an
back to
atheist.
Hinduistan. Yes.
I mean,
Where the fuck is Conan the Barbarian when you need him to take out the fucking...
Other new elements,
Never mind.
including the king voicing aloud a specially written prayer, are him sung in English, okay, Welsh, why, Scottish, why, Irish. They still haven't learnt their fucking lesson, so why? Of acknowledgement of the rich.
I will admit, hearing things read in Welsh by native speakers is wildly entertaining because it sounds like they're assaulting you.
Yes.
It's kind of like, okay, that one's cool. The rest is like, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they haven't had something read in Hindi and whatever the hell, like Bangladeshi, something like that. Because we gotta maximize the diversity, yo.
Yeah. But, of course, like, it's got the participation of female Anglican bishops. No.
Oh.
Blasphemy.
Oh. That, like, the picture that I properly put in
yes.
right before we got to the... Yeah. That is worth showing, though.
Yeah, here we go.
Without my caption, but...
No, fuck it. We would like to introduce you to Bishops Bull and Dyke. You're going to have to figure out which is which.
Good God.
I mean, I'm sorry, but
apparently we need to bring Christianity to England again.
Yep.
Yes,
Yep.
yes, I'm
Yep,
hard.
We need to reverse the diaspora and make London free again.
Make
Make London
Anglican
English again.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm not going to swear allegiance to this guy. What about you,
God,
Adam?
No.
Well, of course, the
fuck
Americans
no.
not.
I mean, I gotta get my jabs in there somehow, damn it.
Yeah, Republican
Oh
votes
my.
swear allegiance to King Charles the Treacherous.
Hang on, that picture reminds me of something.
Oh, are you going to have a little Trudeauism where he's jiggling his ass like a fucking honky at a
I would
dance party?
never inflict that on our viewers.
I would.
Yeah, true. Nope. I'm just going to grab a comparative side-by-side image here.
Oh
Right
dear.
there in the show chat.
Uh,
Oh, it's taking a minute to upload.
Yay, we've been saved by Discord's bullshit.
Yep.
And there it is.
Oh
Yep,
no!
that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yep.
Can you tell the difference?
Yes.
Can we see the sausage fingers?
I don't think we can. I don't want to see the sausage
No.
fingers.
My God, what a pair of performative cunts.
Yep.
Exactly.
Hashtag.
Oh no, we're honoring the local we are honoring the local
Look!
people by dressing in their costumes.
The English did not invade the entire bloody world to respect their fucking cultures.
Yeah. If we
They invaded.
wanted to
bring
indulge in your
civilization.
pagan rituals and speak your hollow foreign tongue, we wouldn't have come to your country.
We wouldn't have
And now
invaded.
Bobcat is correct. We do not kneel as Americans. Actually, that is an interesting thing. For the Pledge of Allegiance, we stand, and it's like
True.
that's a big deal. You don't do anything but you stand because it's culturally it's like
No, but
we're not submitting. We are taking
unless you
dominion over our
happen
own.
to be a useless, filthy fucking communist who should be immediately expelled from the United States.
Oh, you mean like Nancy Pelosi who
Yes.
put on the Kunte Kinte slave owner cloth?
Yeah, that's the ones.
Better to die on your feet than live on your knees was an instruction.
Yes.
Exactly.
So calls for millions to take part in homage to the people. Sparks backlash as Republicans ban offensive and tone deaf. No, that's not it. Fuck the Republicans. We don't
Not
want
offensive.
Republicans. That's how they got Joe Biden.
I think they mean small R Republicans like myself,
Yeah.
not English Republicans who are like
It's-
big R Republicans at best.
No. Well, I've been said for years that why in the fuck would I want to give the Prime Minister more power? Imagine this. Imagine giving Trudeau more power. That's what Republicans want.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, British Republicans are, yeah, let's get rid of the monarchy so there's no theoretical check or balance. It's like, you want Keir Starmer to do what to you?
Yep.
And
Yes, let's remove our only check and or balance.
and that's the thing about American republicanism is we have three branches of government that should be fighting each other all the damn time. It doesn't happen as much as I'd like, but it's oppositional because if they don't agree with each other, that means nothing happens. And when nothing happens, people thrive.
Yes. Oh, look at this. The Archbishop of Canterbury, who needs to... Can't say that
Be a
on the
fucking
internet.
man.
Yeah. Needs to do his
Start
fucking
playing
job and
Smackdown
hold
on
true
his
to
other
his
ones.
faith and his allegiance. They revealed the plans to make the ceremony more of a people's coronation by scrapping the historic right of aristocrats and pledging their oath to the new sovereign. No, fuck off. If there's one thing we need to keep, it's the House of Lords swearing allegiance to the pissing king.
Yep.
For fuck's sake.
Only the Prince of Wales will now kneel.
Why?
What?
Right.
Only Harry knelt.
No. Harry's not Prince of Wales, is he?
Or sorry, not Harry, William.
Yeah.
William. Yeah.
Which still means that Harriet's
kneels all the time.
Harry hasn't got off his knees in years.
Especially with Megan there.
Oh, I'm going to tell
the-
everyone you're a brute and you bully me. Oh, God bless you, monkey. That fucking Even just thinking about that video makes me chuckle.
Billy Blogs asks, you want the Dark Lord Tony fucking Blair to be your president?
Jesus.
No, well, that's another reason why you have term limits, for God's sake, and an electoral college.
Yes.
Definitely the Electoral College.
You know what? As archaic as it seems to most people, and I would say most people that aren't on this stream, because people here are pretty damn based.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like,
Remember, folks, only commies don't watch the Sultans of Shadilay.
exactly. If you're not here watching actively, you're a fucking commie degenerate and need to. Anyway. But yeah.
Speaking of commie degenerates, that segues us to our next article.
Oh, God.
So,
Colonial injustices?
Oh, no, this is the one that was kneeling in front of Parker Posey.
It
Posey.
was, yeah, crawling around like a toddler.
Funny you should mention that. Funny you should mention that.
For me, baby.
On top of her
baby
own
Lord.
flag.
Yep. Dragging her flag through the mud. You know where it fucking belongs, because they never dragged themselves out of the dirt.
She probably
Oh, that's probably outside of
wiped
YouTube
her
guidelines.
crusties all on that.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
Because I had to
Billy
think of
does
it.
also
Fuck you,
point
too.
out Commie Fist.
Yes.
Yeah,
Why the fuck is she wearing feathers?
she killed
Wrong-
a bird on her way
Wrong
in.
natives, you fucking idiot. Oh, my lord above.
Yeah.
Ah.
And even the ones here in North America are just like, no, we don't dress like retards, you fucking morons.
Yep.
Filthy commie trash.
Yeah, I get a real kick out of watching Newfoundlanders who identify as native roaming around wearing Plains Indian symbolism.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. So chick I dated, she worked for one of the eastern tribes. And one of them was pushing, well, we need to wear more native dress to our board meetings. So they're like, okay, we'll permit that. And it was fucking Navajo clothes that they were wearing. And everybody else was like, what are you wearing, you moron? This isn't native dress. And they're, yeah, sure it is. It's like, it's Navajo. Fuck you.
Yeah. Like showing up to an Ojibwe meeting wearing fucking Haida gear. What the fuck
Oh
is
my
wrong with you?
god, yeah.
What?
I think the best one was one of my friends is Iroquois. And he started carving totem poles because he wanted to honor his ancestors. And I had to
What?
point out to him, your ancestors didn't live anywhere near redwoods, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Like,
he
well-
got really mad at me over that, and then he actually did the research and went, "Fuck, you were right."
Funny how that works.
Yeah.
Bleach, what was the group? What was the tribe that just slaughtered their way across America several times?
Oh, the Comanche.
Yeah, the Comanches.
Where everybody wanted to kill them?
Yeah, these
Oh, yeah.
idiots would wear Comanche symbolism to their own fucking tribe's meetings.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. 'Cause, a dear friend, she was a mentor of mine. She was like 3/4 Cherokee.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing is, she would just be like, "Look, all right," because she gifted me quite a few things, because, and she's like, if somebody tells you this is anything else, tell them to go to hell and tell them I sent you. And I'm like, okay. Found out later she was like some elder in the east, one of the eastern bands of the Cherokee, and I'm like, so that's why people were kind of like, oh, you stupid white man, why are you wearing this? And it's like, but so and so gave it to me. Oh, okay, fine, we'll fuck off. Like, okay, cool.
Yep. Oh dear. So speaking of communists giving our money away, British taxpayers' money should be spent on cancer care, not a crisis in a foreign country. What's that? Spend taxpayer money on the taxpayers instead of sending it overseas to some ungrateful third world shit farmers who've never done anything for anybody and won't pay the fucking money back.
Yep. And, all right, I want to take this complaint to say, jump back on something I saw when I watched part of the coronation of Chuck III, and people are like, "Oh, well, this is a waste of taxpayer money," and blah blah blah. It's like you're wasting money on putting illegals who hate your country in 5-star hotels,
Yep.
but something that is for the British Empire, what's left of it, which isn't much, and you're degrading that because you want to spend money on fucking homeless people? Go to hell. As someone who has rejected
Or better yet,
the British Empire culturally.
here's the crazy idea. If you want to spend money on homeless people, try English homeless people. Mad fucking thought.
Ones.
No,
the white ones that you think
No,
are
the
all
Russians,
racist and
the
privileged.
Russians can fuck off too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
English or
I'm
bust.
sorry.
And the Welsh can fuck off back to the West as well.
But yeah,
the Cornish.
it's like, wait a minute, hold on.
Rebuild
Here,
Hadrian's Wall.
Oh God. Wouldn't that be- well, I mean, we'd be able to keep disco and monkey out of England.
No, but we want to keep those two.
But they can be
They're the good
anywhere. They
ones.
don't have to be in England.
Uh,
Just say.
True. Oh dear. So yeah.
Yeah. But you know, it's like I see this, and it's like they want to spend taxpayer dollars on everything other than things that build up a nation.
Yeah. So she asks a very good question. Why is Britain obligated to offer a free rescue service to 4,000 idiots with dual passports who travel to a war zone against official recommendations? So this is in relation to the clusterfuck in Sudan. Why the fuck are the British people responsible for rescuing dual idiots from their own country?
Well, I mean, Chinese Gordon would like to have word.
Speaking of rescuing British citizens, where the fuck is Miles, and why are we spending millions getting him back?
That, you know,
Yeah, what is going on with Lord Miles?
and
I was thinking about him today.
this is something I heard, yeah, and maybe I read too much into it. But Callum mentioned, I can't remember if it was the Home Office or the Foreign Office, had instructed him not to say anything about Lord Miles.
Ooh.
Really?
And that was in one of their podcasts, and it was just kind of an aside, but it struck me as there's something being hinted at.
Yeah, something's going on.
And you know, I have, you know, my speculation hat really popped on as like, it sounds like maybe there's something going on in Afghanistan where there's another faction that isn't Taliban that is fucking around, and it's not being mentioned in the Western press, and because it's kind of like ISIS 3.0 kind of thing. Don't know, wild, idle speculation, but that's where my brain went when people started, when Callum said that, and people were like throwing things in chat, and it's like, you don't ask questions when information's been put on the table like that.
Yeah, my thinking would be a little more fantastical and probably far outside the realm of reality, but it would be very nice to hear, Lord Miles landed in London with an SAS escort.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you know, it's one of those things where what you read between the lines is probably more important than what is being said publicly.
Well, if a politician speaks, they're lying, so what does that tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if a journalist tells you anything, you know the opposite is probably true too.
Yeah, well, find me any journalists left. There's not even bad ones anymore.
No. Oh, there's tons of journalists. There's no reporters though.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Who was it who was calling them urinalists?
Somebody in our chat.
Hmm.
I know I've borrowed that term myself, but I can't claim credit.
Who was common urinals?
Anyway, so speaking of how fucked up Scotland is and why we need to build a wall,
Auckland?
not proven
Now Baghdad has a
verdict will be.
solution, we just have to civilize the people.
Apparently, we do. Not proven verdict will be
Yeah.
abolished for rape cases, and defendants will face juryless trials amid sweeping justice reforms in Scotland. Yes, the reform is we're
What?
removing the justice.
Yeah, you reform it so hard that it doesn't exist.
Yep.
God.
Oh, I like the first subheading there. Third option for jurors axed in bid to increase Scotland's low rape conviction rate. Wait, if they're innocent, they don't need to be convicted, you stunned cunts.
Well, they're not interested in innocence. They're interested in convicting people. We got to get those
Yeah,
stats
they're-
up,
yeah,
regardless of whether they did or not. Don't let useless things like the facts get in the way of convicting men for rape.
Yeah.
They
They're
get-
more interested in convicting white men for rape,
Yeah,
Yep.
clearly.
not the diversity.
No. I'm reminded of that fucking cunt a few years back who looked up and said, "Oh, it's better to convict a few innocent ones so the guilty ones don't get away."
Cool, you're a
That is
rapist.
the
There
exact
we go.
opposite of a justice system.
Is that, what is it, Blackstone's Law? Or something like that? Something's Law?
What's that?
The better for 10 guilty men to go free than for an innocent man to be punished. I think at some point he rolled that out to 100 in guilty men.
Something like that,
Blackstone's ratio? Is it Blackstone?
yeah. Might be Blackstone, yeah. I don't.
Yes,
I have
yes, it
Most of the
is.
sum total of human. Okay, you got it.
Thus, we presume an accused person's innocence until they are proven guilty. As the preeminent jurist William Blackstone wrote, better that 10 guilty persons escape than that one innocent suffer. This principle can also be found in religious texts in the writings of the American founders. Yes, I believe Jefferson made it 100.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Jefferson. But yeah,
Yeah, here we go.
how far have we in the West fallen?
Yeah,
Just
all the
Rumble
fucking way
says
to
it's
the bottom,
Blackstone's
apparently.
formulation.
It's both, apparently,
Yeah, there you
but
go.
yes.
Blackstone's formulation. Yeah.
Blackstone's commentaries, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Benjamin Franklin stated it as, it is better 100 guilty persons should escape than that one innocent person should suffer. Meanwhile, in Scotland, just imprison men willy-nilly.
No.
Yep.
Unless they have the melanin of superiority.
Oh, for God's sakes, as part of the changes, victims will have a, quote, SAR to stand up for their rights. So
Oh,
not only
what?
are they making it harder to defend yourself, they're making it so that there's actually an active individual in the room going, no, this person is bad and here's why.
No, oh, don't forget, a specialist sex crimes court will be set up. Yes, is the logo on the door going to be a fucking kangaroo?
Yes,
Or the head of a drum.
Mm-hmm.
that too.
Oh, good God.
In the biggest shake-up of the legal system for decades, the centuries-old third option for jurors will be axed in a bid to increase Scotland's low rate conviction rate. Right,
You know
conviction
why?
rate.
Because Hamza fucking Yusuf is right up there making sure that it's white victims who suffer the most.
Yes. Anti-rape campaigners. Sorry, who are the pro-rape campaigners and why are they from Pakistan?
Yeah.
Who the fuck are the
Oh.
pro-rape campaigners?
Yeah.
Rochdale. Sorry, I
Telford.
had something in my throat there. Telford. Rochdale. Rotherham. Yeah.
Yep.
It's almost like we need to go Rumble exclusive for some of us to really go full bore on this.
So, Silly Bint, chief executive of Rape Crisis Scotland, said there's a huge amount of research and evidence to suggest that these steps will not only make engaging with the justice system easier for survivors, but to lead to more justice being done. No, there'll be no justice done, you dumb bitch. You're not asking for justice, you're asking for an increased conviction rate. These things are
Yeah.
patently opposite. Evil,
You can
evil.
get an increased conviction rate if you don't care about the facts.
You can get an increased conviction rate if You just let the cops make up evidence.
Yeah. Why even have laws if you could just round up, possible evil people and do away with it?
Well, that's it. We'll just bring back the sheriffs, get rid of the magistrates, and whoever the police don't like, they can just execute.
Yep. I see Monkey is going full Stalin.
If
show me the man, I'll show you the crime.
But Scotland has abolished the social contract, therefore Scottish people have no reason to not rise up.
Yeah.
Yeah, these steps will not only make engaging with the justice system easier for survivors, but lead to more justice being done. See, there's a great quote from a great movie that goes, "You keep using that word, but I don't think it means what you think it means."
That one being justice.
Yeah. Well, but they're focused. See, we've corrupted justice, so it means social justice, not legal justice. And I think that's playing into how they're defining things.
Yep. But Murray Etherington, president of the Law Society of Scotland, backed by the Faculty of Advocates, criticised the proposed pilot scheme to allow judges to try people for rape, which carries a possible life sentence without juries. This tradition of allowing juries is older than the United States as a colony.
Yeah.
This predates the discovery of the United States.
This was laid out in the Magna Carta, if I'm correct.
Yes. Yep. I don't think it was juries for everyone, but I think that's where the "of your peers" part comes from. Because in order for the crown to take something from a member of the aristocracy, they must be tried and convicted before a jury of their peers, which is where the term peerage comes from as well. If not where it comes from, they're related terms.
Yes, it has the same basic philosophical origin.
Yeah. So what's Magna Carta, like 13 or 14 something?
I thought it was like 1278 or something like that.
Could be.
Yeah, it's damn near Dark Ages.
Maybe that's where I'm thinking century rather than actual year. But I think you're right. 1215 apparently.
1215. Okay.
Yeah,
I was off by 60 years, so.
So it's only 800 years old, but we'll just throw that out the window so that we can punish men without trial.
Yeah. And you have to remember, Clementine Ford exists, therefore this can exist as well in the same bullshit timeline.
Oh dear.
Critics of the not proven verdict, which dates from the 17th century, well, that's a problem, and it's not proven. Creates confusion for jurors that can stigmatize people amid limited public understanding of an acquittal. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, but
sure.
I remember, was it Justice Robert Bork here in the United States, where he was nominated to the Supreme Court, and they slandered him just no end. They slandered him.
Yeah, well,
he asked after it was justified, where can I go to get my reputation?
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Not proven probably needs to go. Guilty or not guilty. But also, they also want to change the size of criminal juries from 15 to 12, with 8 guilty verdicts enough to secure a conviction. Sorry, 8 out of 12. 60%. You can't even form government with that lower vote. Like, fuck me dead. I don't think you can even change your homeowners association board with that.
No. Usually it's the reason in the U.S. that it's 12 typically is
holy shit. Scotland's even worse than I thought. Scotland is currently 8 guilty verdicts from 15 jurors.
Yeah. No,
Jesus Christ, Scotland.
Yeah. Because in the United States, you can have one
Go
juror
ahead.
who disagrees, and it's a hung jury.
Yeah. Groups.
Yeah, and for a conviction, it should be a unanimous verdict.
Yes. Beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why not proven it comes in. You have not proven it to our satisfaction. That's the bit between balance of probabilities and reasonable doubt. But no. The group such as Causing the Rape Crisis Scotland believe the verdict prevents victims getting justice. They say if it was ditched, jurors would be more likely to opt for guilty verdicts, helping to push up low conviction rates. At no point do they actually say that they want to convict more rapists. They just want to push up conviction rates.
Yeah, no,
And I also wouldn't bet on that, because if you take away that third option of it, we're not certain, then you're actually looking at more likely the jury would err ideally. And then again, it depends on who these peers are.
mm-hmm.
On the side of, okay, well, I'm not 100% sure that this guy did this. I cannot vote to have him sent to jail.
Yep.
But, okay, Alan says, my dad got jury duty a while back. He did everything to slip out. Can you fuckers stop trying to get out of jury duty? Because if you idiots, if you wankers keep getting out of jury duty, the jury's going to be made up of Karen here. It's going to be made out of idiots and women. Sorry, who were
being repetitive.
Yeah,
here, Biz.
it's going to be made up. It's going to be made up of idiots who are too stupid to get out of it or are politically motivated to screw people.
Yeah,
we need the smart, educated, employed people on juries so that Karen here isn't the deciding fucking vote. Because in Scotland, apparently all you need is 50%.
well, remember during the George Floyd trial, the Chauvin trial.
You mean the show
Waters
trial?
Basically said yeah. Maxine Waters, I think it was out in the street telling people, if we don't get the verdict we want, not the truth, not the fairest verdict possible, not a just verdict, the verdict we want, whatever it was. I think she might have even encouraged violence at that point.
She did.
Yeah.
But Maxine Pad Waters encourages violence every time she can. But
That's true. Yeah.
That's beside the point. The fact that it's basically, we don't have rule of law, we have rule of mobs in the West. And
Speaking of rule of
we
mobs,
want to address that.
a pilot for juryless rape trials was suggested by Lord Justice Clerk Stupid Cow after a review which found that jurists can have outdated attitudes to sexual crime. What, that you can't withdraw on consent 6 months later?
Yeah, Could you imagine if, say, Trim decided 3 months from doing one of the episodes of the Sultans here that he felt violated, and the things that he said were like, didn't really mean those, so I'm going to withdraw my consent of being put on YouTube this way. We would laugh our asses off, but
Yeah.
that's not the way things work with this system.
Well, the funny thing is, if he went to YouTube and said that, the episode would be yeeted.
Oh, Bleach just violated me. Someone call Scotland.
I spit on it, just embrace it.
Oh, God. Oh, I'm dying a little bit again.
I've been murdering you all stream, Arden.
I'm not 100% over the sickness, so every now and again, yeah, the laughter will jostle something loose in the lungs, and it goes, I don't want to be in here anymore.
Do you have a sickness for the thickness? As in the Ham Planet episode?
Not that thick. I like a thick slice of ham, but not that fucking thick a slice.
You prefer
dear.
Canadian bacon size, not slab of
Yeah,
beef.
yeah. I like a nice ham steak, but not a Ham Planet.
Yep. Oh, Jesus.
Irish curly.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, very much.
So these attitudes, these outdated,
There's a reference I haven't heard in a while.
these outdated attitudes to sexual crime say that the state said some may believe. Oh, pardon me. That wasn't my fault. That's because the carbonated beverage went down the wrong pipe.
I feel violated, damn it.
It's okay. I've got written
I'm
consent.
taking you to Scotland and getting a judgment.
So
against you.
anyway,
You take it to Scotland, you're just going to hear more of those noises.
yep. The study said some may believe rape myths. For example, questioning the honesty of alleged victims who do not fight back against their attackers. What, you mean like when a woman somehow shows up raped but has no signs of defensive wounds or force used against her, and she was seen making out with the guy the night before?
And she's like, "Yeah, I was really into this guy," to her girlfriends, and then suddenly she wasn't.
Yep, and she sends text messages saying, "I'm looking forward to our next date after the alleged incident." That's actually fucking happened, and we have covered it here before.
Yep.
Oh, Jesus. Absolute fucking embarrassments. But critics fear this could represent the thin edge of the end of the wedge, preparing the ground for the end of juries in other cases, such as... Well, yes, it is. It's a life imprisonment on fucking rape, you psychos. You want one man deciding this shit. We figured out 800 years ago that was fucking stupid. Actually, I swear, actually, I think the Greeks had this pre-Christ.
Possibly. I'm very, very possibly. Yeah, it's like...
Wikipedia, tell me the history of juries. Let's look at the history of the jury. They developed in England during the Middle Ages and are a hallmark of the English common law system. Yeah, Scotland's abolished the rule of law. Needs to go. The word jury derives from the Anglo-Norman jur, sworn. Juries are the most blah blah blah. Well, that's not the etymology, you fuckwits. I don't know, Jesus Christ.
I mean, it is Wikipedia after all.
Yeah. Talentless hacks. Well, they don't believe in juries anyway.
No. They don't believe in truth either, but that's beside the point.
No, they don't believe in
hell, Bleach.
objective truth.
According
to... You want Scotland colonized by England, please? Not again.
I mean, we tried that once.
Here we go, from the communist scum at the Queensland courts. Fast facts about the jury system. Juries have been around since the 5th century BC in ancient Greece.
Jesus. 2,600 years.
Yes.
Yep.
But no.
Yeah, the modern jury is from the Magna Carta. Okay, cool.
Yes. What, did you see that in that article I was looking at?
Yeah, it was the next thing down, I think.
12th century.
So 1100s. Okay.
Yeah.
Still. So it probably existed codified in the Magna Carta.
I mean, Encyclopedia Britannica reckons that it was either in England or prior to, or was brought in by the Norman invaders in 1066.
I mean,
the English common law jury has been around for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
And these stupid cunts think that they know better to just get rid of it.
Stupid Celts.
Absolutely fucking moronic.
Thomas Ross Casey, a specialist in homicide cases, said there could be more acquittals and more angry complainers. The exact opposite of what victims campaigners had hoped to achieve. Okay, I'm sorry. No, that's not the goal here. The goal of the justice system is to find the facts of a case and determine as closely as possible whether or not someone is guilty. If you cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that that person is guilty, you have to acquit them. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So Mr. Ross said the planned changes amount to terrifying political interference that could turn Scotland into North Korea. He said the pilot of journalist trials may never happen amidst a backlash against the proposals. There could be witch hunts against judges as opposed to kangaroo courts against men.
Yep.
Hamza Yusuf, now fully in charge of the kangaroo court. The dear leader, Hamza.
Yep. At the moment, you have 15 anonymous jurors, as they should be. But fucking 8 out of 15. What the fuck is wrong with you, Scotland? Fucking hell.
Monkey, answer for us. Dance for us, too.
But now judges will be under a huge amount of pressure to convict because there's a political agenda to push up the conviction rate, and those who don't do so will find themselves under a lot of scrutiny. Tony Lenehan, chairman of the Criminal Bar Association of the Faculty of Advocates, said the most alarming part of the bill is the proposal for juryless rape trials because it's anti-democratic. Well, that's never stopped them. They're communists.
Yeah, they're anti-democratic by definition.
Yeah.
Oh no, real democratic communism has never been tried. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Now, Base reckons it's all the whiskey.
Ah.
Is that why they need 15 jurors? Because half of them will be so drunk they can't remember what happened.
And the other half are only just sobering up to remind them.
Worse, they're women.
Oof.
So they're not sober at all.
Someone who can't spell kangaroo says kangaroo courts are not justice. Juries are essential since the terrible all men are guilty, all women must be believed are simply not trusted by the public and especially juries. Someone else says, frankly, it sounds like the idea of being innocent until proven guilty in Scotland is being abolished for allegations of rape. A trial by jury, our peers, is the base for the whole judicial system. Yep. If Scotland's going to do away with the rule of law, that means they've violated the social contract and... Locke's got opinions on what happens when the government violates the social contract. In fact, who was it who violated the social contract and then the Americans decided that he could take his taxes and shove them?
I think it was another King the Third. Just saying.
Yeah. Fucking pathetic. So we've got more on this, I believe.
Oh, we've got morons on this, all right.
No, we've actually got someone who knows what they're talking about, if it would ever load, coming out to say how fucking stupid it is. Will you work, you son of a bitch? Oh,
No,
fuck's
I
sake,
don't work
Google,
at
you
all.
piece of
Thank
crap.
you.
There we
On
go.
welfare.
Ah, just like feminists.
Exactly. Just not as mentally crippled. I'm just lazy.
So, ex-judge slams plans to juryless rape trials. Controversial shake-up of Scottish legal system is repugnant and potentially unlawful. Yes, this would be another good opportunity for Westminster to step in and go, what the fuck are you doing, you idiots? You can't do this. I mean, they stepped in over what's damn near nothing by comparison. But I can't even remember what that was. The Scottish have done so much stupid shit recently.
That's because they're white.
Yes. So Lord Ewist warned that the proposals published by Useless Sack of Crap were a serious attack upon the independence of the judiciary. Writing in Scottish legal news, Lord Ewist said, the work of the Park Courts is to be subject to review by the executive and report of that review is to be submitted to the legislature. This amounts to politicians treating the courts as forensic laboratories in which to experiment with their policies.
I keep wanting to pronounce this guy's name as Wist.
Mm-hmm. He also said...
More because I want to call it Weast, because it's how Scottish people shush each other.
Yeah. He also added that a court with a limited lifespan working under such constraints could not be considered an independent tribunal within the meaning of Article 6 of the European Convention on Human Rights. Well, it turns out that apparently the Europeans got something right, and maybe there is some value in them not actually doing Brexit properly. Or maybe they'll ignore this one while still allowing the European courts to interfere with deporting illegal immigrants. So let's see, what else did he do? The former judge attacked the power the bill provides for the Lord President to dismiss judges from the proposed sexual offences court without giving a reason. Oh, so he can get rid of whoever isn't doing what he says. Scottish Tory Justice spokesman Jamie Green said, Lord US has delivered the latest damning verdict on the SNP's plans for juryless trials from within the legal sector. Any reforms must have the buy-in of the sector. Speaking of the buy-in of the sector, let me get this up. Google, you suck so much. SNP plans to abolish trial by jury in rape cases fall into disarray as more than 500 lawyers in Edinburgh and Glasgow vow to boycott move.
Based.
Fucking oath. Lawyers say the proposals would breach an accused's right to fair trial. Yeah, no shit. You'd have to be a retard or a feminist to think otherwise. Sorry. That's inciting retards by comparing them to feminists.
Yourself yet again.
You need to stop with this redundancy, Pesek.
Yeah. Absolutely fucking appalling. So yeah, now the Borough Associations in Glasgow, fucking Jesus, words, Glasgow and Edinburgh have said that they will not take part, which could scupper the initiative entirely. Good. Good. No judge should be a part of this. The judges should refuse. Let's... blah, 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 blah. So, the problem with this is they also say they don't know of any member firm that would be prepared to act in a juryless rape trial. Well, that's fine. It's not like the SNP is going to allow lawyers for the defence either.
Lawyers? What? That's only for the prosecution, damn it.
Yep. Apparently so. So what else do we have? Oh, yes. Let's go to Ireland.
Oh.
Where they're bringing out thought crime legislation.
I mean, they don't have an Irishman running their damn country, so why the fuck should we be surprised?
No, that's it. There's no British running Britain, are there?
Nope.
Irish authorities are pushing forward a bill that will make it a crime to disseminate and possess content deemed to be hateful. By who?
So who's the arbiter of all of these things?
The government, of course.
Why is the potato holding a chalice filled with, looks like parsley?
Oh, it's probably because
I don't care if it's not.
It's probably because that useless sack of shit keeps talking about how happy he is to be Irish, not English.
Oh, God.
So, it will become an offence for condoning, denying, or grossly trivialising genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and crimes against peace.
All right, let's talk about Oliver Cromwell.
Crimes against peace. Well, let's talk about Biden and Obama.
Yeah.
It aims at combating certain forms and expressions of racism and xenophobia by means of criminal law. Fuck's sake. Oh, don't forget, your special gender idiots are in there too.
Yep.
And yes, it's a massive attack on freedom of speech. Well, good thing they don't have that in Ireland, isn't it?
I'm just happy that they're safe from such freedoms.
Oh, and also the legislation also shifts the burden of proof onto the accused.
So guilty until proven innocent?
Yes.
Sounds a little too French for me.
You know, just like knife laws in Australia. You have to prove that you had a good reason to have the knife. God forbid the rule of law fucking matter.
Oh, we don't need the rule of law. We have the rule of man.
No, we have the rule of whammon.
Ah, well. Don't you mean the rule of ma'am?
Yeah, that's the one. So yeah, from the Daily Snail, if it ever wants to load. Critics, including Elon Musk, slam Ireland for massive attack on freedom of speech over plans to make an offence to prepare or possess material on a computer that could incite hatred against someone's gender or religion.
Yeah, well, we know it's only going one way. So
Does that mean it's illegal to possess a copy of the Quran digitally? Because that could incite hatred against a whole bunch of religions. Because the Muslims hate Christians and Jews and everyone else even more so. And anyone who reads the Quran might start hating Muslims. So there you go. The Quran's illegal in Ireland. Done job.
Done. End of story.
Yep. No trial allowed.
Nope.
Oh, Lord above. So, about Russia taking over the world again, how is that a bad thing again?
I don't want to learn a new alphabet. That's my only objection.
I mean, yeah, that does seem to be the only bad part about it. Then again, Putin's probably fine with the Latin alphabet.
Yeah. Yeah, he could probably go kind of Peter the Grout. It's been a long morning so far.
Anyway, speaking of how Russia conquering all of Europe probably wouldn't actually be a bad thing. Boy 13 who shot dead 8 children at Belgrade school had kill list. How could the Republicans let this keep happening?
Yeah. I forget that it's in Belgrade, but...
So, blah, 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 blah.
Then again, we are talking Serbs, and
so,
what did they always cause? Trouble.
So, 13-year-old boy who shot dead 8 children and a security guard at a school in Serbia had a list of students he wanted to liquidate and 4 Molotov cocktails in his bag. Police have said he took his father's gun before shooting his teacher. And then fellow students and security guards, don't care. Well, it tells us nothing about the gun here, I think.
Yeah.
So, yes, a horrible tragedy that is somehow
the... bet it's an AK that was not legally owned in Serbia.
Well, don't worry. No guns will be legally owned in Serbia now.
Well, if they'd stopped that shit back in 1914 with Serbs owning guns, the world would be a better place.
Maybe. But, well, they're going to do that now. Just in, Serbian President Vučić vows an almost complete disarming. That's a quote, almost complete disarming of the civilian population after mass shootings. Because they've had 2. One of which was obviously a copycat.
All right, this is why you can't let Serbs have rights.
Yep. Yeah, not an overreaction at all.
The Austrian-Hungarian Empire did nothing wrong.
Apparently not. But yes, only police can be trusted with guns. Meanwhile, cop shoots other cop. Because accident during a live fire exercise because they're a fucking idiot, apparently.
God.
But only the police are responsible enough to have guns.
My favorite thing about this story is they point out that the instructor, who is the guy that got shot, is a male. They do not anywhere in this article indicate the gender of the person that shot him.
Which tells us the gender of the person that shot him.
Yeah.
Yeah, the male sergeant and instructor was shot in the calf by another officer.
Yep.
So diversity.
You know what that sounds like to me?
A diversity hire.
That sounds like someone wrote the male sergeant and instructor was shot in the calf by a female officer at about 10 a.m. And then the editor came in and went, "You can't say that about women."
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
It's probably exactly what happened. Oh, Lord. Why are they so useless? We'll skip that.
Let me count the ways.
Also, I'm with Bleach. I don't want to learn Cyrillic either.
Yeah. Sounds like a pain in the ass.
Good man.
Oh, dear Lord. Ah, fuck. We've got to cover the mess in Australia at the moment.
Oh, my.
So, I was hoping we could skip a bunch of the articles. So, in the latest bit of health fascism, Australia to ban recreational vaping in major public health move. Don't you just love it when the government does things for public health?
Yes, if the last 2 years, 3 years have shown us anything, it's that we should absolutely trust the government to know what's best for our health. Cons.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They have the science to prove out what they need to prove.
Yep. So we'll skip through this because it's just
Yeah, so no
health
matter how they
fascism.
have to manipulate it, they'll make sure the science agrees with them.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
exactly.
Vaping, it's like as indifferent as I am to vaping, smoking, and whatnot. Like, why do you ban this? Oh, that's right. You want it to become more popular. Congratulations.
Because they want to
Yeah,
create a black market. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, about the time vaping got big here in Canada, Trudeau's government decided they had to ban menthols because it would encourage children to smoke. But then they allowed a product that could be cotton candy flavored.
Yeah. And of course, as pointed out, it's phenomenally stupid because vapes are considered safer than normal cigarettes because they do not contain tobacco. The UK government is even handing them to sun smokers for free in its Swap to Stop program.
I mean, it's not really stopping. It's just
No.
changing what you're taking in as carcinogenic material, but
Yeah.
still.
But don't worry, they've got a solution
it's
for that.
Not removing the addiction material at all.
Yeah. It's just changing the form.
Yep.
Which I'm lucky. I mean, I can like smoke a pack on a weekend and then put it down and not smoke for 12 months or more.
Yeah.
You lucky
But
bastard.
don't worry. Don't worry. The government's got a solution for the cigarette problem. More taxes. They're going to increase the price of cigarettes by 15% over 3 years. Because
I'll put it this way.
Yeah.
If somebody is interested in rolling their own, there are cigarette machines out there, and they aren't currently regulated, at least in the United States. And if you go and you buy, pipe tobacco that you like the smell and taste of, you can make your own, and you don't have to pay taxes on that shit. Like you pay it once, you don't have to pay it per pack.
Yeah,
Just
that's true.
Say.
Yep.
But you know that in Australia they just tax the tobacco
the Australian
anyway.
government here. Yeah,
Fuck off.
I'd actually like to endeavor to advise the Australian government about something here. Canada has steadily been raising the taxing and pricing of tobacco products for quite a while. They have not, in fact, succeeded in lowering the smoking rates, but they have increased the rate of smuggling. Good job.
Good.
Yep. Way to build that black market, you morons.
I don't.
Yeah, like Stormy says on Rumble, they're up to $20 a pack here in Newfoundland.
$20 a pack. Wow.
That's the mid-range ones.
I'm
the really expensive ones you just can't find in stores anymore because the stores can't sell them.
Good God.
Yep.
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 Monkey
I'm sorry.
would be bullying me if I could still get menthols. That's nice to know.
But don't worry.
I like my minty cancer, okay?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Here's
the thing, though. Stormy thinks that $20 is bad. In the People's Dictatorship of Australia, $30 for a pack of 20.
What? Holy shit! And I mean,
I think that's roughly equivalent given the exchange rate.
I have a pack that I've had sitting around for like 3 years, so they're stale as hell.
Oh, here we go. 160 for $220.
Jesus!
Wow. I'm paying
your
like
bulk rates
$3
are better than ours.
$3 my pack.
I just wish the government would fuck off with their fucking nanny state public health fascism crap. Just leave people the fuck alone.
Yeah. Honestly, it's you want to stop people from smoking, you know what? You educate them a little bit, and you make it less exotic, and people will stop. Yeah, you lower
Stormy
the
points out,
age to 16.
Stormy points out it's about the same here as it is there. Players is the premium brand here, and they're $32 for a pack of 20.
Yeah, sounds about right.
That actually makes them slightly more expensive than Australia at this point.
So, meanwhile,
because Australia's dollar is 90% of Canada.
So while they're raising the taxes on that, Meanwhile, while Victorians struggle through the cost of living crisis, the Dan Andrews government faces backlash for offering a huge salary for an inclusivity management position on its fucking rail project. $200,000 on taxpayer-funded diversity hire. I think Bleach just had a tax aneurysm.
Yeah, no, I'm just completely checked out at this moment. It's like, you're paying how much for a pack?
Yeah.
It's like, $5 is the most I've ever had to pay for a pack.
Well, don't worry, I've got something to get your attention back. Fucking cyclists. Cyclists push for 30 kilometers an hour speed limit in Australian City. Yeah, there we go. Tell us what you really think. So the pet.
So just this week, we're on my daily commute. If you've seen the picture, you kind of get an idea. Yeah, I'm driving along, going to work. Fucking cyclist, and it's not just one, it's like 3 of them, and they take up the whole fucking driving lane. It's not like they're going single file and I'm giving them wide berth. No, I've got to get into the other lane completely just so I don't have to worry about running these fucking pieces of anyway.
Yeah,
it's really pissing me off, and
that's a complete ignorance of the rules of the road. Like, if you're riding a bike and you're on the road and a vehicle comes up behind you, the rule of the road is you move the fuck over and let that real car get past you.
Exactly. And I'm cool with, like, waiting to make sure it's a good, clear straightaway.
Yep.
But do not take up the whole fucking lane with your little spandex bullshit. Rumble segment. Yada.
Yeah. Also, it's illegal in Australia to ride more than 2 aside anyway. Not that that's ever stopped the fucking stupid spandex twats.
The spandex Nazis I have encountered where they're riding 5 abreast.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking to myself, the average speed here is 45 miles an hour for the speed limit signs. Most people can do over that comfortably without really getting into crazy town. And yet here you are in the middle of the fucking lane.
Yeah. And so they can life can be easier for them. They want the speed limit lowered to 30 kilometers an hour, and they want all the roads redesigned with physical barriers to prevent drivers from speeding. No, all that's going to do is increase crashes, which is going to increase traffic, you stupid fuckwits.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, we'll just copy Europe. Oh, yeah, because Europe's a bastion of fucking civilized society, is it?
All right, let me say this as an American who has driven in Europe. Their bicycle lanes, they suck too, and it's like culturally, at least in Europe, you're like, okay, I've got to be aware of more cyclists. In the United States, especially in cities, every cyclist I've encountered has bad fucking attitude, and
yeah, well, I'd be miserable if I was on a bike too.
Oh yeah, one of my dearest friends, she got slammed. She got put underneath a car in a bicycle accident. She was following the rules of the law. It was, as you can guess, the attitude and whatnot of the car driver. But she went from, I want to, bicycle everywhere, to, you have to be retarded and cycle in some of these places because you're going to lose, and don't get mad when people honk at you for being an asshole.
Yeah. So these inbred idiots want to copy the low traffic fascism areas. That works successfully in England by slowing streets to think. Yes, you want to turn the entire fucking city into a low traffic neighborhood, you fucking morons. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, fuck off with your stupid fucking auto playing video garbage.
I want to laugh at the guy at the beginning of that auto video. It's interesting how he can't afford new teeth, but he's got a $200 gaming chair to sit on.
Yeah.
Holy shit. 30 kilometers an hour is 20 miles an hour for those of us that use real measurements.
No. And of course, the submission has been widely shared across social media pages and sparked anger amongst normal people who slammed the group as entitled and arrogant. Well, we knew that. They're spandex tarts.
Yeah, you know what these people deserve? You know how Iranians deal with people of certain proclivities?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you wear spandex and a helmet, you get the same treatment.
Yeah.
There, I have said it.
Yeah. So here are some of the comments. Yeah. Here are some of the comments that were made. Since when are they more important than our kids? Schools get a 40 km/h zone, but entitled pedophile want it their way. What a joke. Another one says, if you're too...
Sorry, did you say pedo power?
Yes. At least they slow down in school zones, right? Fuck, I hate that. If you're too nervous a cyclist to be on roads the 40 to 50 km/h zones, then use a dedicated off-road cycleway. You have options, plan accordingly. That's right. A failure to plan on your part does not constitute an emergency on ours. And just because you're pathetic losers that can't pedal any faster doesn't mean that we should have to suffer too.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. If the traffic is dangerous to the cyclists, maybe they could consider using cycle paths rather than inconveniencing motorists travelling at 60 km/h. Canberra has an excellent network of over 1,000 kilometres of shared paths and 2,500 kilometres of footpaths, which taxpayers have funded. Cyclists should use these built-for-purpose paths and not the roads, another normal person said.
Yeah. No. That's reasonable and logical and makes sense.
Personally, I ride a bike occasionally, and I would far prefer to ride in nature than in smog.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. But no, whine. Oh, most of the bicycle crashes happen in the CBD. Well, maybe the bicyclists should stop being a fucking idiots and look where they're going.
Exactly. These arrogant little bastards get what they deserve.
Yeah.
That red spot looks like it's sitting right on top of a major thoroughfare, like a major artery.
Yes. The major... Yeah. That's what the yellow means. It's the main road.
Then get the fuck into the side streets. Jesus.
Ride on the footpath. It's legal to ride on the footpath in Australia.
Oh, there you go.
It's not like...
So what's their excuse?
They're idiots.
Takes too long.
Communists.
It's inconvenient.
They're dirty, filthy, enviro-commie scum that want to make the rest of us miserable like them.
Yep. All I'm hearing is Bleach has a ranty tirade that is not suitable for Twitter.
Oh, well, in that case, let's go to Canada.
Oh, God. This is going to be cancerous, isn't it?
Yeah, Canada wants to ban Fox News. Cancer. The Canadian government wants to ban Fox News.
What?
Yep.
So
Tucker is gone. Fox News is falling to pieces, and now the CRTC decides to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Or to try getting rid of it.
Try, yeah, and fail miserably like the miserable.
So
anyway,
what's that?
Bleach has got a disconnect here.
So what's that?
Mentally,
the communist, racist, traitorous cunts maintain a list of international channels, cable, satellite, and TV providers can include in their packages. So of course the bureaucrats want to ban Fox News. Yes, that works even better.
Yes.
It's fucking ludicrous. Absolute fucking scumbags. Do something about it, Maxine.
And this is part of the reason. Yeah, this is part of the reason for the Bill C-11 that was recently passed, is in order for Trudeau to have even greater control of Canadians are watching, because we're slowly moving away, and quite rapidly, really. I shouldn't say slowly. We're rapidly moving away from watching anything on actual regular cable or satellite services.
Oh, don't worry.
These
We'll come back to C-11.
Okay. But part of that is in order to enforce this sort of thing on the internet.
Yes.
Well, that's the thing, because you can't have the freedom of viewership choice in Canada on the internet. It's not like you could get a VPN or anything and look elsewhere. No, you have to get state-sponsored information.
Oh, I'm willing to guarantee that the next step would be banning VPNs and criminalizing them.
Oh, you mean like they're trying to do in the United States?
Again, we'll come back to this when we go to Rumble, because that
Okay.
is some of the information included with the video comments.
Oh, excellent.
Because that's also something you can do with our video comments that you can't do on other inferior competing podcasts. You can send sources.
Yes.
Yay!
So, oh my god. For the record, I have 7 pages of links and we have just finished page 4.
God.
Huh.
The pain!
No,
Oh,
sorry. Let me correct that. We've just started page 4.
Oh, God. We didn't even get to see the girl's tits on page 3.
That's all I'm here for. That's all I've ever really been here for. But no.
Does the tranny drag queen strippers tits from Nonswatch count?
No.
No, and neither does the ham planets from the first story.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh god, I just had a realization. Her e-cups that she's calling precious, they're like
Oh,
independent moons moving around that damn planet.
that's like Callisto and Io floating around fucking, what is it, Jupiter? Yeah.
Yes, or something like that. No, this is more like horrors floating around Uranus.
yeah. So, speaking of horrors floating around Uranus, let's go to Spain.
See,
What are we doing in Spain today, Vesic?
Laughing at how Disney are fucking idiots again.
Ah, yes.
Incredible optics on this, says
that.
Carl Benjamin, the man who killed Sargon of Akkad. So let's have a look at this tweet. Disney's wish set in Moorish Spain. First Spaniard princess.
wait, whoa. Moorish Spain, and then they're calling her Spaniard.
Yes, exactly.
No.
That's what this entire thread's about. So Cucurullo, and we've seen this guy before, who is surprisingly based for the flags they carry, says, I ain't mad because I kind of don't care how Americans represent us, but this is all the wrong things you could possibly represent Spaniards as. To summarize, this is the equivalent of doing a movie about a black slaver in Africa and presenting him as the good guy. No, actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's actually worse. This is the equivalent of doing a movie about a Muslim slaver who traveled to Africa and presenting him as the good guy.
I don't see any difference between any of those.
Yes.
Yep, same picture.
Yeah, so Cucurullo also says, the Moors aren't part of Spain. They invaded Spain, enslaved people, and got hold of the lower half for centuries until they were pushed out by force. If the movie is about a Moor girl in Spain, then she isn't a Spaniard. She's a colonizer and slaver.
Based.
Oh, fuck.
I'm good with that.
Jesus Christ, Disney are out of touch, talentless hacks. Oh, Lord above.
This feels like they tried to check as many checklists as possible.
Yeah.
So they tried to do Hispanic plus Moor because they had no idea or don't care because barely anyone in the U.S. will know the implications of it.
Yeah, I'm going with don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just because.
they think their audience are idiots. The same as
To be
the
fair,
government thinks
they're
their
not
citizens
wrong.
are idiots.
They're also not wrong. So, the next article is going to require Bleach's professional expertise. Because we are talking about Disney noses.
All right, let's get into the nose.
Get into the
And Maureen, I stay by my statement earlier. You need to show me, or I can pass judgment.
Oh dear. So Disney has slammed
Oh,
over its
man.
characters' noses as viewers warn cartoons are saying dangerous message to little girls by giving all princesses tiny upturned features while only evil and ugly villains have realistic noses. Sorry, realistic.
What?
I want to see these noses that they call realistic because I'm willing to bet
Yeah.
they're not particularly.
Yes. Also, this is a dangerous message, not the, oh, if you like pink, we're going to cut your dick off.
Yeah.
Hey, little girl,
even
do
if
you
you're a
like
little girl.
do you like toy trucks? excellent, come over here and we're going to turn you into a boy and cut your tits off.
Yep.
But apparently, yes. So,
Super tits and Frankenweenies.
so these are the
okay.
small noses they're talking about.
All right, the one on the right has a decent nose. The one on the left, it's like that looks more like a ski ramp than
Yes.
a real.
There's definitely that it's definitely too short, the one on the left, but the one on the right's actually normal. Like that's actually
Yeah.
Also, apparently this idiot may have noticed, but Polynesian noses are actually wider than they are long.
Yes.
And I'm reasonably certain I can prove this. Someone needs to put a tarp down under bleach because I'm about to Google Polynesian nose.
I prefer long over wide, just saying.
Well, we'll get to those, I'm sure.
So you're more the Aquiline guy or the Petrusian?
Yes.
A little more aquiline, but yeah. I prefer a very nice, like, Northern European style nose, where it's like a little prominent.
So here we
long.
have a picture of a Polynesian girl. Now this is front on rather than side on like this one, but her nose isn't long; it's wide. It's almost as if that's what people in the middle of Hawaii look like.
Yeah, it's not objectionable, that's for sure.
Oh, here we
But,
go. We have here's another version of the bird we were looking at. Oh look! Oh look! Oh fuck!
Yep.
Useless.
That's a good standard Polynesian Hawaiian nose.
It's almost like, how racist is this bitch that she's never seen a Polynesian woman before?
Extremely racist.
She probably assumed they were Mexicans.
Probably.
Yeah. And
oh, is this
not a Robert Cat,
is this what the Cubans look like?
Oh, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, sure. Not like they have any Spanish blood in them.
Yes, these are realistic noses. Okay, Maleficent, yes, but Ursula, really? Really?
I've seen that nose on Ursula with a dude that had been in amateur boxing.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that. Yeah,
he was kind of like had a pug nose in a lot of ways.
Yeah, he wasn't real good with leading with anything other than his face, from the sound of it.
I'll give.
Did I say he was a good amateur boxer?
Yeah. That's why I was an amateur, non-professional.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I'll give them that Maleficent's nose actually does look realistic.
Yeah.
But also, sorry, you don't get to pick the pictures that are 100 fucking years old and whine about them.
Okay, so just going through them, because I'm the nose expert. Cinderella at the bottom on the left.
That's pretty standard, normal, actual human nose.
Perfect nose. And then I can't remember on the right side, the top left.
Top left. What the fuck is she from?
That's the evil stepmother and the witch from Sleeping Beauty, I think, or maybe Snow White.
The witch is
Snow White.
from Snow White. The evil stepmother is Maleficent up here. This is the evil stepmother from Snow White, I think.
Right, but they did her.
Yeah,
as
that's definitely
else.
Evil stepmother. That's
nice.
Fuck. What is it?
Cinderella.
That's it.
Yeah. Now the witch is like.
And the stepsisters, right?
Also,
those noses I've seen on homeless people.
The witch nose is not realistic, and it's intentionally hideous, and you're an idiot if you think otherwise.
Exactly.
Also, they're comparing the stepsisters. You mean the characters that are on screen for less than 2 minutes? You're going to compare the not... And remember, this is Disney. This is hand-drawn, frame-by-frame, rotoscoped animation from the fucking 1940s. And you're whining about the character who's on screen for the entire pissing movie has a less detailed nose than the characters that are there for 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, Snow White could use a little more... prominence in her nose.
But Snow White's literally the oldest Disney movie.
Yeah, and I wanted to say something about Maleficent's nose, too. I think that plays into the idea that every British person is evil.
Yes. Snow
Wait,
White.
they're not?
Snow White. So this one here in the top left, made in 1937.
Yep. 70, 80, 90,
Mhm.
80,
80 something.
89 years?
Yeah, that's
86 years.
86-year-old hand-drawn animation, and they're whining that the nose isn't terribly detailed.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile,
All right. What other noses do
What-
we have? Ah,
meanwhile, we've got the guys. Okay, firstly, men have bigger faces in Disney movies, just straight up.
No. And more like aquiline features in general, typically.
Yes. Oh, notice how they didn't show. This is so this guy here, the brown guy, that's from the Princess and the Frog, set in fucking Louisiana, that was released in like the last 10 years.
So he's
So
probably like a quadroon.
Mm-hmm.
Or Creole or something.
Yeah. And
Well,
they're
no, quadroon is a quarter black.
yes,
Okay.
but so they're comparing this guy from the 2010s to pissing Snow White from 1937.
Mm-hmm.
Not hand drawn, not hand drawn. Also, Hercules, really.
I'm also kind of curious about what the hell is going on with the Scandinavian fella in the bottom right there. That's a monster of a schnoz.
Yes. Yeah, they
Well, he got diversified early from Sweden.
Okay.
Also, notice how they're not showing the princes from the same fucking movies.
No, there's no.
None of these
good
none of
comparison.
these princes are from the same
Tarzan.
movies. This is the Beast. I think this is the fucking Beast in his human form.
Oh, okay, maybe yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I think it is because
Yeah,
he's got
Tarzan,
like
was
that.
Tarzan a Disney movie?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
there was a Tarzan version. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the 90s. So let's get up. Oh, look. Oh, fucking look. I wonder why they didn't show us the bird from the fucking Hercules movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's Hercules. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know
So
why
they-
they didn't.
She's got
Can't
an
imagine.
ugly nose too.
It's almost as if it's big, and holy shit, it goes out a long way.
Whoa! It's not the big; it's the height versus the rest of
Yes.
the face.
Yes, her nose does
yeah,
seem to go
slightly
up
higher.
between her eyebrows.
Exactly.
I think you're probably right, not a bobcat. I'm willing to bet his pants are fairly tight right now.
Extremely. But,
So-
yeah,
so-
like, boobs and nose. I mean,
Yeah, and that was something else I noticed too. They went exclusively with white girls for this this panel here.
Yeah,
but
what
they-
about Jasmine from?
Oh,
whatever
actually,
the fuck
look.
that was?
Or
Look,
Esmeralda.
hold on a second.
Yeah.
What's this in the bottom right of the brown guy, the Creole guy? Is that the female character in the movie? Let's
Don't
look
know.
that up. Let's look up.
But I gotta say, yeah, the chick that is bitching about this has the ugliest fucking nose that I've seen all day, and I would tell her that to her face.
Well, that's why she's whining. It's because she looks like she was standing in the way when someone kicked the door shut.
exactly. It's like her nose is starting to recess into her face. Yes, I'm extremely cruel about noses, and I'm very happy about that.
Oh, oopsie. If oh
She's
look,
quadroon
it's
too.
the woman from the fucking Princess and the Frog. You disingenuous hack merchants.
Oh my god, it's almost like they drew her to look black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that's a normal nose.
Yeah,
for her.
I can't imagine why they didn't show her, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure that's her in the bottom right of that bloody picture. But again, it might just be some generic character, but I can't imagine why they didn't compare the prince and princess from each bloody movie. No. Let's just separate them by a century.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lord above. Also, you want to talk about
Yeah.
noses? He's made out to be dumb. That's why his nose is big.
Oh, because he's walked into many a door.
More like he's been kicked in the face with a reindeer. Where's Chim when you need him to yell about the Sammy?
He's got a sabby nose.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's amazing how they showed this guy and go, oh, look, they're doing decent noses for the men. Never mind her.
Yeah, it's like actually go down a little bit where it's like the non-stylized version. Yeah, you just went past it. Just scroll up one. It's right over the title card. Yeah, the one where it's like she's wearing the gloves with the frog.
Oh, this one. The actual screen grab.
Yeah, that's a normal nose. Compare that.
Their complaint seems to be that they're not including the actual cartilage part. Sorry, the actual bony part of the nose. Sorry, you try animating 300,000 frames of a fucking movie and drawing each bit of the bloody nose.
Yeah. Marku, if you got Quentin Tarantino to talk about the show and how long you'd talk about feet are degenerate. Quentin Tarantino is a degenerate. But noses are where it's at. Noses and boobs.
Okay. Quentin Tarantino and Bleach debate noses versus feet.
I'm just gonna get a gun out and just wave it around old
he's
the style
he's been near Alec Baldwin and you won't scare him.
Yeah, I was gonna say I could go full Alec Baldwin and get him on the nose train.
So then they whine about my villain noses,
the nose problem,
my hook noses and villains, and here's one.
Esmeralda's nose, for the record, is very, very close to Snow White's.
Yeah. Oh, look, Jasmine.
I thought it was identical.
Oh, yeah. Actually, there's another one. Let's look at Jasmine from. What is it? Aladdin.
Aladdin, yeah. Oh, she's got quite the honker on her.
Yeah.
I'm starting to feel dirty. I'm not even anywhere near.
Sorry, is there a problem with her nose, or is there a reason you specifically chose not to include her?
They're racist, it's clearly.
Almost like she's Arab.
Madness.
They're actually Persian.
But Persian, yeah, so Iranian, yes. Yeah. Iranian noses.
Esmeralda, Disney.
I've met a few Iranian girls.
Let's have a look at Esmeralda.
When it comes to the Iranian girls.
Oh, look! Oh,
a gypsy woman who actually has a human nose.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of hot.
Should we compare her to the male lead in this movie and see how the noses work out?
Yeah, because we're already.
Let's have a look at Quasimodo.
Yes.
Actually, I think there's a picture there of the two of them together.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yes.
Yeah, here we go.
Right there.
Is there a reason you did? Is there a reason you didn't include those two characters? You absolute fucking psychopath.
I think Triton, if I recall correctly, even Triton and the Little Mermaid had a bit of a disproportionate nose.
But
he had a honker on.
Yes, but also when you have a character who shows up for like 5 scenes and then obscures the entire pissing screen with his face because he's a god.
Yep.
Hey, I mean, if you got a nose like we do.
Yeah. Also, I haven't seen any analysis of Simba's nose.
Or Nala's, for that matter.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
They really need to do one on Pumbaa, though.
Tristan says, since Frog Princess is drawn with relatively smooth hair, if you don't explicitly draw the nose broadly, the character would just look like a palette swap white princess.
Ooh. That's a fair point.
Yes. He also says that one of the important jobs that children's entertainment used to serve was to warn children of the dangers of the real world. Large pointed nose, slanted ears, pointed chin, beware. That's right, stay away from vampires.
Yes.
I thought it was elves.
What's the difference?
What's the difference?
They're both. What's the difference between elves and vampires? They're both blood drinking baby eaters.
Exactly. It's just one takes baby batter and one takes the real baby.
Oh Lord!
And then for no reason whatsoever,
the entire channel is yeeted all over YouTube and Rumble.
Yes, and transferred to Twitch.
No, it survived on Twitter.
Yeah. So
But sadly, it had to be under Alexandria Posia's.
Yeah. So speaking of Disney and noses, it's Little Mermaid.
Oh God, nose is a crime against humanity.
Yeah. So they're going to butcher the "Kiss the Girl" song because apparently, that's rapey because it treats Ariel purely as an object of desire. Congratulations! So you never actually watched the fucking movie. She's seducing him, you idiot! For fuck's sake. God forbid a woman pursue a man.
The crab that's trying to seduce him.
Yeah, I mean, me or whatever the crab's name was. It's like
Sebastian was the fish.
No,
God, what was
no,
the
Sebastian was the crab. It was Flounder was the
Yes,
fish.
that's right.
Flounder was the fish. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
And Hermes is a wanker.
Yeah, it's like
I feel so bad for not knowing girls' movies from Disney.
I only know because I think I was like 5 years old and I went to that, and that was like my first movie experience ever.
Oh wow, I'm so lucky. Mine was Star Wars.
Lucky bastard.
Old man.
Wait, A New Hope, or are you talking
Empire? Empire.
Oh,
actually.
okay. Wow, that's a much better experience.
Yeah, the one of the earliest memories I have is sitting on, I don't remember which parent's lap, and watching Luke get his damn hand cut off.
But what a stupid statement. It's one of the most memorable songs, but treats Ariel purely as an object of desire, encouraging Prince Eric to kiss her without any consideration for whether she actually wants to. Sorry, cunt.
No.
What were the legs for?
Fucking scene. Come on.
Watch the
That's
movie.
like the premise of the movie in one song.
The whole premise of the movie is that Fish Girl wants to fuck Landman.
Exactly. And
I got these legs, now I need to use them.
Let's be honest. The only thing that
Sugar Tits said Ariel is super wet and it's not from the ocean.
Yeah. So, all right, you guys are familiar with Futurama, right?
Sadly, yes.
You remember the episode where they go to Atlanta, and Fry and the fish chick are trying to figure out how this will work? That would be a much better version of this version of Ariel than anything else. Just say.
Yeah, I
Just say.
Does that make sense? Oh dear. So, well, we're currently in the media news section, so let's have a look at a stupid statement from a localization team. So localization, it's like translators, but stupid. If you're too dumb to be a translator, you do games localization. So this company reckons that they admit to censoring anything that makes their localization uncomfortable, further saying that their localization is often better than the original. Sorry, what? Oh, Lord. So, yes, their problem seems to be that the Japanese content that they are being paid to translate isn't woke enough. But they're so talented, they can make it better, despite the fact that they're talentless hacks who can't get work actually creating things, so they're here fucking up someone else's work. Oh, dear. Oh, well, what about, if that doesn't strike your fancy, how about some Lord of the Rings?
Sure.
Lord...
Now, wait, are you... Oh! Yeah.
Oh,
I got catfished.
Lord of the Rings online character creator adds facial hair option for women. We want to make as many players feel represented in the game as possible, except normal humans.
I have a bifold thing here. Upside, now you can make a dwarf woman. Downside, now you can make...
A dwarf woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, Lord.
Ugh. Poor Gimli.
But this is clearly performative woke bullshit, because the dwarf women aren't forced to have beards. No, you lock the dwarf women into beards. Such garbage. But hey, holy shit. Bleach, is it just me, or does... This crap look worse than the bloody Lord of the Rings game we were playing with Trim.
Significant.
You're not wrong. I watched some of that stream. You are not wrong. That
Oh
looks
my,
like shit.
that's such garbage.
Just kill it
Oh
with.
God.
Oh,
I
Lord
wouldn't even
above.
say
Still
fire
no,
because
never mind.
fire isn't going to cleanse this enough.
Oh,
This
Lord.
cannot be cleansed adequately without the benefit of nuclear fire.
Indeed. We must rip it apart from the
Atomic wonder.
atoms so that no trace of these electrons can ever be found again. No, it's not a mobile game. It is a shitty. What would you call it? It's a shitty Warhammer knockoff
just
for Lord
shit.
of the Rings. Yeah, it's just shit.
Yeah, there you go.
It's pile of shit.
It's not so much Warhammer as it is Horrorwhammer.
Yeah. Oh dear. Okay, weenie mean miny mo. We might skip the mad hose this time. Or do we?
Well, at least they're skipping us.
Actually, no. We've got to look at this one. So, you know how the world shut down for 3 years? Turns out, good-looking female students most affected.
Oh, darn.
But good-looking female students no longer get straight A's when classes become virtual.
Is that
Oh.
because they can't never mind with their professors?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep, they never mind very much.
Indeed.
Yes.
It's astoundingly how the advantage that attractive people has disappears when classes are taught remotely. Amazing how that works. Oh, what's that? Are you whining that this equality isn't what you were after, women? Yeah, funny that.
Mhm.
This isn't the equality I want.
Women get equality. Scream bloody murder.
No. Women get equality. Women most affected.
Yeah. Didger over on Rumble. If you remove in-person learning, you can't coast by on your looks. Sorry, ladies.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
twinks.
Yeah. Oh, Lord above. So blah, 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 blah. Don't care. Poorly designed website, poorly written garbage. Running lower on time.
It's written like Louder with Crowder would pay Lily to.
So blah, 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 blah. It doesn't... So, data from 5 different cohorts of engineering students from a Swedish university, resulting in a final sample of 307 students. Oh, this is your fucking sample size, is it? 2 of these cohorts attained a portion of their classes remotely when the pushed instruction online. The content of these courses stayed the same, but lectures and seminars were conducted online. Yes, blah, 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 when women can't coast by on their looks. Turns out they're shit.
Funny that.
It reveals what we've known all along, that the bias towards attractive women is real.
Mm-hmm.
Tristan Armstrong is being himself over on Rumble, I suspect.
For
I don't
God's
know if I
sake.
can even read that out without giving away the game, so to speak.
It's a
I can read it in my creepiest voice possible if you'd like.
yes.
Yes.
Well, I suppose we can waive the exam, but you will need to give an oral presentation.
Oh,
That didn't sound nearly as creepy as I was hoping.
yeah, that didn't sound anything like Harvey.
I could have read it in a French accent, I suppose. We can waive the exam, but you will need to give an oral presentation.
Fuck them Frenchies.
Still not as creepy. Yeah, it's more like
I could try Trudeau.
No.
Well, you suppose I could waive the exam if you give a oral presentation.
Oh, look at this other crap. Studies find the kind of man women
Well,
are
we're all
drawn
just
to in
making each other feel
uncertain
dirty. We
times.
need to stop.
Why women with resources rarely agree. Stay away from people with these dark personality traits. What fucking garbage. Dear God.
Global
so
Pulse
this is where the
News.
refugees from Vice went.
Yeah. David Ikenna?
That
I've heard
sounds
that
like
name
a
before.
Vice article writer.
Let's Google
Yeah,
the
I've heard
name.
that name before. I don't know where.
It is the co-founder of
No, it's a
Vice
different
President
guy.
of Payments. You sure?
I think so.
Oh yeah, that's not the surname. But
Story is having her skin crawl. Our job here is done.
excellent.
Hello, baby.
Oh dear.
Would you like to
Oh, I
give
should have.
that
I should have done that.
oral presentation?
Yeah.
Are you ready to talk to me?
All right. So.
Would you like to go check out his lumberyard?
Oh fuck. So we've only got a couple more. We've only got a couple more articles before we go over to Rumble to finish off. Let's start by
Okay,
laughing.
that's my cue to get some food.
Yes.
I'll be right back.
I was trying to be subtle, you fucking moron.
he's from Newfoundland. Newfoundland. You know,
New
somewhere
Finland.
in Canada.
Fuck's sake.
Yes, that's it.
It's trying to give him a subtle nudge.
They're so polite they don't take subtle.
Yeah. So Coca-Cola shareholders vote down proposal that targets pro-life states. Oh, really?
Okay.
Almost as if you've taken a look at how Bud Light's doing and gone, haha, we're not that stupid.
Well, it's like new Coke all over again.
Coca-Cola shareholders recently voted against a proposal to conduct a survey into how state laws restricting abortion impact the company's business performance. I've got a couple of questions. One, how could that possibly
What?
fucking restrict their... Are you suggesting...
Brought to you by Coke.
Sorry, Coke, please explain to me how low-income crackheads having more kids negatively harms your business model.
I mean, clearly, it has to be a measure of what your consumption of the product versus how many kids you abort.
Well, I would have thought that stupid people who have a bunch of kids and then just throw sugar at them would consume more Coke. I would have thought that abortion would actually be good for Coca-Cola. Sorry, an abortion ban would have been good for their business model. Like, how the fuck does that make sense?
When I tell you how it makes sense, then you can pay me how to tell you how it makes sense.
Yeah. So
I'm a consultant, damn it.
This proposal was introduced by, as you said, a non-profit that promotes ESG policies and corporations. 87% of controlling shares voted against the measure. Well, let's read the measure and see why they voted against. Shareholders request that blah, blah, blah issue public reports omitting confidential information at reasonable expense, detailing any known and potential risks or costs to the company caused by enacted or proposed state policies severely restricting reproductive rights, and detailing any strategies beyond litigation and legal compliance the company may deploy to minimize or mitigate. What? That's astoundingly said nothing.
What language was that? I heard words in English, but I don't recognize anything.
I think this might be one of those reconstructed languages that takes a real word and makes it mean something else.
Oh, Esperanto.
Ah, maybe. And then again, I think people who speak Esperanto would look at these mentally ill loons and go, what the fuck's wrong? But no wonder they voted against it. Like, what the fuck does this even mean? Any known potential risks or costs to the company caused by enacted or proposed state policies severely restricting reproductive rights and detailing any strategies beyond litigation and legal compliance. What? Are you suggesting that the Coca-Cola fund feminist terrorists to blow up, I don't know, DeSantis or something?
Or just, local non-abortion clinics.
Yeah.
I mean, where women are encouraged to get other options.
Tristan.
Absolute trash.
Yeah. Tristan gets where I'm coming from. Wherever your young mother is ignorant as to what beverage she should give her baby, Coca-Cola will be there.
Yeah. New Coke has of the abortion flavor.
But, yeah, Major says the board wanted to institute penalties against pro-life states on the grounds that their pro-life stances could affect Coca-Cola profitability. Again, how? The only people who drink Coke are children, or people who act like children.
Hey, I act like a child from time to time.
I get it now. May just clear it up for me. Which would apply to women staying on the assembly line longer. I see. They want women to kill their babies so they can work more hours. I get it.
Yeah.
That makes sense now.
Again, Republic of the Future. Yeah, where
Yes.
people are required to do their time working on the 2 hours a day.
Yeah, Base says because they lose their wagey cages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think this is the thing that is plaguing Western cultures the most, is the idea that women and men need to compete against each other.
No.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a team effort.
Yep. Yeah, just a segue into why Bleach is miserable and single still. I am damn tired of having to engage with women and I have to compete against you for supremacy in a relationship where it should be mutually building each other up.
Oh,
yeah, that's why I'm fucking.
Fuck, Major was spot on.
I hate it.
He was spot on. The proposal cited research that showed women who do not have access to abortion are more likely to drop out of the workforce. Oh my god! And you cunts have the hide to complain about capitalism.
Yeah, no, well, it's not capitalism that they're pushing; it's fascism.
Yes, it is fascism.
I think we need to
But
really.
they whine that capitalists want to keep workers down. But then they turn around and go, kill your baby so you can work more hours. Like, fuck off.
Exactly. And I'm sorry. It's a paired effort. And that's all it's ever been until like the last basically 50, 60 years.
Well, that's it.
And
men and
now
women
we're in this like terminal stage.
Yeah. Well, that's it. If men and women were supposed to be the same, we wouldn't bother with women anyway.
Exactly.
Because what can women do that men can't? Have babies. Well, if we didn't need them for that, why'd we keep them at all? Because they can't work as hard or as long or effectively. Well, generalizations here. Oh, Vance's life has rocked up just in time for me to cast broad generalizations about women and talk about abortion.
Yeah, the woman who's doing all the work that we can't do because she's based as hell.
Yes. I wonder what Vance's life would think about Coca-Cola demanding that she get an abortion so that she doesn't drop out of the workforce.
Yeah. Oh, and she's grilling like a fucking mad lass. Good on you, Violence.
Yeah. Yeah, she's going to go to Rumble. Apparently, that's where she's going to give us her an opinion. Yeah, hell no, she says. Fucking hell. What utter evil crap. Women should get more abortions so that they can work longer hours because, capitalism bad? For fuck's sake. Yeah, they're not anti-capitalism, they're anti-other people succeeding at capitalism. Viance says she did drop out of the workforce. I was an electrician, now I'm a mum and a housewife. Based. Also, an electrician. See, a Democrat can never manage that, because being an electrician requires hard work.
And being able to think outside the box, because
do basic perform basic math.
Yep. Yep.
Oh dear.
Honestly, it's like the fact that she went from what could be an amazingly high-paying job in a lot of markets, especially if she got to a master level of electrician, and she did like really probably the hardest work humanly imaginable, and probably the most rewarding. I'm Violence. I gotta say, I respect the hell out of you, because you've done all the hard work, and I think it's 6 kids now. You're you're fucking awesome. So I support you. Salute
Yes.
you and all that stuff.
We're going to have to get violence to do the recruitment questionnaires for when we all try and find women.
Yes.
Let's see. So, which one do we want next? Ah, yes. This, no, that's probably going to be too violent. These might need to go to Rumble. Not necessarily because of the article, but because of our response to them. Oh, this one will do. Local man comes out as woman and gets misgendered. Indiana council member in Delaware County has come out as a lesbian woman of color. Ryan Webb's announcement has infuriated the left, who say they don't believe his self-identification. Well, who the fuck are they to not believe his self-identification? Hold on, they set the standards.
I mean, how dare they?
How dare they? That's so transphobic. It's unacceptable.
I'm trying to remember where Delaware County is. Oh, it's Muncie, which, if you don't know, is northeast of Indianapolis. So that's kind of like middle city Midwest. So yeah, he's I'm willing to bet trolling the absolute shit out of people.
Oh, absolutely.
And based as hell.
Yeah. As Dances with Nutjobs says, I love that he's doing this because anyone saying he isn't both black and also a woman is a racist and also transphobic.
Yeah.
And basically all the comments are like that. Where the fucking Arden?
And you know, the thing that gets me is if they didn't push this narrative of you have to accept as hard as they do, nobody would care. But because they've pushed it this hard, this is the natural backlash, and they get what they fucking deserve.
Exactly. You're the ones who started this fucking competition, and you're the ones who set the rules. Don't blame us for playing by them.
Exactly. And improving upon them.
I don't know, for piss sake, come back. Oh, dear. Man can't be trusted.
No.
Oh, dear.
Nor can woman, apparently.
Well, speaking of motherhood, this one's one of the ones that skipped earlier. Motherhood on ice. Lack of suitable men drives women to freeze their eggs.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Funny, I thought the lack of suitable women was driving men to younger women.
Yeah, I mean, just from my experience, you know, just old enough to know better, but too young to care, kind of thing. It's like the problem I constantly see is kind of in multiple, you know, veins, and I think this is important for our audience to hear on multiple levels. They know it from firsthand experience, but always good to hear it reinforced from other parts of the world.
Yep.
Women in the West, especially in my neck of the woods, are very anti-mutual experience. And I ran into this, and you know, she's still a friend, but more estranged as time goes on. Where she complains about, you know, having to raise and and support men, and on one level, I get it. You shouldn't be, you know, involved with someone who's basically emotionally disabled. But at the same time, a lot of people benefit from mutual growth. And
Well,
right
that
now,
requires effort,
relationships.
and modern people in general, women in particular, aren't interested in effort. That's why
Exactly.
the divorce rate is is more than 50%.
Insane. It's insane.
It's absolutely fucking
And
mental. And no wonder men are going, I'm not getting fucking married. There's a 70% chance we'll get divorced.
exactly. And women also have this very negative attitude. And I don't want this to sound like I'm just slamming women, but it's one of those, I see it so often where they think they can skip on to the next best thing, where it's mutual struggle. If it's a good couple, they're going to be struggling with how to improve each other, where now it's a competition between male and female. And that's not the way it should be.
No.
Because everybody brings something different to the table. And now we're being told, if you're not identical, if you're not interchangeable, somehow that's bad.
Yeah, somehow.
And we need to destroy that.
It's just the modern world has been so clusterfucked by this. Oh, women have to do everything men do, and how dare you choose to do things that you actually like? What's that? You want to be a mother? Well, that's just the patriarchy telling you that. No, fuck off, feminists. The only people telling women what they can and can't do are you.
Yep.
Well, and the Muslims.
Yeah. I mean, look at not everybody's favorite example, but like Margaret. Good God. Margaret Thatcher. And she did like some ice cream storage invention. Brilliant woman. Her husband was her equal. She didn't, dominate that man. And look at the impact she had in kind of a long-term way. Maybe not perfect, but she's what
she definitely
Britain
had an
needed
impact
in the time. Yeah. And you look at like basically the rest of the world now. And everybody's competing for every scrap of ground. You're not building each other up. And when you're not building each other up, even if you're not actively tearing someone down, you're still tearing someone down. And that's not what relationships should be. But I'm wrong. I'm single still, so don't listen to me. I'm just a madman ranting in the woods.
Yep. Stormy says that it's women turning against a woman. Very true.
That's the natural way of things, unfortunately.
Vance's life says she's playing pagan music while she grills and has cake. It's daughter's 2nd birthday. Yes.
Aww.
Happy birthday, little heathen.
Yes. Yes, indeed. So, what are you grilling is the question.
The baby. Oh, no, wait. She's not a Democrat.
No. She's based. She's not a horrific retard.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, she is grilling the child. Okay, well.
Well, I can't say I approve, but whatever floats your boat.
I mean, I'm only going to judge, but so harshly. Just keep viewing, and you're fine.
Yes, make number go up. Yeah. Primed on Rumble says, "Congrats to Violence, little one." Yes. Speaking of which, welcome back, Primed. Stormy also says, "Happy birthday, little one."
Yep. Well, I mean that's like the ultimate part of human experience.
Yes.
Is raising up a replacement, as it were, and
the good old 2.5 children.
Exactly.
Oh dear. So yeah. So basically, this entire article boils down to Women who think they're perfect can't find a man that's better than them, therefore they've got to freeze their eggs until their standards fall.
Until they get desperate.
Yeah. And until that ticking of the biological clock's like a fucking heart under the floorboards.
Yep.
There's an Edgar Allan Poe reference for when he came up like 5 hours ago.
And I was actually wrong about Edgar Allan Poe. I was thinking of Lovecraft. My apologies.
God knows what any of that's about anymore.
Mm. Oh, the racist transphobic thing.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes, Lovecraft definitely.
After all, we all know what Lovecraft named his cat.
He
Him?
named it. No. He named it George.
No, not that one. The other one.
Wow.
Oh dear. Well, we might go to Rumble to get into the fun and games. So, we are going to leave the YouTube stream here so we can go over to Rumble and actually talk freely. So, let me get some links for all you guys still on the YouTubes. Thank you very much to everyone who joined us from YouTube. When number go up, make YouTube happy. Yes. So we'll hopefully see you all over at Rumble very shortly. I am going to quickly run away and see if I can acquire some food.
And Pshaw.
Yes, quickly though. So our next segment is going to be the video comments from our viewers. Specifically those that have subscribed to us on Subscribestar.
To be fair, I actually feel more enthusiastic about that than I sound.
Could you be more deflating?
Yeah,
Let me try that again. Woo!
Yeah, was there any possible way you could have been less enthusiastic about that?
Yeah, actually I could. I'm sorry, I'm stuffed full of pierogi, so...
So green onions are ruining the enthusiasm. Gotcha.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. It's the sour cream weighing me down.
Yeah. Oh dear. So, would one of you two mind quickly telling everyone what they can get from the subscribe star while I run away and try and get some cake or something?
Well, if you go onto Subscribestar and go at the Emir level, you get your name in the credits on the Sultans videos, vote in membership-only polls and future projects, and you get special Discord roles and channels. Now, if you go down to the Vizier tier, you get written comments to be read on the show. Gaming Hangouts, first come, first serve, includes rewards of all lower tiers, such as the Emir. Then, if you decide to go in for the Grand Vizier, come on down. You get to submit video comments to be viewed on the show in the Rumble exclusive segments. You also include all lower tiers because we care about you and your money. Was that creepy announcer enough, or do I need to go harder?
I think it needed more echo. A little more monster truck announcer level echo.
This Sunday.
That's about right.
This Sunday. Well, actually, this Saturday. If you come on down to get the Emir tier, is that more on point, or
That's a little better. That's a little more hype. Yeah. I had a. Oh, go ahead.
I'm available for commission for really bad, corny promotional bullshit.
Okay, I'm back. I would have been back sooner, but I was so busy laughing at Bleach I couldn't see.
Yeah, you could correct that with some things called glasses, perhaps.
No, glasses won't prevent me from hearing that.
I mean, you crush your ears down and plugs your ears up.
Oh dear. So, going to fully end the YouTube stream now. Thank you everyone who joined us there. Hope to see you all at Rumble.
Or else.
Or else we'll get Bleach to do more announcing.
You know what you're in for now.